All right, everybody. Not sure what's going on with my timer looping back into an hour to go, but we are ready to rock here. Day two of the MGI International Scrabble Classics. Um, Will and Josh with you again. Josh, we had a great day one. I'm super excited. We're picking up with round 10, 8 more games today. How are you feeling? How excited are you?
So far, so good. So far, so good. You know, the sleep can wait. The Scrabble cannot. We are primed for day two. You didn't think it was possible, but here we are.
We're here, WESPA YouTube channel. We had our inaugural stream yesterday, and we're going to keep it going for 3 more days, today being the first of the three. We can actually sort of preview how that's going to look as we wait for our players. We have a great round one matchup. Marlon Prudencio, a legend in Singapore, against a really, really strong expert player, Natalie Zolti, who gave us an incredible performance on the stream last year. So probably a banger coming up here. But we just go to the schedule. You can take a look and see that first day in the red right here. This is the early bird. The main event is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We had Friday in the books. Round 9 took place without us. We're picking up at round 10. So we are going to have 8 games, round 10, 10, 11, 12, 13, all the way through 17. And it's going to be an amazing day of Scrabble here as we learn a little bit more. Not super much because the tournament is so long. If we go to the standings, you can see, looks like Sam Crispin, who ended the day at a perfect 8-0, did take his first loss. So we have no undefeateds left, Josh, which is to be
Wow.
expected in a field like this.
Yeah, I mean, it was already massive that Samuel was able to go through day one undefeated. A lot of drama at the very end when he won by recount, which is a very, very rare thing, especially at the top level. But just seemed like the plot armor was his all day yesterday. And of course, the Scrabble skill had to be there as well. But seems like uh, day two, game one, did take his first loss. So no undefeateds left. We got a bunch of 7-2s, a couple of results we're still waiting on. Mark Francelon and Noble and Chevway, I think we're playing potentially.
Nice work, Mark. Mark, one of
Yeah.
our North American players in the scene, incredibly nice guy, hanging in strong in a really, really good field. So nice work to him. We'll see if he can keep winning. But the top is definitely a murderer's row with Chief Toke Aka, who we saw win in the last game of the stream yesterday, holding strong. I think of that as a little bit of a surprise given the strength of the field, but at the same time, not a surprise given what a longtime veteran player he is. He's seen it all. Even players this good should not phase him. So, yeah, so we're standing by waiting for Marlon Prudencio and Natalie Zolti. I'm just
Yeah.
realizing that I need to turn my lights on here.
I
Which
was
is,
gonna I was gonna show I was gonna talk a little bit more about the standings though, if you
yeah,
wanna pull those back up,
for
just
sure.
so people understand. You might be used to different ratings if you're not in the UK, but the UK, the ABSP has different ratings than WESPA and then some other organizations, and their three-digit ratings. They're pretty similar to the four-digit ratings divided by 10, but they're not quite there. That everyone's kind of between 100 and I think 20 or 130 or 140 or something, and 200 usually. So it's a little bit smaller margin. And the number you see on the right is not the rating that they currently would have if the tournament ended. Normally, that's what you see in these enhanced scoreboards, but it's actually, I think what you said yesterday, Will, is it's their performance rating. So that's if they continue at this level, they will potentially get to that rating eventually, but it's just how they're performing in the tournament right now, I think.
Yeah, that's right. The way I've heard it described is that is the rating at which you would gain no points for your performance. So basically, what type of player would you be for this type of performance to be normal? And you can see those numbers are really high. So, I think we're starting to see our players here. Just a quick look again at the matchup before we cut over there. It is the Singaporean legend Marlon Prudencio against Natalie Zolti, top UK expert. I think the players are just getting set. We want to make sure that there's no delay, that they can just start playing whenever they feel like. So we're going to cut to the board as they get their little orientation for the streaming board. But this should be a good game. Marlon is kind of an institution in the Singaporean Scrabble scene, Josh.
Yeah, he's a legend. You might know Marlon Hill. There's another Marlon Prudencio. Very strong player, very entertaining to watch. And yeah, he's doing pretty well. 5-3 in this field is quite good. He's got a good spread. He's come all the way from Singapore so far from the UK just to perform in this tournament. And yeah, I hope people that are in Singapore, I guess this afternoon, this evening, are watching their bannerman, because it's rare. You don't get to see Marlon all the time, but we kind of want to.
For sure. He's a very entertaining player to watch. Great guy. Super just, positive attitude. I enjoyed meeting him a few years ago for the first time. What? But that's why are you laughing at me?
I enjoyed beating him for the first
I
time.
said meeting. I said meeting.
Oh, okay.
I don't actually remember who won the game or anything about the game that we played. I said meeting, like
Okay, okay.
handshake.
All right.
Um, that would be hilarious if
Tell me
I
what you heard in the chat. Did you hear meeting or beating?
if I were so swaggy that I would say stuff like that. Really great guy. I enjoyed beating his ass a few years ago. No, I actually don't remember anything about the game. So yeah. But Natalie also super nice. Got to play her for the first time just a few weeks ago at the Easter match play, and she is a very, very strong expert player. Again, she put forth a incredible game on the live stream last year, which we actually ran during the lunch break. Made a video about it on my channel as well. Just an electric game between her and Chris Lipe, and would not be surprised for more of the same. And here we go, kicking off day 2, Josh. Very excited. Let's strap in.
Let's strap in is right. UM, a Z, an O, a P, a T, and an A. Okay, that's a pretty good opening rack. First thing I'm coming up with here is Mazout. That's good without the O, right? It's good with just the U.
Yeah, Topaz also.
Oh, and Marlon sees that. All right. Very nice.
And
Yeah,
quick.
that's pretty clear.
And Natalie, oof, yikes.
Wow.
She would have loved to see Mazout go down here. That M
Iridium.
would have bailed her out hugely to play Iridium. Not a lot of words let you dump 3 I's and a U, and Marlon had basically the one letter that could have allowed her a quick get out of jail free card with this rack. Instead, it's going to be, well, I mean, it's going to be rough, Josh, I would say.
Yeah, I think you can probably afford to play through this rack. Interestingly,
There we go.
oh, there you go.
I
Nice.
was
Pituri. That's like the best way to dump things from the P for 10. So I think if you see that, you play that rather than exchanging. But there's also Irid, IRID, which underlaps pretty nicely the TOPA. So I think you played through this rack, Will.
Yeah, she looks to be agonizing over which of the following letter combinations are valid between pituri and puriti. Pituri, the valid word, which does clean up the clunk, and she had that set up for a second, but agreed that, yeah, see, if you're not sure of those, you can just play irid as you suggested, Josh. Play a word you're more sure of, score
Oh,
more.
are the
Sorry.
clocks reversed? I think they might be. I think they put the clock in the opposite way.
Oh, okay. I should be able to, or maybe we'll just let our producer know that.
Yeah. Well, they're fine, I think. I think the
Yeah, it's on us. It's totally not for them to worry about. Oh, look at this. Irid maybe not realizing that she can slot it 2 spaces over. That's interesting. So this scoring 15 points and opening a triple rather than just 18. So maybe just an oversight here. I'm not sure there would be a strategic reason for
uh
that. Or do you think?
it's interesting because you kind of want to open the board. You're down by 50. So, I mean, of course, this was going to happen eventually, Topazine, and unfortunately for Natalie, it's coming down immediately. But I think you kind of want to not underlap as much as Irid would have, just to keep things a little bit more stretched out. But for a 3 point sacrifice, it's probably not worth it. But I don't think it's a big deal. So yeah, Topazine coming down. We were going to mention that, but you guys already saw it in the chat. That's 2 50 point plays to start for Marlon. Doesn't even need a bingo. And let's see what Natalie draws to fill in that rack. A blank. So it looks like we're going to get a bonus here for Natalie. So she's going to stay in the game. That's a good draw for her.
Great timing on that pick because what a nice 1-2 punch by Marlin to start the game. Topaz found it super quick. And then that beautiful extension we've been talking about. That, of course, the chat spotted that very quickly, very nicely done. And it is going to be a reversal here because Natalie's going to bingo. She's almost certain to find one through the A of Topazine that scores very well and very nearly evens the score. And then Marlin is struggling badly now with duplicated U's and O's. So if Natalie gets another good draw after this bingo, that early deficit is going to be a thing of the past.
That's right. It's interesting. Like you might think, well, if Topaz can so easily extend, was it really worth playing? And the answer is yes, but it is true that when you make a opening play such as Topaz, you know it's only a matter of time unless somebody immediately underlaps the Z that's going to happen. But you're just about as likely to hit it as your opponent is, so you might as well take the 52. And it's worked out for Marlon. He's immediately drawn the extension. It could have gone the other way around, but it could have been a question of Marlon drawing the first bingo. So that's kind of how Scrabble works sometimes. And I wonder if Natalie's going to find her bonus through the Z. I feel like
Yeah,
that's the
I,
highest score. There's actually 3. Wow.
I misspoke there, in fact. I said a double double through the A, but in fact, because all of her tiles are such low pointers, the plays through the A, such as Ruralite, which she definitely saw, only scores 78. The plays through the Z actually hit even harder. So you can see a handful of bingos through the Z. Seems like Utilizer is preferred for whatever reason, at least in the short term simulation here. But I think we just fixed the clocks, so I think we should be good to go there. Thank you very much. So yeah. Oh, she is maybe gonna go for the double double, which I feel
So this is
like,
78. Yeah.
yeah, it's still good, but that was my gut, Josh, that this has to be, usually double doubles are the highest scoring play here, and that's what you sort of resort to when you have them in positions, early game positions like this. But the Z would have had 4 more points on offer. I didn't realize it, but yeah, interesting.
Yeah, sometimes there's some rare situations like this where somehow just one double is worth more than a double double, and yeah, it's you're not always gonna figure that out immediately. It's people don't tend to count their plays individually. They just tend to say, okay, well, times four is the most I can get here, times three is the second most I can get. Sometimes when there's a huge tile or a huge overlap possible, that's going to score more, but no biggie. Marlon's going to come back pretty quickly. He's drawn a second U, and Miu is a pretty nice way of balancing, scoring, and getting rid of one of those two U's.
Yeah, playing quickly and accurately so far is Marlon. I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily say I know him to be a fast player. I just think he's had 3 turns where he can be reasonably confident once he's seen his options that those 3 plays are going to be correct. It's going to be really tough for him to have that many options on that turn with OOUU in hand. So seeing a play that scores pretty well, 26, maybe a little bit below average, I guess you could say, for players like this, but um, looks great to me. Natalie drawing the Q. Unfortunately, she's got a couple pretty easy spots. I feel like that Eye of Topazine is calling to me.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy one here. Just QI. Most important word in Scrabble. No one's going to miss that one.
At first glance, there's also this U that potentially could be good to play, but you just get so many extra points. And you keep a pretty darn good lead if you're Natalie, but Marlon drawing the second blank. So both players are um, starting nicely here, working through some clunk, getting the rewards. The flow is, moving along for both players. And Josh, there is a standout play here. Wow.
Yeah, and Lord Livgun in the Twitch chat has already found it. If you're in the YouTube chat, you still have time before the vultures come in and find every possible bingo. But wow, it's really, really hard to find this word. But if you're looking for compound words slash prefixes, suffixes, it is definitely possible. When you have a blank will, it's nice to try and be optimistic. We saw the optimism on display for Natalie, but not quite as much optimism as finding the best highest scoring play would have given her. Now, where is the highest scoring possibility on this board? Is it the double double hooking Irid? Maybe. But after that, it's one of those two triples. Um, are you going to make a 9-letter word through TI? Probably not. So we're looking at that Ian Topazine. Ice House is 104 points, doubling that H. Getting so many points on the way down.
104. My God, that's crazy to think. When you look at this rack, I don't immediately think 100 points is in there, you know? I don't feel like you should be able to do that. Let me.
Yeah, if you miss this, which is it's very missable. It's such a weird formation of letters. There's 70-point bonuses, which is so much worse. It's even better than usual to play to the triple. Oftentimes when you're playing to a triple, you're opening some lanes, but Ice House opens almost nothing. The E is going to be in a situation where you can maybe end an 8-letter word there, but other than that, it's just so defensive, so good.
Yeah, really tough to do too much with the letters there. Continuing down the board from this area. Yeah, I guess you could hit this E. That's possible. Every so often you'll get hit to the C. That's not likely. but it's so much nicer than some of the other spots where you could bingo. When you bingo in the very center of the board here, all of that space is open. It's way easier to play 8-letter words than if you're able to slot something right at the edge of the board, especially here, not opening an S, an R, a T. You do get the E. That's about it.
Yeah, it looks like Marlon's found Housier, and now he's found Heinous, which are two of his normal bingos. But look how close he is to finding
I
Ice
think he
House.
just spotted it. I think he just spotted it.
Wow.
Wow. He
Amazing.
just spotted it. So the patience by Marlon Prudencio paying off 104 points. So Natalie had just taken a 2-point lead and is back far in arrears at this point. She's going to have to keep fighting from a deficit here. She does have some good scoring tiles to work with, so she'll have some options, but great play by Marlon Prudencio there.
And we're getting a raid on Twitch. Thank you so much to Quixotic for the late night, early morning raid.
Wow.
As that giant bingo hits the board. We get some folks
Nocturnal.
to
Yeah, Nocturnal raid.
witness.
Thanks. Thanks, Quixotic. And Canadian Scrabble player. I shouldn't dox unless he's okay with that, but really nice guy. And streams on Twitch, so we appreciate you. Streams a lot of like those. Am I misremembering like Mario Maker type levels and things like that?
Mm-hmm.
That make me so nervous when I watch people playing them.
Yeah. I don't know why you get nervous, but yeah, they're fun.
I'm just that empathetic.
So over to Natalie once they've figured out scores here. Um, there was no challenge. Yeah, this is a word that you know at the top level because it contains 5 vowels. So one of the most important lists to study are the 5 vowel, 7 and 8 letter words, because if you have a 5 vowel, 7 or 8 letter word, it's probably so much better than any other option that you. So they come up very often. Draw too many vowels. Maybe you have ice house. Maybe you have tea house. Maybe you have ale house. So this one's somewhat more rare than ale house and tea house because it contains a C, but it's a word that these guys have seen multiple times. It's just a question of seeing it over the board. And now over to Natalie, who's got a very interesting rack. And I would think that like hydritis might be a word. She's just going to drop the Y. This is a pretty strong play. The engine slightly prefers tacking the T onto that for tie-in and a couple of other options. There's a really awkward looking hydric to the blank C of Ice House. That would have been insane to find. There was also a possibility of dryish, 6-letter word, hooking the H onto the I of Irid and hitting that triple. And yeah, those were the 3 plays that were preferred by the engine, but this is very strong too. And unfortunately, she's drawn a constant, which is kind of why maybe tacking on that T would have been slightly better. But it's a good play.
Yeah, makes
Kobo now.
sense. She'll hit bingos sometimes. Yeah, Kobo. This looks good again. Marlon's playing a really clean game so far. Hard to think of too much we would change.
Yeah, it's funny. He was close to some book words, but yeah, no dice there. Triple O's, get rid of 2 of them. Get rid of the K. Get rid of the B. Block the board. What can I say?
Yeah, all good. So Natalie draws another R, not what she was hoping to see. Probably the E was on her mind most of all, but there were other things that she could have hit. That would have helped her out quite a bit. That second R is going to complicate matters here. It looked like she had thirds set up on her rack, which if she wants to really blow the board open, she could play that here and open a lot more 8s lanes. The board is decent for 7-letter bingos, but not very good overall. For 8-letter bingos, only a couple options to play through letters. That would change very quickly if she played thirds. Um, but that being said, there are ways to keep the S, which you always want to do if you can find plays that score well enough. And there is kind of a nice idea here of throwed, keeping the S, scoring, I think, maybe just well enough to be a justified play here, Josh.
Yeah, that's probably the best play in the position. You also don't have to play. You could just play third or thrid underneath the Eye of Irid, and that would score 24. I think throwed is just a little bit better than all of those other options. But it's a really tough find to play through an OE, play 4 consonants. So it'd be really incredible if she spots that.
Yeah, not easy at all. Meanwhile, Marlon is sitting on a J bomb that looks like he is ready to plop that down, and it just does not seem like Natalie has any plays or incentive to play in that area of the board. So she is going to be needing a bingo soon to keep pace in this game because Marlon has just been crushing it so far, playing very, very well. Of course, drawing that second blank for the 104-point Ice House, but really, it's not really been about necessarily drawing great. Marlins just played pretty much a perfect game.
Yeah, and he's about to bomb the J, like you said. The question is he going to play Jong, which you originally lined up, or is he going to keep
Oh,
the N and play Jog,
jog. Jog
which is just
is,
a much more aggressive version of that play, but
huh?
keeping the stronger leave? I don't know. I might still play Jong just because this is only the second N out of 6, and no need to create a little bit more uh, bingo chances. So Jog would take that S. But it's very interesting. It might be worth it.
Yeah, that is so intriguing to think about just playing jog in a vacuum. The N feels like it improves a lot of leaves. It feels a little bit of a lateral move. Adding the N to PES, is that much better? Maybe a little bit, but I think the primary benefit for Marlin is that S hook. We do have an S hook here. Maybe you can slot a bingo under here with the right overlaps, but this one scores better and gives way less back when you do draw a bingo, which would essentially be the knockout punch for Marlin here. So instead, he plays Jong, which, as you broke down, Josh, perfectly defensible play as well. Um, he's got a lead, so maybe it's a good
Oh,
thing. That, but
draws this.
yeah,
It's doesn't really matter. I
crazy.
think the if I'm looking at the details after jog, he was 7% likelier to bingo, so 40 around 44% to 37% with Jong, which isn't a huge increase. And at these margins, you might want to just choose the more defensive, safe option. But we're going to draw into Pellites. Doesn't really matter. This is 1/3, slightly over 1/3 bingo chances coming to fruition, and it's pretty much going to be over after this, probably. Unfortunately, Natalie has drawn somewhat poorly, got rid of her S, maybe a little bit hastily, but even so, this rack is really awful.
Yeah, she's got over lined up. Potentially an appropriate word after Marlin is going to play another bingo on his next turn. She might be thinking of trying to keep those letters together as they do represent one of the better bingo leaves that she could keep here. Looks like fob. She's deciding maybe just fob alongside Kobo. That seems like an uninspiring, but it may very well, and I think it probably is her best play either in the, I guess you could play it here too, though I'm not sure you would want to obstruct some of the openness of the board with a play like that at a deficit. So she's got a couple places to play that. But yeah, rough one for Natalie. She hasn't really gone too wrong here. Only the subtlest little things like would we shift Irid 2 spots over? Would we play Utilizer for 4 more points instead of Ruralite? I guess, but that doesn't feel like it's warranted this, but that's Scrabble. You just gotta play what you're dealt, and sometimes your opponent is going to come out on the winning end.
Indeed. So we're seeing the slightly worse version of fob. Like for the reasons you said, it obstructs the board. It creates better overlapping, potentially better overlapping potential that will also continue to obstruct the board. But it didn't really matter considering what Marlon has. And we'll see. Natalie could draw a couple bingos in a row and come back in this one, but it's looking pretty dire at this point.
The one thing I would say is pretty much every bingo that Marlon can play gives something back. So if he wants to play epistle, he has that lined up. That would be a valid word. He could play it as a 7 here. He could play it to this R or the D. These would open up triple lanes. I don't think he wants to do that. But even the 7-letter variations that play with meows here do give back triples underneath. Or if you want to play epistle here, it creates huge hooks in this spot. Maybe you get crushed
Is
there.
he gonna play a Pistler? It just actually does feel kind of safer, and if he does, Natalie has Ravenist and Veterans to come right back.
Oh
I
my
actually
god.
wonder. It feels like playing Epistle is super risky. I think he's probably gonna go for Pellites, if I had to guess, with Muse. But what if he opens a triple triple? It actually doesn't feel that crazy at this point. Both blanks are gone. You're still going to be ahead after most triple triples, and you're giving Natalie one chance to get back in the game. Whereas if you play down low, there's still a possibility of multiple bingos, high scoring plays. There's still ways to lose after a pistol or pellites on the
Wow.
bottom.
Incredible. So, yeah, okay. He's going to deny us our content. This is the play that minimizes your downside the best. Opening a triple, even though it, as Josh suggests, definitely has major advantages to play in that spot. There's so many parallel plays and overlaps and plays into this tee that are going to hit super hard, but none of those things are as bad as the triple triple, and you're willing to incur that risk. But yeah, just to reiterate, had Marlon played Epistler right here, we would be seeing Veterans as a triple triple to immediately get pretty close to equalizing the game. Not all the way. Marlon would be up by so much that even that would Natalie would still be trailing, I think, just a little
You're
bit.
trailing by 40, yeah.
But certainly that would make things much more of a tight squeeze at the end of the game for Marlon. But we're going to give him his points for his bingo, which we agree that was the safest and I would say correct choice. And that leaves poor Natalie without a playable bingo at all, even though she has taverns on the rack, which is a brutal beat for her in a tough game. It's just been a tough one for her. Yeah, ouch, Josh.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. And you're gonna look for a while here and just wonder, did Marlon actually just block everything I had? There's an open T and H, I, R, D for third. Like all of those letters are somewhat open at the very least, but there's just nowhere to play a 7-letter word. Servant, versant, taverns. None of those play. It's very unfortunate.
Marlon's doing a little bit of a. This is not the first time he slow rolled us with his 7th tile, which is kind of fun. As we have to guess, does he have Exonery or something like that? I don't think that would play anyway. But
I think he's hoping for an I, maybe exertion, but
yeah, Exertion. Okay,
he's
it's a
hoping for maximum luck box.
yeah. He's trying to manifest um, those, but not to be for him. But he is still in great shape here. Um, Drawing that X. I guess it's worth noting with Natalie's play of Fob that maybe she was playing there to defend against the X and 6. Um,
Yeah,
that has a benefit. If Marlon had the X, you would basically give up a bingo score there. And maybe you're not obstructing the board that much, but I think, that's a real hair splitter of a play, whether Natalie should play Fob where she did or alongside Kobo where it still fits. But
yeah. Every single like mistake that Natalie has made this game has been a hair splitter. It hasn't been like
Yeah.
a flat out miss of something much better. So but sometimes those small inaccuracies really just add up. And yeah, Fob makes sense to defend against the X. It doesn't make sense to, you know, deal with some of the space on the board, but it's definitely a reasonable choice, just like Yin was a reasonable choice. Like there's just yeah, she's done a lot of correct things. Like she's made very good plays throughout this game, but not the absolute best play every turn. And Marlon basically has. He's been playing a perfect game.
Yeah, I don't think I could point to any play Marlon's made. Only Jong was a play where you could have gone a different direction. I definitely think his play was perfectly defensible. And Natalie playing Knave, this is good timing for her. As some of you pointing out in the chat, Marlon has it lined up on his rack. Axone would have played perfectly, underlapping 5 tiles of his previous bingo. That is no longer an option. So Natalie cleverly obstructing some of the bad stuff that can happen down there. That being said, we're still going to see the X hit pretty hard. There are a couple spots that jump out. This one right here would be very thematic for Marlon to score well and block basically the last realistically open 8s lines on the board, I would say.
Yeah. And wow, look how close to the are you okay? For a second, I was like, is
Ah,
she gonna draw the exact same rack as she just had?
yeah.
Um, yeah, so I agree. I think you want to play above the HIR of thirds, so EXO or AX up there, just to eliminate pretty much all of the remaining bingo space on the board. Looks fantastic here. I wonder if Marlon's going to be a little bit greedy. I think at this point he knows he's probably won this game, and he's probably liking his letters, except for is that 6 A's unseen? So I guess you
Wow.
have to play Axe rather than EXO. That's crazy.
Yeah. Major situation there that you have to be aware of. These are the sorts of things that you're looking for. I always kind of feel like whatever. Not, I don't want to compare myself to Sherlock Holmes, but I was going to say when I'm looking at the unseen tiles, I feel like I'm sort of looking at like a detective with a magnifying glass of like, what are the clues here? What are the clues here that I'm looking to figure out? And this is a pretty big one that you should be trying to use A's if you have them on your rack. So, could that be an argument for the very unusual Axe in this spot over Exo, which you would almost certainly normally play? Yeah, it actually could be here.
Yeah, I think so. It was funny because that was the letter that Marlon turned over last. He was, like I said, hoping maybe for a couple different things, namely an I for exertion, but there were 7 or 8 A's for him to draw. The only A that had been played so far in the game was on the first turn, Will, and then somehow they're all coming now. That's just somehow how it happens. Sometimes there's just one letter that sticks to the bottom of the bag.
Yeah, these funny runouts of tiles are part of the charm of the game. Marlon might be considering playing Rex on top of Pellites.
Yeah, it's reasonable to think about playing on top of Pellites too, just in order to block scoring plays. I think Marlon knows at this margin he's going to win. So unless Natalie has a a bingo here, blocking the T of Pellites makes a lot of sense. That's a big scoring spot.
Yeah. I do worry also if you're another one of those clues that I'm referring to is you're looking at 20 consonants and 12 vowels. That's not that extreme, but it could be a reason to feel slightly more comfortable with a vowel heavy leave at this point in the game. So these are the sorts of things that you're trying to suss out. Um, so yeah, Marlon wishing that he could play exonerate. Maybe he'll play just TE for 2 points and try to draw another E. How does that sound? Just kidding.
Nice. Oh, that's where he's thinking about
Oh,
Rex.
yeah,
Okay.
okay. Yeah, makes sense. Setting up his
So
the case O.
it's very interesting, right? It's definitely not the correct play. This is the first, I think, real mistake. But at this point, you can make mistakes. But I like the energy of this, setting up the case O, keeping more vowels than consonants. Uh, I just feel like in terms of what the game plan should have been, I think you should have dealt with something on the board. But I guess he's looking at the unseen pool and it's really bad.
Yeah, it's with all those A's, no more S's or blanks. A lot of the other good tiles are gone. Even with the A situation, I'm probably playing XO there, even knowing that I have a good chance of drawing a duplicated A, just because you've got a lead, you want to protect that spread, and the board is so barren for bingoing after a play like that. You're taking out all of these letters, several of which are good ending letters. The R and the D of thirds are quite good ending letters. The T is not as good of an ending letter with all of the S's out, but it's way more open of a line. There's way more space to play through that T, and you're blocking all of that stuff. But good draw there.
Is
Oceanid.
Natalie bingo-less here?
Yeah, incredibly. Just brutal.
Oh, but she almost. Oh my god! But she didn't block action. Oh, you're kidding me.
Oh,
Wow.
that is another brutal beat for her in a game with a lot of them. So actioned, Catenoid would have been playable through this T. That gets blocked by Natalie's play, but Evet, the valid word, still allows Marlon to play a bingo here. That is rough. That's rough.
That's just not. I thought for sure she had something through the T or H or R. There's just nothing. Wow.
So this is another situation where we got some good intel in the chat that Marlon apparently has been emphasizing playing a little bit more deliberately. Maybe in the past he played a little faster. He certainly has a lot of time left in this game. But that is how he found Ice House early in the game. He did not find it. He saw Heinous and other 70-point bingos, and he waited. And here again, he is now seeing action. He has it lined up on the rack. Pretty sure he realizes that it is still going to fit with Evet. He's going to pump his lead up even more, Josh.
Yeah. Wow. What a brutal game for Natalie. And yeah, I guess I ran the engine for the last move, just questioning myself a little bit. And Rex is actually up there. The engine was saying to play Nox underneath the ITE of Pelites, just to take out that scoring spot and maximally score yourself. 47, but or 48. But yeah, I wonder if Marlon's not 100% sure of action. Is that a newer edition,
I think
or is it
so.
Actioner that's
Oh,
new?
I think
Maybe
actioned is
both.
the newer of the two. But I feel like neither of those were valid when I started playing potentially. But I don't know. Who can
Maybe
remember?
he's looking for better.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that has a huge virtue of really not opening a ton. It does open, I guess, a scoring spot here. If you look at how actioned would fit on the board, it does open up this little spot right here. Ooh, how did I do that?
Oh,
I'm not sure how I did that, and I'm not gonna mess with anything. But that spot there could hit pretty hard, ending in some high scoring letters, of which there are several. The W, the Y, I think is maybe the most salient threat. So maybe he wants a play that's a little more defensive, but the nice thing about action is it doesn't open up a triple, or anything of that nature. It's pretty safe. And I fully suspect he's going to come back to that. Or maybe, is it possible he saw it but has not thought of the Evet hook? That's not impossible, Josh.
not impossible. Well, only time will tell. Marlon still got over 7 minutes to finish the game, but If he continues at this pace, he will go overtime. So it is important to start speeding up at some point. Obviously, in this particular game, it's not important to have enough time to deal with the throws and complications and nuances of a pre-end game because Marlon's ahead by 140 points and it's his turn. But um, yeah, it's probably going to be a question of make a play here. If you're not sure of actions, don't dwell over it. Otherwise, I think later on he's going to make some spread mistakes. But again, not an important factor here. Just potentially a little bit slow, I would say, on the trigger this turn.
Yeah, once you see that action fits, I don't think there's too much else to check. So that's why I'm thinking maybe he hasn't realized that it actually still plays. Um, that would be my context clue for that, because I feel like as soon as you see that it still plays, you're saying, "Oh man, this is a real blessing that I can still fit." Like he's thinking about like Decanoic and things that just aren't even close to playing. Deaconing. You
Or
know,
maybe he's just trolling us, Will. That could
that's
also
always
be.
possible. That's always possible, and we would welcome it. In fact, I would say so. Um,
Whereas Natalie has Hadgers, Disgrace doesn't fit on the board. And oh, Marlon's found his second 7-letter word. Wow, Oceanid. Now he's found Codina. Nice job, Marlon.
finding all sorts of stuff that is not necessarily relevant. Is he going to go back to action and make that connection that he can actually do it? We'll find out.
Yeah, if so, he's gonna be known in these parts as Action Marlon.
Actioned Marlin. Nope. Okay. So non bingo here of Oceanid.
He hasn't hit his clock, Will.
This would be a mega troll if he then picked this up and played actioned.
Okay.
Okay, he has now. So
Uh,
good time of the game to make your first serious miss, and not an easy find either to really. I mean, it's funny that he had it lined up in the exact order that suggested, like, oh man, what a shame, action got blocked, right?
mhm.
I really feel like that's something I would do in his shoes there.
Yeah, I do wonder. I guess people in chat, maybe people that know Marlon a little bit better. We got some Singaporeans in the chat. Do you think he missed the E hook on vet, or do you think he was unsure of the 8? It's a very
Equally,
interesting
yeah, to
question.
me, those are equally likely possibilities, I would say. I think either one of those is you could see. So, yeah, interested to know from the expert, the Marlin Prudencio experts out there, of which we know there's some.
So, unfortunately, now we pivot to Natalie, who's just has a awful position on her hands, nowhere to score. The only thing she can do to score is like play CATE through the T and get rid of all of her vowels just to block that spot. I mean, this is just a really sad situation.
Yeah,
Maybe you just play Gash, GACH to the H in Ice House and hope for a bingo through the T of thirds.
could do that. Any option is going to feel uninspiring. We should just make it 100% clear that she really hasn't made any massive missteps in this game to warrant this. This is just Scrabble, folks. Sometimes this is why we play so many games, in fact. Why are we playing 32 games in over 4 days at this kind of mini marathon of an event? It's because we want to get as many of the ups and downs of Scrabble in there as possible and try to maximize the odds of having lots and lots of games that are evener and where they hang in the balance and whoever plays better comes out with the win. Some games just aren't necessarily destined to go that way. And she's
Look at
going to
this.
she's going to be aggressive.
Lovely. I love this. This is such a great play. What if Marlon has, all consonants? Maybe he can't do anything about this opening. Maybe Natalie draws the triple triple she needs to win. This is actually the only play that gives her a reasonable chance of victory that we've noticed.
There
So
are for sure racks that Marlon could have where he could be powerless to address this new opening. Um, I mean, even if he has consonants, he should be able to play something like here. Oop.
yeah, just
But even
just
that
drop one, but that could still
is
allow triple
it's
triple. So
exactly, even that is not a conclusive block. So if Marlon has 7 consonants, which we see he doesn't, you could see, and she has Crusader, which of course is gonna get blocked one way or another, I would think. Although Marlon's best, as we say, equity play, defining that a couple times yesterday, but what we mean by that is simply the point value of the play plus the abstract value of the leftover tiles, not pertaining to the specific board. And yeah, Marlon is not going to play Fa down here for 31, which would normally be very solid. Acai looks much more logical to respond to the worst case scenario that he's now facing. And Natalie's frustrations will continue here, as at least she could have gotten Crusader as a beautiful bingo to cut the spread. Not to be, Josh.
not to be, it was reasonable to assume that maybe a play would come down to the left of the A of CAG and overlapping go, making a go, and Crusader would still somehow fit, but yeah, was not to be, as a lot of things were not to be in this game for Natalie. Right now, there's 7 tiles in the bag, so starting to get close to the end game. Normally, I'd recommend making a 5-tile play here, but there really isn't a 5-tile play that makes much sense in this position. And so again, that triple. Why is that triple still open, Will? That triple at the bottom there. It doesn't make any sense to me.
It's just never been the most salient threat, seemingly, on the board. But it is very surprising to see a perfectly accessible triple just go untouched for many, many turns in this game. That was opened up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 turns ago.
Oh, you're
So,
gonna get clipped for what you just said.
oh God, can we be done with that already? Whatever. Clip it if you need. Clip it if you must. I've been clipped before, and I'll be clipped again. Um, Clip that too.
He actually loves it, chat.
Well, that's a stretch. I appreciate it as part of the content creator culture is that you're going to be talking a lot and you're going to say some things out of context that are kind of funny, and I certainly enjoy hearing others do it, so I'll contribute. I'll contribute my share of goofy out of context comments that can be clipped.
Is she gonna play Jour instead of uppercase S? I was thinking maybe you play Crud from the Sea of Oceanid and actually open a lane somehow. Crud will open a spot for 7 letters.
Wow.
Um, going vertically there. And yeah, maybe you bingo through the T of thirds, maybe you bingo with crude or cruds. Um, but
Interesting.
I like Jour. I like that energy. The unseen letters are so bad. Might
Yeah.
as well just
Grab a few spread
digress.
points. Yeah, you just play this and then come back with a play that kind of grab. Oh, she's not doing that.
Oh,
She's
okay.
just going for, she's trying to see if she can sneak a bingo in. Maybe also here is something that she's thinking about. Acai is hooking into the D of thirds. So there are still
Yeah.
some tricky, sneaky ways to get a bingo down. She's probably thinking about that. Makes some sense. Now, finally, Josh, are we seeing that neglected triple get taken? Makes a lot of sense for Marlon.
Ooh, look at yeah, fall of course makes perfect sense. We got a Wanders draw here. There's no ER on the board, Will. That
Sag.
is very sad. Very
Yeah,
sad.
that's a Sag for sure, and just fitting. It's just been there have been many. I don't remember. I've lost count how many bingos Natalie's had on her rack there that have not been able to play on this very constricted board. But that's an annoying thing to have happen for sure. She would be extremely justified to be a little bit aggrieved by how this game has gone. But the beauty of it is it's just one game. It's going to be over soon. She will get to start a new one.
Oh, just as she plays the right tile, hoping to draw a T for stranded, Marlon draws that T.
Wow. Crazy.
Stranded would have fit to the D in thirds.
Just want to point out, if you're going to fish the W, there's a really cool spot to do it here, too, for a couple extra points. That's pretty slick. I'm not sure I'm seeing that. Jiao, much more logical. Yeah, doesn't hit. And there's one tile in the bag. Don't think
Is there anything being threatened
from Marlon's
through
perspective?
the T? Yeah, through the T of thirds to the D of thirds. Or like a 9 through the ET. Guess that's what,
No.
2.5 minutes. You have 2.5 minutes left to wonder that.
No threats. The highest scoring play from Marlon's perspective using your trick is mused here. This is the best that Natalie can have. No bingos available. Of course, you're going to want to check that if you're Marlon, and maybe you're going to want to consider, can I dump one tile that gives me bingos to the T? Again, that's going to empty the bag, and if Natalie's tracking is correct, she's going to block that, and I really don't think you're going to have another spot for it. So instead, we see Nia. This is a self-descriptive play by Marlon taunting Natalie for how this game has gone, but it's also probably the highest scoring play.
Yeah, it's the highest scoring play. I was thinking maybe you play through the E or the C of Oceanid just to block both things and try to go out next turn. With GELT, you're almost certainly not going out, but scoring so many points, 35 points, is hard to turn down here. So 1 minute left for the end game. Time trouble for both players at this point, but Natalie seems to already have decided on Rused.
I don't think that's
Indar's.
Rused is not
Indar's
valid.
is Rused is looks valid, but that's a phony. Indar's is the best end game. Let's see if Marlon knocks this off.
Hasn't committed yet. There it goes. Is he thinking twice about it?
See a hold. I don't.
Okay. I
mean, he doesn't have to hold. He doesn't have to hold as the end game. He could just challenge whenever.
I don't feel like from his body language at all that he's thinking about it. It seems like he's much more locked in on his next play. But yeah, we'll see.
I guess then a last laugh potentially for Natalie's ulti after the taunt by Marlon. If this stays on the board, a very common phony. I think it's one of those that has to be played on you, or you have to play it once and get it knocked off to remember it.
It totally looks like a word to me, but I just happen to know that probably in guessing it wrong the first time I saw it as rused, and I know that shured is a word, I believe. That's the weirder looking. So I know in that set, it's the weirder looking of the two that actually is valid. My brain is so absent of normal human considerations that are in place of those are just facts about Scrabble dictionary minutia. It's like cobwebs. It's like cobwebs in there in the functional areas.
Nice. So Melt is the play. Meg overlapping Pellites was a little bit stronger for Marlon. He's got 5 seconds. He's committed that play. Natalie with 20 seconds puts down, I think, her highest scoring outplay of Clan, and that'll do it.
Wow.
Crazy game.
Nice work, Marlon. This was as clean a game as you're going to see until that actioned play. Had he found that, would have been pretty much, yeah. We'll see. I feel like at this point, the tournament and the stream's running well enough that we can talk to Marlon if he's up for it. I'm gonna let them know that if he wants to, we're happy to say hi. This would be a
Mhm.
great opportunity for anyone in the chat cheering Marlon along. We can pass those good wishes along to him, or any questions that you may have for Marlon. We know we've got some.
Please tell Marlon you missed action. Wow.
um, that's
I mean,
funny.
he's one of the people that can take it.
He
Um,
may ask about it. The funny thing is he didn't miss actioned, right? Like he found
right.
it. Either he chickened out of the word or missed the hook of Yvette. So technically, yes, by our normal standard, he missed a bingo, but the reasoning for it is not so easy to suss out, which it is kind of curious to ask him. But as we sort of resolved yesterday, I think we don't want to corner our winners in the game and confront them with their biggest mistakes in the game necessarily. As you said, Josh, unless they specifically ask us, which is the first thing I would be asking. I would be saying what I miss. So we'll see.
I'm sorry, I'm very distracted. My cover for my thermos has just popped off
Oh
for
no!
my tea thermos.
Should we have them delay the stream?
Yeah, Marlon's gonna take his classic selfie. He only does this when he beats people by 200 point. No, I'm just kidding.
That's the 200-point victory selfie. That would be so funny if anybody actually. I may start doing that now. If I beat somebody by 200, I take a picture where I'm doing this, where I'm just like, that is so funny. What a
No,
troll.
that would be hilarious. But he's already getting ribbed in group chat over it. Okay, well, if you guys are that brutal, I guess we might as well
So we can
talk to him
be
about it.
similarly brutal. I mean, I guess. Um,
Yeah.
so we
Well, I
can.
mean, it really is about personality. I think Marlon has the personality where it doesn't affect him. But
Yeah, yeah, and he played great in the game, so he has nothing to worry about in that sense. The miss of that play was completely academic. He made all the great plays earlier in the game that he needed to. So if ever you're going to be confronted by having a miss, that would be the time. As I put the standings up in the lower
oh my
corner there,
goodness,
you can see.
Arshawn just
Yeah, look at that spread. So even though Peter Andronowski was crushing it on the spread yesterday, he has at least lost a game or two while Harshan just continues the warpath here. Look at his spread over 1,000. You reacted to it, Josh.
yeah, we were going crazy over Peter's spread, which is still massive at 927 with only 3 losses. Um, or I should say, only 7 wins with a spread like that is pretty incredible. But Harshawn somehow I mean, somehow he always does this. Just the resurgence after not a fantastic start for him. He's just won his last, I think, 4 or something, and by massive margins. So, all right,
Yeah.
we're gonna see if we could get Marlon on the headset real quick. But I don't hear the room yet. Um,
Yeah. I don't. Oh, there we
oh,
go.
there we go.
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, hello. Good morning or good afternoon.
Hey, Marlon.
Hello.
It's Will and
Yes.
Josh here in the booth.
Yeah.
Congratulations on a
Hi, Will, and hi, Josh. Yeah.
It's
Thank you.
a very nice performance there on the stream. A number of fantastic plays by you. How are you feeling? How's the tournament gone for you so far to this point?
First time on stream and first time in MGI. So far so good. I'm on 6-4 now, and I kind of scared a bit in on stream, but I think I played quite well here in this game, but I missed one bingo when I had the Oceanid Action can actually play with Evet, and I didn't realize that.
Yeah, we thought so. We thought that was what was going on there because you had it lined up on your rack, and we
Yes,
thought,
yes,
oh
yes.
man, he's ready to play this. But I was saying that I feel like I could have missed the Yvette hook there, and it seemed like
Yeah.
that was what happened, just not
Yes,
realizing.
yes, yes. Yeah, I
But
didn't realize.
yeah, Josh, Marlon played a beautiful game.
Thank you so
The
much.
fact is that you got to that position playing pretty much absolutely stone cold perfectly. So
Yeah.
regardless
Thanks.
of, you know, maybe not being able to get 600, not being able to convert into a 250 point win, you played amazingly. The patience to find Ice House, every
Yeah.
single decision you made was
Thanks.
pretty much, I think, ideal. I don't think you made a mistake
Yeah, I
until
almost
then.
played
So
Hinus there with the Muse. Then I still find something that is a greater play or excellent play, and then I suddenly saw the QIS, and I said, "House! Oh, I has Ice House."
Yeah, an additional 32 points and a much better defensive play as well. So it took you a few minutes to get there, but that patience really paid off for you.
Yeah. Then it was really flowing. Um, yeah, maybe just that miss of action is the only blunder.
Well, you were already up by almost 150 points at that juncture. So if you're going to make a mistake, that's a great time to do it. And you played beautifully before that. So we
yeah,
definitely, we wish you the best going forward. Do we have any? We have a lot of your supporters in the chat, Marlon, just so you know. We've got a lot of people rooting
supporters,
for
right?
you.
Yeah, you know, they're rooting for him in public, right? But
Oh wow.
we'll see what the group chat says later. But Marlon, there was
Yes.
just one thing when you played Pellites, which I think was absolutely the right decision. Did you consider Epistler seriously?
No, I'm not so sure of a Whistler. Actually, I was
Okay,
thinking of a Pistol with a D,
okay,
but I saw a Pistol Muse, but yeah, Epistle is not nicely positioned,
right.
so I just go.
Yeah,
I just went for Pelites. Yeah.
yeah, we just wanted to mention if you had considered a Pistler and you somehow decided, well, it's fine, I'm going to open the triple triple, you would have gotten triple tripled on. So,
Mm,
yeah, so that was a crazy moment. Instead of having a triple triple, you actually stopped Natalie from bingoing altogether there.
oh
So,
yeah, yeah. She
anyways, you'll
said
watch the game back. We're gonna let
yeah
you go. I think the round is starting.
she
Thank you
told me
so much.
she told me she had a bingo where I played Pelites. Actually.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
Taverns. Yeah, she had taverns. So she,
yeah.
well, great job. A lot of fun to watch you play. Hopefully, we get to see you on the stream later on. Best of luck, Marlon, and
Thank you.
enjoy the games today.
Thank you so much, Will and Josh. Bye.
All right, there you go. Marlon Prudencio telling us that he's already aware of the action to play later in the game. So, yeah, really the only blemish on a great performance by him. So, yeah, Josh, fun one, but
Yeah,
we
I
got another
just
one.
I love we have another one and we're gonna talk about that. I just want to mention I love how Marlon's so dripped out with the Scrabble wear, but it's also like totally matching his color. You didn't do that on purpose. That's just the normal color of his scores and name, right?
Yeah, that could, yeah, that was the matching part of the stream is completely by accident, of course. But yeah, it turns out that I really could. You want me to do that? I never thought about that. I could make the names match the flags.
No,
That would
I
be
think
pretty
it's great
slick.
that it just happened.
Oh,
And
okay.
not
Because
just I don't even know if he's wearing that because it's the same color as a Singaporean flag. I think it's just like I think it was just a fun coincidence there. But yes, we have our next matchup that is ready to go. You can see the players sitting down. So we have Jerry Carter on the right and Phil Robertshaw, Easter match play winner on the left. So this is going to be one hell of a matchup, Will.
both players at 8-2 records as well, so they are crushing it, both of them so far. Phil is going to be going first in this game, as we're just getting turned around there with this. But Jerry also 8-2. Jerry had just a very solid veteran player, hailing from Thailand, and he is facing extremely strong competition domestically. So the field, even though the field here is definitely super strong, Thailand's got some absolute beasts, so nothing's going to phase him as far as that's concerned. And no surprise to see him doing well. But of course, Phil, needing little introduction, multi-time UK champion, and most recent winner of the UK major tournament that I attended. Got to play him for the first time. Absolutely lovely guy. Um, and it's going to be a great matchup here with these two, as I just need to reset their scores. Anything in particular you're looking for in this game, Josh?
No, I think we're just going to have a nice, clean match. Listen to the referee at all times, etc., etc. Yeah, two gentlemen. I think we're in for a massive one.
So Phil going first should be mostly set here. Let me get that score reset. And anything else?
Speaking of, I guess speaking of outfits, so I think Phil's wearing a shirt that probably says something clever on it. It looks like one of those, and that's a very common theme. You'll see people wearing like shirts talking about how nerdy we all are, basically at Scrabble tournaments. Other people wearing their country's flag color sort of clothing. You'll see sometimes a Nigerian team just all dressed in the same color coded stuff. In terms of like a dress code, I know this is something that that Lukeman, the guy running the whole show, is very much pro to have a sort of a dress code where everybody has to be wearing something somewhat formal at Scrabble tournaments. But I wonder if that will exclude fun, like clever shirts.
Possibly. I feel like that's just the give and take of expecting that level of professionalism, and I feel like it's a sign of myself becoming older and more fun hating, that I actually am increasingly agreeing with Lukeman's idea that certainly for big prestigious tournaments like the Summit Cup that resemble the candidates tournament in chess, that we should be taking a little bit more of a professional approach. And this is somebody that literally, my Scrabble uniform in my 20s was mesh shorts and sneakers and a t-shirt every single time. I would never wear anything nicer than that. And that's kind of, well, you guys can't see what's going on, what pants I'm wearing, or, well, I'm wearing sweatpants. Just kidding. I'm wearing sweatpants. I could prove it if needed. But all I'm saying here is that it says a lot for me to be supporting Lukeman's general principle there. I'm not the target audience for it. So here we go. We're underway, Josh. Phil going first.
Yeah, and maybe the tile is not super mixed. That's 5 of 7 of the letters we saw for for one of the final racks of Natalie's. Now, of course, this is just a normal opening rack, AEINORV. So this would be a nice rack to go second with, Will.
Yeah, and Jerry is wishing he's going first. So can they make a deal? Actually, Jerry would benefit quite a bit from that deal, because I don't think Jawan would give Phil anything great to respond with. So that would not be a good deal for Phil to take. Phil's going to want to play something here. Something like Vireo definitely feels worth it. It's better than, there's no exchange that's going to give you that good of a leave, and you get a good amount of points by playing, so I fully expect him to play something. That being said, he could play shorter as well with just Ova or Avo. So a number of different ways to go. Do you like the shorter plays, Josh?
No, I think I'd go with Vireo here. He also had Vair lined up, VAIRE, which is slightly worse leave, ON versus AN, but the exposure of the vowel Yeah, that this is the number one rule in the opening is if you don't have to, probably try not to expose a vowel between those light blue double letter scores. But I think in this case, the leave difference between ON and AN makes it very close between Vireo and Ver. There's also just Vayner. You can just play an extra tile for 2 points. A lot of these things are close. Playing short is also close, but I would take the 10 extra points. I also
Yeah.
wanted to mention, um, just for everybody watching, there is a prediction running in, at least in my Twitch
Ooh.
chat. But again, if you're watching on Will's Twitch or my Twitch, um, well, I guess you can be happy today and be happy tomorrow, but on Monday, everything's going to merge onto the WESPA YouTube channel, which is hosting this event as Avion comes down, which is a point sacrifice that I wasn't expecting. It's 18 points versus 24 or 26 when you double the V, but the leave of ER is the best two-tile leave you could come up with here. But yeah, just mentioning the WESPA YouTube channel, just plugging that. Thank you so much, Will, for producing this and putting it on the WESPA channel. More to come after this, but yeah, enjoy Twitch for now.
Yeah, definitely great call out by you that we are trying to sort of drive awareness of and traffic to the WESPA YouTube channel, newly created. First live stream was yesterday. First podcast was a couple weeks back from you and Wellington Jiggeray. That was a lot of fun. We're actually going to be, with your permission, airing episode 2 of that podcast during our lunch break today, a few rounds from now. So sneak peek coming up. Great potentially exclusive content. Not sure if you
Oh,
have you posted
I,
it.
yeah, I
That's
think
fine.
it posted an hour ago, but
Well, you're gonna get
hopefully
it.
people are just watch. I was just thinking people are probably just watching the stream
Yeah,
rather than watching the podcast. I hope so, but the podcast will air, yeah, in a couple of
nice.
rounds.
Okay. Yeah.
Um,
So, yeah, in any case, as Jerry plays what appears to me to be his best play of Jawan, maybe Ajwan in the same spot if you feel like that has some limiting effect on overlapping plays on top, but either one of those two, or on the bottom, in fact. But one of those plays is definitely the best one for Jerry, so nicely done by him. But just to finish my point, definitely want to encourage anybody watching on YouTube, please consider hitting that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers ASAP so the channel can start earning a little bit of money that gets reinvested back into Tournament Scrabble and into all of those who are making the channel a reality, which includes yourself, Josh, as the channel ambassador. Very exciting days for us here in Scrabble content land.
yeah, indeed. Exciting things to come. Lots of content on the, I guess, in the cards. I wanted to mention you talked about Joan versus Ajwan. This is actually a situation where it's really going to bite Jerry to not have played the AJ instead of the JA. Dex coming down for 44 points rather than maybe Dex for, or just X for 39 if Ajwan came down. I think the best play might have been Jaw to the left of the ON of Avion, just to keep that A and keep the balance. Now you see the problem with playing the extra tile, potential problem just for a couple extra points is Jerry has triple doubles, which is not a good thing in Scrabble. But yeah, anything could have happened so early on. But in this particular instance, I think a small inaccuracy led to a bigger problem than necessary.
Yeah, Nikola Jokic not about to be playing Scrabble anytime soon. Too many triple doubles for that man. Um, what do you even do here? It's tough because the obvious place to score is, of course, a reparallel here, but this does not feel good to play if you're Jerry. Of course, the fact of the matter is that some of the time when you play here, depending on what you're able to play, you're going to catch your opponent completely off guard, right? So if you just play Bob, something like Bob, this looks very scary. You're giving up this S hook, but when your opponent doesn't have an S, this is all they're really getting, right? They're getting this play. Maybe that's bad if they have a Y or something like that, but it's not a horrible disaster. But look at what Phil has, right? There are some times where your opponent has something like this, and a play like Bob puts your opponent in a real conundrum. So if Jerry is willing to take on that risk, and I think the biggest reason he would do it is that there's no super compelling alternative to it, Josh. He's going to benefit quite a lot from his aggression in this particular instance.
Yeah, I think maybe the reasonable play here is Inian, keeping both Bs underlapping fully, making a do and when. But Bob is actually the recommended play by the engine by a few points. And it's just because of situations like these. But if you think about the play of Dex, you wonder, well, maybe there's less of a chance than usual that Phil had an O, that Phil had an A, because then maybe he would have had an even worse underlap of Jawan with like taxed, raxed, boxed, codex. Like there's so many things he could have had if he had more vowels that you can sort of infer that he's a little bit less likely than usual to be able to punish the underlap of Bob, which I don't know if that would be enough to allow me to play that and just deal with keeping two I's and two N's and opening a big triple, but maybe.
Yeah, very nice inference based logic that maybe you can take a more aggressive tack here. Still very scary. I like your suggestion of playing in Ion, even though it leaves BB. That's not ideal, but seems a little bit, I don't know. So he's going to play Knob instead.
Yeah.
Similar idea, very close in caliber according to the engine to just playing Bob, and at least this has the benefit of undoubling both of your consonants. So yeah, this is going to be a very tough situation for Phil, and this is one of the sort of hidden rare benefits of this play. You catch your opponent with too many consonants. This is
Yeah.
not easy to deal with.
I think it's fine. I think Phil's gonna not like that this is open, but he has some nice plays through the O of Avion. I like the adjustment to play Knob and unduplicate those ends. The leave is more balanced. You're scoring two fewer points, but you're also giving two fewer points back if Phil decides or is able to use that triple productively. But you are actually taking a hit in bingo chances, and that's what's weird. Keeping the two I's and the two N's will actually allow you to bingo a little bit more often. So small margins here, very, very tough position for the second turn of a game, but a good play by Jerry. But I think now, I think you just play through the O of Avion if you're Phil. I ran the inference bot
On Dex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says way more than chance CDK, more than chance IPS, about as expected EFUV. So the A and the O are less and way less than chance.
Yeah. Because you would see Docs over Dex so much of the time if there was an O there. So that makes sense.
Mordant, a great play by Phil. No need to keep more tiles there. I don't even know what he could have done that would have kept a better leave, but I like this for sure.
Yeah, that's a very solid, great recognition by Phil that he doesn't really have anything to do with the bottom row right now. He's just got to hope that Jerry doesn't really do anything there. I wonder, is there a time-based read that you can make on Jerry? The fact that he agonized over playing Knob for a while, does that make it less likely that he has an S after that play? Or else it might come down way faster as more of a justified aggression.
Yeah, I do wonder if they're reading into each other's plays or not. Biotin looks pretty clear here for Jerry, but other than that, yeah, it might have been interesting to think about what the plays signal. Yeah, this makes perfect sense. I feel like this is the only play untriplicating the eyes,
Yeah.
and registry will not go down, but that's a nice find by Phil.
Yeah, he was hoping for any of the many eyes that Jerry had on the rack to find their way into more open space. It's not to be, but the Y still a very well, it's a great pick in many ways for Phil. He's going to be able to bomb his Y here for a very good score with that archaic nigh hook and keep an S on his leave to potentially threaten stuff here with a backup of the slightly more uh, slightly underwhelming, but still bingo score alongside the A of Avion. So a lot going on for Phil here. He's got some good turn to turn tempo going on here. It's going to take a really bad draw to derail him. And Jerry's still very close, but not the best draw to his IE. Too many vowels. He probably needed one more consonant, and he'd be feeling much better here.
Yeah, yeah, and this is going to come down, and this is a bingo lead now for Phil Robertshaw. 45 into 17 is 62 points, and Jerry, even if he had a bingo here, would still be, I think, behind on tempo. So things are not looking great. 5 vowels. He's been trying to trudge through his junk, and he doesn't really have a clear option here, does he, Will?
Not really. He's got a number of ways he could go. He could burn his S and probably pump up his score a little bit. And there is that kind of slow down draw that Phil gets. Too many consonants. So he had that beautiful RST leave and he even drew an E. But the rest of those consonants are going to slow him down just enough that maybe Jerry can overtake him. There's a cool play available of Mine right here, which would get rid of 3 vowels and the M, leaving IES. That's about as good as it gets, and blocking this B while Jerry doesn't really have a good play in that spot. This looks very, very solid here. Not the easiest one to spot, but I think it's definitely within Jerry's ability to find that one.
Yeah, absolutely. See him. I don't know if he's necessarily considering the plays on the board yet. Don't know where AMI would really go productively, but if he spots MINAE, which is, it's not a word you see every day in Scrabble, that's probably the clear play. And look at that. I think he's lined it up. Like you said, it blocks the B. He doesn't have a good play through the B. Ambi doesn't take an S. So just blocking it off a little bit, um, scoring 26 and keeping the nice EIS, which can very easily turn into a bonus, and keeping the S for webs.
Yeah, both players with an S now. So both players driving towards hopefully drawing something starting with S. Certainly, it's way more common, as I was describing, to have something ending in S, which is why one of the key checks that we do to figure out is a board open or is a board closed is there a spot where you can play a word with a terminal S? And there certainly is on this board. But yeah, they're hoping they get a little bit luckier than that and draw something with an S as a starting letter, which, Josh, even though there's much more parity among starting letters than ending letters, S is the most common starting letter for bingos as well.
Yeah, that's some good information, Will. I wonder if there's maybe a video about that somewhere.
Did I? Did I too? Yeah, long ago, I think. Uh,
So I think, yeah, the question now for Jerry is he's seen me now. He needs to convince himself that it's valid. And I think he has. Or is he going to leave the E off? Yeah, this is the tricky thing.
mm.
You can't be sure necessarily that Mina is good. So this is definitely worse, keeping the duplicated E, scoring 3 fewer points. But it was just a word knowledge situation, I think.
Yeah, we'll see. He really is putting himself at more of a dire need to draw consonants with that imbalanced sleeve of 3 vowels and just the S. If he draws even 2 vowels here, he's going to regret. Oh,
Oh,
man. Just
oh,
brutal,
oh.
right? Brutal.
Sometimes you pay dearly
Yeah, you'd love to
for
just
your
take one of
inaccuracies.
those E's right now, get 3 points for it, and potentially turn it into another consonant, right? You have a good chance of it could be a consonant here. You would take that
Yeah.
trade all day.
So GERT, I think, is the most sensible play. You could have left the R and just played get, but I think keeping 4 consonants rather than 3 consonants is more practical, especially when you're ahead. You kind of want to reduce your chances of being stuck with too many consonants. So I like this little adjustment here.
So Phil definitely. Oh.
Sure. Well,
There's that. Well, that draw is going to be good for any number of objectives to try to achieve, but certainly the one we've been looking at of playing something off of the S hook of webs. You can see Phil quickly spotting Steely, and Jerry really has not a lot going on here that he can even play. To me, it's either playing buy, which he seems to be about to do, or exchanging tiles, right? Oh, okay, yeah.
yeah.
Exchanging is
IRA.
exchanging is tempting because this rack of IIEES is going to take more time to unwind, and things are going to unravel quick as Phil is about to hammer that Webb's play down.
Probably, but now he's got a higher scoring option in Steve Lee,
Oh
STIEVELY
God.
to the Y for 3 more points, but opening so many new lanes, I think it's probably better to still play underneath with webs. But I just wanted to say that when we were parting ways yesterday, Will and I were chatting about the stream, and he was like, "Man, I hope we have some close games again tomorrow."
And
And so far,
you said I jinxed it.
yeah, so far hasn't been so great. We'll see. I mean, this game is close right now, 28 points between the two. But yeah, if it goes to a lot of blowouts today, you guys know who to blame.
I apologize. Yeah, the commentator jinx apparently extends off of the stream. It's just some things that I say in my conversations with other people, which that is an incredible power that I need to use more responsibly, apparently. But yeah, Phil, I think so. He's definitely seen any number of options here, but I think he's now taking a beat to see if he actually does have anything in this spot, and if there is anything, I think maybe he would play it if it extended down. I think maybe
Right.
then you're going ahead and taking the extra 3 points, but anything extending up, certainly Steve Lee putting the S there, which it could sit a while and be such a lifeline for Jerry to get back in the game. Positionally, it makes so much more sense to play down low. That's what he's going to do. Sectile, I do feel like this is pretty safe. You've got the X already on the board. That's the biggest threat here. The Q only fits for just the 31. I guess you could play Shelty or something like that if you really wanted to remove all doubt, but this is certainly a fine play, Josh.
Yeah, no need, I think. Just play something there. And now Jerry, the thing about this board is that it's kind of hard to score now. The only real scoring spot is to the R of gray. But in terms of bingo spots, there's a lot of them. You can play to the right or the left of avion or play through the A. You could play to the E of bay, even to the Y if you have the right letters. You'd have an ing word on the bottom left. You could have a word ending in R. So there's a lot of stuff going on. So this is where exchanging becomes better than usual, because if there's nowhere to really cover in terms of scoring spots, you might as well just maximize your leave. But maybe you still play 5 through the V. What are you thinking in this position, Will?
Oh, 5 feels tremendously uninspiring, but at the same time, it's 12 points it gets a little bit of action going into this area as well. If you play something here, which you are somewhat likelier to do, holding 3 vowels, if you brick your bingo draw, of course you want to get a bingo in short order, most likely here. But I think it's okay. Exchanging definitely also feels good, just because this U is so dangerous to keep. There are no U's on the board. Look at U U U V W unseen. Jerry's managed to dodge all of those, but still a bunch of vowels. So I feel like if I'm looking at 5 and feeling like my U could easily just draw into another U or V or W, I think I might be thinking about exchanging there. But 5 is pretty close. No real, I don't think it's a major mistake or anything like that. Just a tough, tough situation for Jerry. I got to give him his hard earned points for 5 here. But apart from that, Bill is in a really, really good position here. He has to be happy with the sort of barrenness of this board, as he is going to try to close it as best he can here.
Yeah. And I was originally a little bit worried about the fact that now 6-letter words can hit that middle left triple after 5, but that would also keep the board somewhat open. Yeah, it's a lot about the board dynamics at this point in the game. And yeah, keeping that U, like you said, could be bad, but it could be good if you drew the Q. You could have been able to score very well with the Q. So I don't know. It's tough. Scoring points, not scoring points. And Zoe coming down, a very defensive option. Now 9-letter words through the ZE are actually on tap for the rest of the game.
Yeah, definitely blocking that E makes a ton of sense from Phil's perspective. So I get that. There were a lot of options there that were quite different. As Phil drawing UU, that is going to slow him down quite a bit. Excuse me. So that is definitely not what he wants to see on a 2-tile pull, which I think is part of the reason why Zoe is kind of a good play, is to minimize your downside risk of those nasty draws. But he has not been able to do that. That's bad luck for Phil for sure. He has Kuru lined up. I'm not seeing where that fits yet. Oh,
Yeah,
Rake. It
with
fits here.
Rake,
Yeah, fits here.
which is a nice bailout for sure, and I don't think that's getting blocked. Jerry, namely, just wanted to mention he's 1 letter off of Causeway. I'm sure he's looking forward to the Causeway Challenge in a few weeks. Man, that's in 4 weeks.
That's
Crazy.
crazy. Yeah, I'm so excited for that. We should just say a couple words that after the MGI Classics 2026, one of the biggest events on the calendar, we are all eating good as Scrabble players and content watchers, because, as Josh said, in a few weeks, one of the biggest events ever in Scrabble history is being held in Thailand. Josh is going to be on site as a commentator, and a cast of basically every prominent Grandmaster player that is certainly from those regions, and a lot of them from the US, UK, and other places, all traveling to Thailand. Almost 500 players, potentially still going to get back up to 500 players in attendance. 3 streams. All 3 top boards are going to be streamed independently. It's going to be on local TV. What a spectacle, Josh.
It's gonna be awesome. Yeah. I have some players in the chat that are going. The Penumbra saying I'm watching and studying. She'll be there. And yeah, Jerry is a local, so hopefully he'll help us tourists out, finding the best spots to eat and see and hang out. But yeah, over to Jerry now, who's got a really, really awful position. I think the only decent option here is just playing Causae, Causae, making EF. And yeah, his winning chances are so low, even though it's not even, it's just barely halfway through the game.
Mm.
Uh, that play of Sauce was crazy, making Mordant's Raya and NU. That actually would have blocked Kuru.
Yeah, Sauce
But
here.
Awa makes perfect sense. Just
Yeah,
play it slow. You're actually protecting the lanes that were sort of vulnerable after the play of 5. The G and the R of Gray now are sort of just sitting there. No plays are going to necessarily easily block those. Makes a lot of sense.
it does. You're still keeping a great bingo leave with an S open in fives. And Phil, of course, is going to be thinking. So he's getting set to play Kuru, which makes a lot of sense here, given the U situation that he's facing. Under normal circumstances, if you're Phil, you definitely would be thinking about using your R to play something defensive with Fiver. That would be pretty lethal for the board shape right now. But doing that would be such a big sacrifice. You would have to be keeping something really nasty on your rack going into next turn, which is its own kind of peril. So Kuru keeping just oil on your rack, way smoother outcomes. Yeah, you are going to get hit with fiver plays sometimes, but when you do, you will have a great chance of bingoing back after that, right? So if you get hit with fives or fiver, you're never going to, respond to a bingo to this R or G of gray after a blocking play if you're keeping UUI or something on the rack. So definitely agree with this choice by Phil. Looks like a challenge.
Of RAIK, yeah.
Okay, 5 more points for Phil.
Yeah, at this point, you want to be challenging anything you're not 100% sure of. You're down by so much. You might as well. And now, I think I think you have to play Whaler to the R and open the triple, which just can't feel good. I don't know. The board is not so great here. You have to score something. There's still some lines open, but if you play Claw, which makes the most sense in a vacuum, your lanes are quickly disappearing. I wonder if the fact that you mentioning hooking onto 5 is really good for the board. It opens some space up, but also nines through the ZE will blow the board open. So I wonder if it actually does make more sense to just play Claw and hope
Oh,
for something like that.
crazy. That's beautiful. So keeping your eye, Clawer, it just seems so gross for the board as you're describing. But if you realize that by keeping, so Clawer would leave IS, that's basically the best 2 tiles you can keep in order to get a bingo through ZE, which actually scores enough to really matter if it comes down. So if you pin your hopes on that with your fives play as a backup, then you actually do have 2 spots that you're still threatening. But man, I hate the relative inability to open more space on the board just by putting the C here of Clawer. It's brutal. I think Whaler or Whalier definitely feels more reasonable, but I appreciate why the computer engine doesn't actually prefer this.
Oh yeah, are you running it?
Not for long, but
Okay.
enough for it to actually like Clawer the best. Yeah, which is crazy.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, here now Phil is just gonna use the triple. He's got flop and he's got pivot. I think flop might make more sense when you're up by so much in these games. You want to keep vowels and consonants on every move just to ensure that you don't get the worst of the bag and um, get sort of stuck in situations where you can't respond to opponent's desperation moves. But look, Jerry's drawn very, very well here. So bonus is going to come down, and we'll see what happens from there. Still a queue out, still some weird stuff, but a lot of good stuff unseen at this point.
Yeah, is he? I feel like he's probably looking at playing something with fives. He gave up his eye on Whaler, and that's going to make the ZE next to impossible to hit. But maybe if I'm Jerry, I'm thinking I'm going to play something here. Whoops, he's going to spin the board first. I'm going to play something here that's going to reopen a ton of space, and then maybe I luck into the IZE play in the future, although it's going to be way tougher once the blank is gone to do that, but it's not impossible. Gotta play to your win condition, and Phil drawing the Q should slow him down more. He's not landing that knockout blow yet that would push him really far out of reach thanks to his UU combination, then his FPV combination, and now the Q.
Right. So we know that Jerry has seen Dacites. Unfortunately, with that, Dacites is the lowest scoring bingo that he has because that would put the blank on the triple letter score. But I think what you want to do here is play decants. And the reason you'd play decants is the C, the placement of that C would sort of fork the board in as much as it's hard to then overlap and block things.
Yeah,
So
I like it. That being said, both H's are out. So
mm,
it's more likelier than usual for
so maybe,
Phil to have a play that not only is able to play parallel, but also blocks a lot at once. But in general, I like that idea. If you catch Phil without a good overlapping play with an H, you basically know for sure that there's no easy way to close everything down necessarily. So I like that as an option. Bunch of
maybe
other.
advex then, right? For the reasons you mentioned, you play advex instead.
Oh,
That
yeah.
that can't be overlapped.
Even
Maybe that's
better.
the play.
Even better. And the nice thing about this is the V here that obstructs those parallels. You have a good bingo tile on top and a good bingo tile on the bottom. So because of that, no overlapping the V, you have a really, really good chance of one of those two letters remaining open for at least a turn or two. So yeah, advex, is that the play? I'm liking that a little better.
Yeah. What I'm not liking is
There it
the
is.
time situation. He has spotted advex, Jerry, and he's had a very complicated game to deal with, but man, he's under 5 minutes at this stage of the game. But I guess you basically just need to draw bingos here and find them quickly. So the time pressure might not be terrible. But he's going to play Dacites um, and
Similar
triple that
idea.
blank.
Maybe some doubt in advex. Maybe I mean I feel like another nice thing about advex is you get that E out in space where you're at a deficit. The E is such a good bingo tile. With this play, the E is obstructed and it's not an actual threat for you to come back and bingo. Although all the other tiles in Dacites are very good bingo tiles, none of them necessarily compares to the E.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought he had lined up decants, but yeah, at some point you start panicking. 4 minutes, 19 seconds at this stage of the game. It's like,
Yeah,
crap, I have to
gotta
do
pick.
something.
Yes, I gotta pick. I gotta play. That these are where we all of us as players have been in those situations and realized, oh crap, I gotta play. Let's look at this. Ooh,
Close.
almost. Definitely rooting for Jerry to. I mean, I'm always rooting for the closest game possible. So I was rooting for Phil in the early going when he was struggling. Now I'm rooting for Jerry to get back. It's not personal. Phil is such a lovely guy. It was great to meet him, hang out with him a bit at the Easter match play. And he's gonna basically oh, okay, yeah, this makes sense. This is so good actually to just cut off that eyes possibility now instead of just plop your Q down. I was about to say, oh, I'm surprised by this, but this looks way better to me, Josh.
Oh, then again, not a lot of vowels left. Phil could draw 3 consonants. I feel like it's a little bit safer still to play QI, but I understand the logic here. Blocking the worst threats on the board, the double double stuff through the ZE. So that's fair enough. And he has drawn one of the few remaining vowels.
Can we
So
can we pick your brain for a second that computer engine liking Chiv as the best play there instead of sink in that same spot, keeping
Guaranteeing scores.
NQST. So you're blocking a little bit better and keeping a good scoring tile in the queue. It doesn't seem to have that much upside.
Yeah, there's just a nice nest for the Q to the iron sectile that's probably not going anywhere. It's probably not being used that often. And then you're setting up QIN.
That's wild. I would never dream of doing that there, but that is super impressive. All right. Jerry with Hooted and another E on the rack plays Houghton. He is under serious time pressure. He's got a few more moves that he needs to commit here. This is good. It's aggressive. Let's get a letter out in space that makes Phil think that I have to block it. It's a triple triple, which becomes a very salient threat. No issues for me, Josh.
Yeah, and it's not actually that easy for Phil to make a good play blocking that triple triple, which I think he might not even necessarily want to do here. Look at that draw, crew node.
Crew node and uncorded.
Whoa. What is going on here? So Phil decides to take a small score here to block the H of Houghton and then doesn't draw a vowel? Did Jerry actually come back here? From Phil's perspective, there's only 3 vowels. Sorry, from Jerry's perspective, there's only 4 vowels left. If Phil uses one of his, the only vowel he has on his rack, with something like hover, suddenly he might not draw any vowels. But I think pervs might just be too many points.
Yeah.
And he's lined that up. And it does a good job at blocking. Although I guess some triple triples might still be possible. I don't think Phil can win 100% of the time here, no matter what he does.
Pervs looks quite solid. It just scores so nicely. You're already up by 80 if you're Phil, so that's a huge edge. Pervs would leave 1 tile in the bag, leaving TH. Very flexible combination. A bunch of vowels that he could get. That would just...
Oh, a nice shout out in the chat of Thresh. Actually, that probably just does it, leaving 1 in the bag.
Thresh, well, it does leave PV. Are we a little worried that with bad consonant draws, you start to really struggle in endgames after that?
Yeah, maybe. So it seems like Pervs is a 100% win according to the engine. But so is Thresh. But yeah, I guess with the deficit, like with the lead of 80 points, you're scoring 36 or 34. I think that's just too much, no matter what. But it'll be close some of the time.
Yeah. So Bill seems to be evaluating pervs, which looks most logical to me, just to score as much as possible, obstruct the H. He's going to go ahead and play it. I like this choice by him.
Yeah, I guess in another world there would be some triple triples to worry about there, but I think there might not be at all. But you would have to do that little trick.
Yeah.
Check that.
Through HP, that's going to be a tough ask. But, you know, in terms of outrunning, this scores the same number of points as Thresh and leaves much more flexibly. So I feel like from the outrunning standpoint, it definitely has the edge there. But yeah, Phil is he gonna potentially have Goliath?
Oh my god, he's thinking about under chop, which might lead to some really weird situations where Phil might have to accept.
Under chop and then so oh my,
I don't think so.
God.
I think it's you're yeah.
Under chop. Is that like a part of a pork chop? Is
that's
the under
101 points, but yeah, I think Phil can always just challenge that. Yeah, he's drawn into a lights. So yeah, crew node's coming down, Jerry coming to unfortunately coming to set his senses, but
he's gonna have Goliaths through this O anyway. So
oh my gosh,
crazy.
Phil's probably gonna see that, right?
He surely will. Phil with very, very good word knowledge, definitely some of the best in the UK and in the field. Nice job by Jerry to get kind of close. I think he probably realizes that the score being what it is, this is mostly going to be a spread cutter as opposed to give him realistic winning chances. But yeah, Goliaths, I fully expect to come down after a little bit of a look through some of the other open letters. And Phil's going to get another win. So coming off of win at the most recent UK major, I think there's still some debate about whether this tournament is going to be considered a UK major. It definitely has a field and a presence or whatever cachet that is on par with certainly the tournament that I just attended, the Easter match play, which was fantastic. But yeah, this could easily be a UK major. If not, it is definitely one in spirit. There we go. Goliaths on the rack for Phil. Nice work by him, Josh, to come away with the win.
Nice, yeah. He had so much time there. I was thinking like that both players were low on time. It was actually just Jerry low on time. But yeah, if you have 9 minutes, you find this for sure. Yeah, great win for Phil. Unfortunate game for Jerry. Those early positions were so tough, and just I think things just started to go really poorly after Mina. So that was probably what he would look back and say, okay, that's where I lost this game. But yeah, Goliath's coming down after Jerry narrowing the gap super well near the end. Phil's gonna win. What is that? 457 to 354. So yeah, hopefully we get to talk to him.
Yeah,
Great job. Great job by him.
really, really well played game by Phil. Only the tiniest little nuances here and there that you could point to, and even then, I'm not convinced that a play like Zoe isn't worth doing. Right? Were there other plays blocking that don't give back IZE? Maybe, but that's really as I look over the playlist, really accurate game by him. So showing why he's won a number of big events, and he's just one of many, many players that will just get the standings updating here as we'll see when some of these round 11 games start to come in. Oh, there we go. There's the first one. Noble, who we saw at the end of the day yesterday. Looks like he's winning another game. But some of the usual suspects, Josh, right at the top. But Sam Crispin holding strong. He's taken a loss, but the future is so bright for him. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. And the pressure is every time we say the future is bright, the pressure is high too.
He
He's
doesn't
doing so well.
he doesn't really feel that. Like I feel like his biggest concern is just learning as much as possible about Scrabble and has a genuine curiosity talking to him at Easter match play about positions. Like he almost doesn't really care about his results, and he only cares about learning more about the game. And that attitude is kind of scary in a 17-year-old.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But
So they're just going to enter the scores. We're going to get Phil on the hot mic. If you have any questions about the game, anything you might have considered to ask him, let us know in the chats, and we'll deliver that as long as it's an appropriate question to our friend Phil.
yeah,
And for next round, have we gotten a pairing yet?
yeah, I think it's going to be Brian Poe versus Matthew Pinner, both of whom are lurking just out of that top group, and neither of whom we've seen. I don't know much about Matthew. I'm hoping somebody can help us to fill us in. He's the 54 seed. So he is one of the bottom seeds in the division and yet holding strong in this extremely tough field. So I'll be eager to learn more about him, and maybe try to track down a headshot because I have no idea where I would get that. Um, but yeah, in any case, Brian Poe, we talk about Phil winning the Easter match play, but Brian earlier in the year won the first UK major in the either January or February, and he is rapidly ascending up the rankings. He kicked my ass at Eastern Match Play as well, so excited for that one.
Nice. So, as we wait for Phil, do we know when the tea break is?
Yeah, let's take a look here. Quick schedule. We just finished. Actually, the tea break, I guess, was slotted to have already happened.
Oh, okay.
So that came and went without a trace. I think maybe yesterday we overestimated how much of a big break that was. Maybe that's like they just put tea and coffee out for people. Because I
Oh,
think we're
that's what they
gonna
do. Yeah.
I think we're
Yeah.
gonna be able to roll straight through to round 12, in fact.
Okay.
So
Awesome.
yeah. So we'll see. And that would bring us to lunchtime, if I'm not mistaken. And then I think we got a long afternoon ahead of us, Josh, which is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Man. I think we have what it takes, Will. I think we can do this.
I just let the excitement for the games, like, breaking down these great positions with you and trying to explain what makes these players so special, that gets me pretty amped. I feel like that's the secret sauce of my YouTube channel too, is that I just actually am that big of a, like, I get so excited. Yeah. So, all right. I think we're gonna get that headset for Phil here. Yeah, he's putting it on. And I think Phil should be able to hear us now. Phil, Will, and Josh here in the booth. Congratulations on
Hi, Will. Hi, Josh.
On a great win on the stream. You played extremely well in this game.
That's good to know. Thanks.
hard to point to anything that we would really change. Was there any moment where you felt like, ooh, the tides might be turning in my favor here?
I think once Sector went down, I had real control of the board, and although it felt at times like a battle of consonants versus vowels, I could always score something. And you saw several times I had to leave one or no vowels just to score. But yeah, I felt after Sectile it was hard for Joe to come back, given the shape of the board, and obviously Zoe was a really good closing play, just to didn't kill everything. There could be an Ises or Ised bingo there, but not that likely. For me, the most difficult decision was probably the first move. And I guess there's a stylistic element to that. Would you play Vayner? Do you play Long? Do you just play, I don't know, Arvo? I didn't really like any of the choices, but in the end, I kind of went for the middle option and the best leave I could find.
Yeah, Josh, I feel like we completely approve of that. And as Phil says, those were really stylistic. Don't you agree?
I agree. Yeah, it's not something I would have played, and that's the stylistic element, I think, talking, but it's got great equity to it. The leave is great. The defense is great. The verticality of the play I always appreciate. So
yeah, well, that adds a few extra points of equity. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so there was one bonus you had on Sectile that was higher scoring to the Y, but it was definitely not worth playing. Were you looking to or from the Y there for any length of time?
Not for any length of time. I looked briefly. I had a feeling there's probably something there. I think I saw Epi style, but obviously that was face value anyway. But I didn't spend a lot of time there because the bottom row of the board was the biggest threat for a comeback.
Yeah.
So I figured if I just take that off, it's going to be hard for Jerry to open the board, really. And yeah, any bingo there is going to stick an S out in space and be really volatile. So it was not something I really spent any time on. What was the one I missed?
Yeah, so I wouldn't call it a miss. Based on what you said, like, so Steve Lee was really, really tough. But here's the thing. I want people listening at home to understand what you just said, which is very, very key for playing Scrabble at such a high level, is you assessed without even having to look that it was much better positionally to just play underneath. And even if you were getting a few extra points, the only thing that would maybe be worth playing is something from the Y there. And you can very quickly see that there's nothing. So
Yeah,
I just want
absolutely.
people to appreciate the scope of your logic there, and sort of the thought processes and the funneling of the logic that led you to say, okay, well, I'm just going to play underneath
Yeah,
here.
and
So
actually,
great job.
there's an element of time management as well. So I don't want to spend 3 minutes finding something that scores 3 more, and actually is not a better play anyway. So Jerry was going lowish on time. He was using quite a lot of time, so I felt just take the danger off and keep the time going.
Yeah, makes a ton of
Awesome.
sense. Phil, I guess we're still waiting for Harshen's result, but as of what I'm looking at right now, you're in first place in the standings, having a great start to your tournament. Maybe, sorry if you don't like getting those updates, I apologize. But, you're coming off of a win at the Easter match play where it was a great pleasure for me to finally get to meet and play you.
Likewise.
You're in great form clearly right now. A win here, of course, Easter match play was also a tough field, but this one could be even tougher. So,
Sure.
is it premature to think about? I mean, I guess through round 11, you just got to take it one game at a time. There's so long to go still, but
Yeah, in a tournament of this length, you can easily go on a run of 5 losses. And yeah, as you said, this field is stacked. You can get a run of really tough opponents and games that don't go your way. So no, we're not even halfway. I'm taking each move at a time, and that's all you can do in this game.
Well, maybe we'll try to concoct some excuse for the tournament to end early, and you can have your second win in a row. Just kidding. We'll let you get to the rest of your games today, but great performance on the stream here, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you later on. Any final thoughts for Phil, Josh?
That's it. Yeah, congrats. Keep it up, and we'll be sure to see you soon if you do keep it up.
Yeah, I hope to get back here at some point during the tournament. So yeah, good to talk to you guys. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Phil. All right, that's Phil Robertshaw, everybody. So a great win for him as he's going to hand the headset back, and we will cut back to our main screen here. And yeah, I think we're going to get one more game before lunch. And as I said, it's going to be Brian Poe and Matthew Pinner, both first timers to the stream. Brian's definitely been streamed a lot, especially at, I believe, the UK Open was what he won earlier this year. But we need some Matthew intel from anybody out there that has it. That's a relatively new player to me.
Yeah, I want to mention just a couple things. In the podcast you're going to potentially listen to over lunch, we do mention, I think, that Brian Poe, or there's something about, I think Welly mentions that Brian Poe won the UK math, or I don't know, is UK champion of some. There's so many big tournaments in the UK, it's hard to keep track, but he won a huge one. He won a huge one. It was a major. The UK has major tournaments, and Brian has started to post content on YouTube, guys. So you want to look him up, see some really high level analysis of his games. Go right ahead. He's just getting started, so I'm sure you could also use some feedback on how to improve. Yeah, Will and I wouldn't be where we are. I guess Will's in a league of his own, but without your guys' viewership, but also feedback. So yeah, Brian's gonna come onto the stream for the first time this tournament, but maybe not the last, and certainly not the last time he's ever streamed. He's been on such a crazy run here, and he deserves it. He's playing so strong.
Yeah. As I said, we played for the first time at the Easter match play. It wasn't much of a game. He absolutely destroyed me with a Z play and 4 bingos, which that'll happen, against players of the ability to, find those bingos when you draw them. But I was more impressed by some of the recent other stuff that I've been doing in the UK. We did a tournament on this new app that's out in the UK don't have to belabor the point there, but he actually played a match with a couple different players on stream and played super well, including some really tough plays that I feel like he evaluated so accurately. So the ability is definitely there with him. We'll see if we can get a headshot for Matthew. I don't even know where I would find that, but I'm just getting everything um, squared away with the names and stuff. So I think Matthew going second here, but we'll give Brian his Hong Kong flag. I think, right?
Well, I mean, if you want, doesn't he just live in the UK now?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm just going by what it says on the WESPA rating list, so I could give him a UK. I feel like he's pretty UK-y. So either way, we'll do that. And I think I would assume Matthew also UK. Getting flags wrong is definitely something we don't want to do here. So
Yeah.
but
Yeah. Well, Will works on that. We see Matthew sitting down here. First glimpse at the I guess maybe highest over performance in the field so far. So he's having a great run of things, and we'll see how he does in this game. Brian will be going first. We'll get the scores reset. We'll get the clocks reset for you guys. We'll get the flags reset. Will doing so much work behind the scenes. So huge thanks to Will. Huge thanks to Ruth Crispin as well behind the scenes, and Rick Kennedy for helping us out, bringing some equipment so that you guys can see the best quality Scrabble imaginable. And speaking of Hong Kong, I think the Hong Kong Nationals is
True.
also being run at this very moment across the globe. So if that's the, I think, number one thing that would tell you that Brian is playing in the UK now, because he's not back home
yeah.
playing that one.
All right. So I think this looks correct. I think the records are also correct. At some point, we'll start trying to include their overall tournament ranking in there as well. Maybe I can start doing that now, in fact. It's always challenging. You got to make sure that all the results are in. So it looks like Harshan lost his previous game, in fact. So we can look at the standings here, the top 8 going into this round. Both of these players are right outside
Wow.
it.
5 UK players in the top 5.
Yeah, home cooking there. So here we go. Brian, first move of the game. About to kick things off here in round 12. And yeah, let's see how things transpire. Let's see how the players can wow us yet again, as they have been doing throughout.
All right. BEEEPRT is the opening rack, and I think just beeper here makes a lot of sense, Will.
Agreed. Yeah. I think he's going to spot that quick. Yeah. One thing I was really struck by with Brian is his speed of finding the good plays available to him. He finds them quick, and then he is willing to spend a little time deliberating if the position is complicated, but he's finding those good plays very quickly. Probably a really good blitz player based on that. That's usually the hallmark of a solid blitz player. Can you find those good high scoring plays and good equity plays quickly? And then the hallmark of a good tournament player is how good are you at sifting through those tiny little nuances between plays that I feel like I have become obsessed with.
Yeah, so he's going with beep. There might be a little bit, I saw him looking out into the distance. There might be a little bit of doubt on beeper. It's a word that you just assume is valid, but when it comes time to play it over the board, there might be some doubt. So beep, probably a slightly worse play than beeper, keeping a much stronger leave, but sacrificing 10 points and some defense. Those underlaps being pretty lucrative now for a rack that isn't AAEENNO. We see another triple double to start off for Matthew Pinner. So yeah, not so great. But he's going to play Aeon on top.
Yeah,
Solid.
looks solid. Undoubles all the duplicates that he had, of which there were 3. No real good scoring potential for him, and blocks the board up a little bit. And I feel like those of us that study Scrabble words, Josh, have probably all guessed the wrong word that Brian could have potentially played through the E. I would look at it and think matterer, but actually tetramer would have played through those E's. It gets blocked. Brian had to expect that. There was very little way that you're going to play on this board and not block the E's of beep. And now it's time to improvise and find something else.
Yes, indeed. So we're not going to see any potential confusion that rack where, yes, I think probably I would not have found Tetramer. I probably would have played Matter. So thanks for making me feel bad at Scrabble, Will.
I'm trying to make you feel good by saying it's completely natural, and all of us have made that guess before. But I guess I had the opposite effect.
Yeah, no, it's me, not you, for sure. So another 3-tile play keeping RET is probably in the books here, just marked, making MOP and AN. Makes a lot of sense here. The board, like you said, after Aeon somehow is just so tight. Without an S, but the AE also making it kind of hard to go under the B of beep. But I guess if you draw 7, it's likely to play still. Here's the thing. When you open the game, the shorter you play, the more constricted the board is likely to get. And so although the ERT leave was so much stronger than just the plain old T leave for Brian, this sort of play will happen a lot and make his bingos much less likely to fit. But Mark coming down, I think this is what you do here. Brian's, on turn. There's nothing, you don't have to bingo here. And yeah, I think this is the right call.
He was considering matter for sure, just to score a lot more, maybe not a lot more, but enough to be worth consideration. But opening that aggressively, matter would have extended to the edge of the board here. Not only does that give a much better S hook back than Mart does in terms of non-bingo scoring plays are now going to hit pretty hard, but it also gives the Y hook back, which is just an extra defensive liability that you don't need to incur. In addition to your leave is much more variable. Keeping RET instead of just an R has much better nucleus for next turn. And Matthew playing quickly and accurately as well. I think something like this is what he has to do here. No real qualm from me on this, Josh. Keeping a balanced leave as well.
Yeah. The equity was slightly higher for just putting the N on, but I don't think that's correct here. I think you play FAA and just you're probably expecting a re-overlap on the top. Like maybe something you're hoping your opponent doesn't have a Q, but once you keep a balanced leave, you can sort of expect things and be able to respond to them better. So that's why I think Fa is a better play, keeping 2 vowels, 2 consonants. And over to Brian, who's basically going to be... Oh, this is interesting. Why not just... I was going to say, maybe he feels forced to open that triple, but he could just play oft, fat, and OAR, keeping RENT, not open that triple at all. I think this was a miss.
Yeah, it's a more aggressive play by far to play front, opening up the triple, and just to show I'll draw instead. Using the O, F, and T, he could have just played, as Josh said, oft. This is way more defensive, doesn't open nearly as much back. Now you've got an obvious scoring spot, whereas after oft, you really don't. And I would say the leave is a little better and more stable too, just keeping the RE, what did he have? RENT, which is
so good.
pretty solid, especially with,
And look at that. Oh. that redraw. Yeah, no, I think this was definitely mistaken. He's paying for it with that 6 vowel draw. So now if you're Matthew, I think you have to use that triple. But oh, it looks like okay. For a second, I thought he would have spotted thwop, which is such a fun word from the T.
New word.
And I have to tell, I have to tell you guys a story. I think I can't remember exactly when this happened, but I remember WAP being on the board, WHAP, and someone hooked a T onto it, I think on stream. And I don't want to say who I think that person was because I might be wrong, but yeah, WAP is a new word, but you might be confused as to how to spell it. So what coming down, keeping the PV, which is not a good combination. So this was definitely worse than thwop or even VAWT, VAWTE. But those were kind of hard finds.
Yeah, tough. That word thwap is still relatively new. Newer words take a little more time to see regularly. They just haven't been around. They haven't been played as often to cement them in your mind. And that one in particular has a really weird word form. T T H W. Not a lot of words start with that. As Brian quickly plays his clear best play, dumping 3 vowels for 25 points. This is definitely better than exchanging or smaller vowel dumps. Nicely spotted by him. Very
Yeah.
cagey. I guess front wasn't cagey, but now look at the board, Josh. This is a defensive board for sure at this point.
Yeah, things are really, really tight now after the triple's been used in the overlap. So Eoin was a fantastic find. You might have thought Brian would have needed to exchange that rack, but that's really nice. 25 points, and the leave isn't so terrible. And we see Achiote has been drawn.
Is that
For Brian,
actually
there's no spot for it now, but I was wondering if Matthew was going to open a spot, but no, he's playing KG as well. He's playing Love and Vey, keeping a nice leave. I think this is
Yeah.
a great play.
I was thinking maybe Lev, which would give back Achiote. It's possible that Matthew is already thinking about how close he is to the what. Oh no, he used the V. I was going to say whatever, but the V is gone, so that's the key to that. But Achiote doesn't seem to be able to play, and it definitely would have done so after playing Lev here. So Matthew comfortable with the more defensive option, and it's paying a huge dividend for him.
Indeed. So 84 now for Matthew Pinner, 90 for Brian, and wow, this is such a nice find.
So
He's
quick,
found
too.
somehow a re-overlap of Eoin, which is by far, I think, his best play here. It's just Toko, leave things tight. I have the lead. 34 points for that. And if he draws a couple of constants, he's going to be in great shape.
Yeah, Brian has really impressed me with that speed with which he finds even tricky plays. Toko, not an obvious one, but great recognition by him of how close the board is. It's a great idea to grab such a nice number of points on closed boards. This is the time where we start to worry less about our leave value, because a lot of our normal sort of rules of thumb for what make a good leave often factor in the propensity to bingo, and on a really closed board, that's just not nearly as likely an outcome. So all those leaves that are nicely balanced with vowels and consonants and low pointers, you can stop worrying about them as much on a really closed board for that reason. So really quick recognition of that by Brian, and pen the play by Matthew, Josh.
Yeah, then there's really just not much to do in this position. You could exchange the Q, but I like just putting some points on the board, creating a weird hook, the O hook now. Maybe Brian doesn't have it. Maybe you can draw something. Maybe you can draw an I for QI. Lots of plays were being suggested by the engine there. There was no clear best play, and this was one of them. So, yeah, just keeping on trying to score something makes a lot of sense on boards like this. As you said, bingos are not super likely, so you might as well just keep leaves you would normally throw away into the garbage on an open board. And look at that draw. Forked.
This is insane. So torqued with that blank U. And it looks like Brian is considering playing Inia, which would maybe open up that easy spot for torqued. Now he's pivoting away. Not sure if he's thinking about playing Aya and Afar, or I mean that maybe is a little safer. Um, it's hard. It's hard to put anything on the board that doesn't open serious stuff back um, to Matthew. What do you even play that feels defensive, Josh?
I don't, yeah. I mean, on boards like this, oftentimes pretty much all your plays are just going to give something back unless you sacrifice a ton of points. So Aya here is very, I wonder if Matthew spotted his bingo of torqued, but now he could just drop the Q, which might be almost as good as the bingo, which would give back a lot of scoring potential. So Aya makes a lot of sense, but yeah, the engine says it's fine. You could have played Hanap for 28.
IIA or
But
IIE.
yeah, Inia also, like, there are so many bad options there that you might as well just keep the balance. So Matthew has found his Bing of Torqued, and it scores very well with open. It doubles the Q, and it's probably slightly better to play with DI. And is it better to play with DI and EA?
So
Actually,
it's
that's super dangerous.
89 here.
Oh, not exactly, right? You had the worst placement on the
80.
board, but
Oh,
yeah.
I did? Wait, what? Oh.
Yeah, you could show people the yeah,
Oh.
with
Why is it not?
oh wait.
Oh, it's the
Oh,
Q.
it's the Q tripled. Oh my gosh. We're good at Scrabble.
89 here, 81 here, 83 here. So if we look at the 89 point spot, this is definitely really scary with this spot here. Also with an O, you're getting hit. I guess the 83 pointer is sufficiently defensive where it seems to be worth it, which is kind of crazy. Um, let me get all this crap, which doesn't make as much sense on here. But yeah, this is a tough one.
Wow.
This is not an easy
Dude,
decision at all, Josh.
the Macondo engine saying take 89. You if you
Yeah,
look at it,
it makes two spots and you can get
oh,
one.
he's confused too. He doesn't know which one to do. It opens two big spots. So they're both kind of equal. And so you're likely to get one of them. That's so funny,
You
Matthew,
do
unsure of
you do
which one
kind
to
of
play.
you need an O for that to be true though, right? Like after
Right.
torqued up high, you're gonna be having the da hook here. And if you don't get an O, there's no guarantee that you get both. If you do, then you have a great chance of getting one or the other. So it's funny, Macondo likes the 89 pointer because my short term Quackle Sim likes the 83 pointer, probably because it's not looking deep enough into the future to see that Matthew is getting plays on the triple at least some of the time when he plays up high. But it's all that to say, it's very, very close between those two. I actually gave him the high. He juked me there. So his score is actually 183. But either way, great find by Matthew jumping out.
Oh, and a great redraw too. He's now
Oof.
threatening big X plays in two spots. He's got the X spot above Aya and DOUX. Wow, this is great for Matthew Pinner, and Brian's still struggling with some clunky tiles. He's close, but no cigar on getting a bingo with HEIN. So Matthew doing very well here. I feel like he's definitely a big favorite at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's going to take some serious grit here from Brian to find his way back. He has drawn the R. He didn't have an R when he played Aya, but he pulled one, and he's now going to score quite well, 40 points, leaving the very nice IN combination. I feel like I consistently underrate the IN combination in Scrabble. It's better than you expect, but he's got that extra I to go with it that really takes a lot of the value out. Either way, it's not as bad as it looks if he can avoid drawing a third I. Good in meditation, not so good in Scrabble. Ooh, there it is.
Oh. Yeah, you told people that you need to focus a little bit on your superpowers, right? Well, that was another spoiler there. So, okay, what is going on here? Matthew has seemingly not spotted the plays through the blank rue or do, but where is he? Oh no, he's thinking this is another letter? Oh no.
Wow, surprising. Surprising. Yeah, he might have realized that he just goofed. Maybe realizing just by how quickly Brian challenged, but that is a huge swing here. He could have really solidified his position in the game by just playing DOUX, confusing it with maybe je here with the J. That is going to be a big, big swing as rare. I mean, the level of play has been so crazy high on the stream, Josh, that we really have almost not seen any plays like that so far. It's round 12. I can't even think of another play of that nature, but tough one for Matthew.
Yeah, I think this is just some confusion on the fours. There's so many fours, so many French words, but this one just not valid. I think Matthew realizing now that he had DOUX. What's so funny here is he's still in a great position given that Brian's letters are so bad. I wonder, is Brian gonna think, should I block? How do you really block this? IN? Like, is Brian concerned that maybe Matthew has a play through the U? This is a crazy position now for him. He's just going to exchange, and I think Matthew getting a second chance here, shaking his head, being like, well, all right, I guess I get another crack at it. And coming down.
That is so weird because if you're Brian, how can you really? I would feel like at this level, Matthew would have, and he would not have an O, or else he would have played that. Or else I would definitely have strongly considered playing IN just to cut off this spot. Just because, like, in a vacuum, if your opponent has DX on that turn, there's a good chance they also have an O and have this play, which would make me want to play IN. But then, why didn't we see it on the previous turn? But maybe he had two E's. Is there? I just don't know how. I totally support Brian's decision to exchange there instead of playing IN, but certainly playing in would have worked out very well in this instance.
The leaves is just so bad. ILIS. I think what he did makes the most sense. He could have played Dilly from the D and torqued and scored some points, but that would have blocked his lanes. I think he just assumed that Matthew would have played Do if he had it. It's usually better to play off an O rather than an E. But look at that redraw for Matthew Pinner. He's got Stroll Trolley to the D, and Brian has drawn two more I's, kept INS and drew AIIY. This is crazy stuff. Brian Poe in such big trouble here. He's down a bingo already. And he's going to go with Yip, which makes perfect sense. But he's going to get hit really hard. It's going to be so hard to come back from this.
Yeah, no question. He's close right now. He's hoping for, can I draw a consonant or two and get a bingo down? Not in the cards here, as that second bingo immediately coming down with strolled. No other word, no other letter that blank could be. So Matthew.
Also, sorry, Brian had a crazy play.
I was about to
instead of Yip.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's all good. So Yip feels really thematic. You're trying to get some I's off the rack, get that Y off the rack, keep your S and try to bingo. But on that previous turn, I'll actually probably just go to the Quackle screen and show you guys. So on this turn of Yip, when he had the three I's, he actually had Ixnays for 48, leaving II. No, it's not good to leave two I's, but for 48 points, it was probably worth doing there. So that is kind of crazy. At this point, They're like the highest scoring plays here are literally things like Amy and Nii. It is not looking good for Brian here. He needed a much better draw than that to bingo back quickly, Josh.
Yeah, oh man. And now like Dew's on the board, Strold is on the board. The whole bottom of the board is totally cut off now. I think maybe the best player is Aina from the E of Torqued, and we know that Brian's capable of finding such plays. But that would at least open a little bit. But he's playing DEI, just saying, well, I'm just going all out here. AEINS, best leave I can think of, opening a double-double that needs to be addressed. Usually pretty easy to address, but not always. So hoping that Matthew had a bad draw, probably.
It is hard for him to address because he doesn't really have a great. It looks like, oh, hopefully we don't see a Seriat syndrome here, and he doesn't play this, right? He needs to change the order of the Y and the K. If he, there we go. Okay, he's moving it around. There we go. So that would at least address the spot a little bit at a cost of opening this triple. Maybe you get hit with the Z or something like that. But of course, if Brian had the Z, he's almost certainly not playing something like this. So Dyke seems reasonable. Plenty of other plays seem pretty good here.
Oh, as he's looking to see if there's like an X or Q out, probably, because that would be dangerous to float that E out. But of course, after the play of DEI, yeah, this play makes a lot of sense. You draw an E, you draw EJIT. Yeah, this is a great way to handle the situation.
It is going to get hit with a bingo here, whether it's Inulays or Insulay. I think it's probably going to be Inulays in this spot right here to create an S hook that is at least somewhat threatening. Insulay is itself a plural. What's
I was
up?
just about to mention how Brian's already drawn 6 eyes, but there's triplicate eyes on Matthew's rack. So some hope here now for Brian, as Matthew's gonna be able to score decently, but if he changes to Insuli, not so easily. But Joint and Kit to predict the future might be the play after Insuli. But leaving 2 eyes, so Brian's still in this game.
I gave him credit for playing Inulays, but of course I'll have to switch it if he goes back to it. He is going back to Inulays. I think it benefits him to have the Inulays' hook at least potentially there as a threat at this deficit. You know, you're gonna need more bingos, so.
But both the Z and the J are out, and also there's like no vowels left. So, oh man, this is such a tough one.
Yeah, it's reasonable. Either position, definitely reasonable. He's going to go with Insulay, so let me get that right. I probably am just hoping for the best to avoid the JZ plays. In fact, as you say, Joint is very likely to be played here. And after that, Brian still has some chances through Insulay. The E is hittable. This mop lane, this EN lane. So there's still enough that maybe you don't necessarily need that S hook. So this does better to defend against the power tiles. Try to draw something, and what has he got? Designs. Ow. He's got designs.
The unseen letters, the letters that we don't see, are so terrible right now after that crazy draw. So if we minus out designs from the unseen tiles that you see next to us, what's in the pool? C G G I M
U U
R S S U U V W. Oh my goodness!
It's trash.
I guess it's total trash. So even after designs comes down, I don't know. It's gonna be so hard for Brian to come back, but that's a great draw, giving him some hope.
Reaching into the trash bin and finding a preserved something, I don't know, a Fabergé egg or something. Beautiful. So this is going to make things very interesting because Matthew is going to have the first crack at drawing some of that junk. if he draws something like UUV to his II after joint, we could really be in for a thrilling finish to this game. So, who saw it coming? Not me, but I guess we shouldn't be surprised, Josh.
Yeah, but look at what's unseen now. 7 tiles exactly in the bag after joint. And Brian, his highest score is 83 per stings. That's going to bring him
Oh
down
my,
by 24.
wow. Look at that.
Yeah. If he draws, oh my gosh. Yeah, that's about what I expected. So after stings, if he draws the Z, what in the world is Matthew going to do in the end game? Normally, it's so bad to empty the bag completely, play off 7 tiles, draw 7, give your opponent first crack at the end game. But in this case, the unseen letters from Brian's perspective are so bad that he probably needs to just hope for a really good draw.
Yeah, go for it and pray. It's hard to, I mean, you would need a really compelling option to defer bingoing here. Some kind of really powerful setup that doesn't use that many tiles and scores well. And it doesn't feel like there's likely to be something like that. So I do agree that you probably just got to go for it and hope that once again you pull something nice. And he is going to pull RSZ out of the bag.
Dude, it's winning. If he plays Dangs, the end game is winning for Brian.
Oh my God, that is insane. So, what about some of the other stuff, right? Like, there is designs here, which maybe isn't as good as Sedane's in that particularly crazy spot right here, but this would draw into the final S and set up endgame sequences that are just not addressable by Matthew very effectively.
That feels much more human. I'd have to look into that one. But after Zane's, after the highest scoring bingo, Brian has the best sequence for Matthew seems to lose the game. Oh, but not when oh my God, I put the depth. I put more depth on, and actually Matthew has wins. What?
All right. So Brian is still, it looks like he's retracking here, which of course is very important to do. And he's going to learn when he does that how terrible the letters are. And that's going to be both a source of fear for him, but also a source of hope. Because if Matthew's tiles are terrible enough and he's able to pull some miracle combo like RSZ with some form of balance, and again, Matthew's got 2 of the 3 eyes. So Brian is going to get something very nicely balanced from the pool. It's going to be like IRSZU
UMN.
GM.
Or yes, almost Zymergs.
That's pretty well balanced, right?
Zymergs is a word, right?
So
the 2 S's.
That's as good of a balance as you could reasonably expect to draw. So yeah,
He's seen it. Oh my God, he's seen things.
and
But
he's also
his
seen
design's better. I feel like designs is better.
Well, we know he's seen this, right? We don't. So you can spell this really weird looking archaic word in this way. We only know for sure that he's seen it on his rack. We don't know that he's seen the spot through the E of Insulate, which scores more. So designs for 78 could be a play that benefits him quite a bit, really trying to draw that final S. If you place the D in this spot, you have to worry about the E hook as well, but there are no more E's unseen. So if you draw the last S, this spot is going to be super annoying to block and only accessible to you. So, wow. Craziness.
Crazy. And here's the thing. Like, I'm running the engine. These end games that are about to happen, so long as Brian makes a bingo, are insanely complicated. Like, so complicated. And even though Matthew has 12 and a half minutes for this end game, it is so difficult. And they seem to all be winning. They seem to all be winning by a few points, 4 points and 6 points respectively, depending on which bingo Brian plays. But Oh my goodness. Crazy stuff.
Yeah. So let's see. So it's not clear. Some folks in the chat, and I agree with them, are saying that it's not 100% clear that even the higher scoring Sedanes is better because it gives back this easy spot to the triple where you might be able to just dump stuff for a very good score. In fact, the insane thing is that I'm not even sure there is a good play through an E here for Matthew. Just look, what would you even play through an E in this position after Sedane's here, Josh? It's not that easy to play something.
And here's the thing. There are many, many playable bingos here and thousands of possible endgame racks. There is zero way that anybody could have any clue.
Yeah,
Like,
we're just guessing. We're trying to, figure out some key cases of what happens when my opponent has the Z. Do I lose every time after this? Oh, wait, actually, it's kind of tough for them to have a word with ZE going here, right? Like, it's not as easy as you might think. But then, if your opponent has the Z, you might just be losing that game anyway. So you may have to just assume I have to play as if I'm going to get SZ out of the bag, because if I don't,
probably.
my opponent is going to have something good, some kind of flexibility available to them. So now all the billions, or not billions, but many, many, many permutations, you can start to discard as many of those as you can, just on those rules of thumb of things that aren't really worth considering or aren't possible. And that's what Brian's trying to do, and he's decided to play designs, which isn't the right play. It easily could be.
I think so.
And we proceed forward. He's done well to try to leave himself a few minutes to think this over on his own clock. Matthew's going to be spending a while thinking too, because there's going to be seriously good tiles on Brian's rack to deal with here.
So, yes, designs was played. That's probably the right play. And Matthew, at least just for complication purposes, Matthew's winning play here, I don't know if he has more than one. His winning play here is to play Iwi under the AE of Insulae. That will lead him to win by a slight margin of 4 points, if they have the correct scores, by the way. If everything is played perfectly. So Brian left himself with only 4.5 minutes, but understanding the complicated nature of this endgame means that he's probably going to be able to think a lot on Matthew's time about what could happen here. Matthew might, I don't know, sometimes in these endgames where it feels unclear, I wonder if I should just play something instinctively quickly. But I think Matthew needs to take his time here and really think about what happens. What happens if I play Wig? What happens if I play Iwi? How do I get rid of my V and my C? What's going on here, basically?
So I want to point out something, which is that Matthew had originally considered the play of Gov here. It seemed like he was thinking about playing this, which does a good job to get rid of his UV combination. There isn't really that good of a play here, but check this sequence out, Josh. If Matthew plays Gov, Brian can play, I didn't come up with this on my own, Smur in this spot, leaving Zig on his rack, and there is literally no possible play that with WIIC left on his rack, he will be powerless to block Grizz for 48 as an outplay. That if we see that, that just would take the cake in terms
That's
of
a video.
the most gorgeous possible end games. That I don't even know. I mean, I wouldn't see that. I don't think. Maybe I would if I had 10 minutes and I was feeling like I woke up on the right side of the bed. I have a 1% chance of seeing a sequence like that, maybe. But that sort of thing, that's the sort of thing that is possible because of how crappy these tiles are. That's what you're thinking about if you're Brian. Can I make some kind of a sequence? It's so difficult for Matthew to go out in 2. It's basically it's pretty likely impossible for him to do so. He's thinking about playing view right here, which would be certainly very reasonable from his perspective. Blocking.
Does he just lose to? Yeah.
Well,
does he just lose to just Riz and Muggs or something like that? This is
well,
so crazy.
something that's tricky for him after this play is what if Brian plays Zig, setting up Weirs?
Ugh. Yep.
Now you're in serious trouble, and you probably have to play Vug in order to block it, but even that leads to more. So the permutations are quickly getting out of hand from here. So these are
so complicated.
Yeah, there's only one person alive that I would say would solve this sort of thing with extreme accuracy and regularity. And we don't have him here. Good old Nigel always wows us in these situations how he manages to suss out the right way forward. But the mere mortals among us, ourselves included, Josh, are going to have to grind a lot harder to come up with the way to proceed.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of trying to threaten high-scoring plays, or somewhat high-scoring plays. So if you play Iwi, you're threatening Gov and Jen, but you're also going to be able to deal with your crap. It's just, oh my goodness.
You have
it's crazy.
Vug.
I'm running things now.
You have Vug
Yeah.
as well as a safety valve for those tiles too. So
Yeah.
admittedly, that would then leave you with a C, but the C at least has a couple of other spots where it at least threatens to be played. Anywhere else?
You can't even even threaten to go out into like Civil plays 4 tiles to the L and Insulae. But WUG, what are you doing with that? Like,
Yeah.
it's
So I wouldn't put too much stock in this, but the short-term engine analysis, which again, this can be mistaken because these endgames are on a much higher depth than usual. But the engine does suggest, as you do, Josh, that Iwi underneath Insulae is going to be enough to win. It does suggest that the play of View, which it seems like Matthew is strongly considering, says that that should squeak it out as well, though it's going to lead to very complicated follow-up sequences for sure. It's not going to be that easy to convert those. And it says that Civil is going to be a potential winner here as well. So do we trust this? I really don't know.
I do, because I ran the Macondo engine.
The better engine concurs with that.
Yeah, so I'm at a depth of 10 plies, which means we're looking at the potential for the endgame to last 10 turns, 5 per side. And that's probably enough here because you're not really getting stuck. If you play off the V, you have spots for the C. So I don't think this endgame is going to last that long. And yeah, my engine's saying Iwi is best by 1 point. View is 1 point worse. Vice for the E as well is a win. Civil is a win, and Wig is a tie, I think.
So there are 2 possibilities for Wig, though. So Wig here appears to be a tie, but Wig here, which scores
a loss.
Many more points, is a loss because it gives back Muggs. And then, of course, if Wig is not here, let me erase this one. Then leaving RIZ on the rack, you've got 2 outplays for that, which are going to be kind of difficult to block. 35 points for just Riz here, and then also Riz as a second outplay. So this would be a possible winner. I feel like that one is much more findable than the Smur one that I pointed out, Josh.
And this is, oh my god, I was like, he had Wig lined up, but he's committing to playing View. I wonder if Matthew has really calculated all of this. This is one of the winning plays. It's on the board. Is he sure enough? He sees that he has Chug, I think. That's why he's got the CGU separated, which should be enough to win. So This is one of the best sequences, but you were talking about what happens after Zig. Zig is the best play for Brian in response to this, and Vug is potentially the only way to win after Zig. So it's still complicated, and this play has been committed. This is the second best play. Amazing job by Matthew Pinner. He took 8 minutes here. He calculated, and hopefully the calculation went all the way to the end. This is chess at this point.
Yeah, it's insane, dude. I'm trying to. So I really feel like a lot of the, the score gap is so wide that Brian has to do something kind of scary, or else Matthew will just dump all of his high pointers with Chug for just enough points, right? Like there is a big score gap, almost 50 points, but Zig here setting up a really high scoring outplay that must be addressed. Could that be something where does Matthew not recognize the threat of Muirs, right? So this would be coming down after Zig's here. If he doesn't know this word or think of this word, maybe he just goes with Chug, which would not potentially be enough to outrun. So there is
Chug is not enough.
There is danger. There is serious danger, but really Brian would not be scoring enough. He has to do something that threatens to outrun Chug.
Oh, and he sees Zig. Brian sees Zig. He's got 3 minutes left. So Zig is probably the best chance here, and it needs to be responded to with Vug
and
from the V. Otherwise,
only Vug.
Matthew will lose. This is the only way to win after Zig. Wow. Matthew's got 4.5 minutes. If he manages this, what a triumph. And what a crazy endgame, Will. I'm so glad we got one like this.
Yeah, it's been, we haven't had one that's been one of these mega high depth, 3 turns per player potential endgames. Usually you only get that when the tiles are bad or when there's a stick or something like that. But that is what happened here. And we're getting a lot to chew on. And man, Brian this would be a great job by him to really give himself an actual chance to steal this. I think it's his optimal play anyway, but in these situations, it's sometimes best practically to deviate from optimal play, by which I mean you could make a play that if Matthew responds to it optimally, you would lose by more points than some other option, but it makes a trickier sequence, right? Like if it forces him to find a tougher play, it might actually be better. And it's hard to judge, Josh. It's hard to be the judge of what tough and not tough is in these end games, and you're just sort of going by feel.
Yeah, I don't see any other poison here. I really think you have to do Zig and hope that Vug doesn't come down, that there's some worry, but after Vug, I mean, Matthew's guaranteed to go out. So I think you just play. I mean, I think this is what Brian's concluding, that he can't win here, but he's got a minute left and he has to make the play of Zig and just hope that Matthew missteps and stumbles. This is the only way to win. You can't play Miz or Riz on top of the EN, and that just gets outrun by Chug. And we already know that Matthew spotted that. That's a pretty obvious play. Get rid of as many tiles as possible, but don't pivot, Brian. Don't pivot. You haven't calculated this line. Oh.
Yeah.
Anyways,
so
he is lost regardless.
But with optimal play, and I do like Matthew's chances of blocking Zig if it's played. So I do, and he's got to make that play.
Oh,
there it goes.
10 seconds.
11.
Okay.
11 seconds.
That's enough. That's enough to go out. This is simple. Muir's removes. They play in both spots, bottom left and right middle. And now 4.5 minutes for Matthew. He needs to be not impulsive here. He needs to find his only winning play of Vug. If he plays Chug, the game will go to Brian so long as they have the correct scores. He needs to do some calculations here. This is incredibly important.
He has chug.
Oh,
Oh,
look
there
at
he
that.
goes. He's realized he just had chug lined up and he just picked up the U and the G, realizing what he has to do. This would be the winner.
Maybe. Oh, wow. He's so confident.
Fantastic. If he's gonna, yeah, and it makes sense, right? He just has to, maybe he's got some of this already calculated of what would the score be here, and I just have to get it done, blocking the better hook. This is it. Only win
He's
for
on the
him.
surface.
Oh,
Oh, he's taking it back. On the surface, this is 2 points worse than Chug. But yes, he makes the play and wins this game. Muir's coming down. Holy mackerel. This is a 3-point game if they have the correct scores. Wow. We have to see
amazing.
what they have. Amazing
Amazing.
stuff.
Amazing by both players, but especially by Matthew for navigating a very, very dicey end game there that could easily have gone squirrely for him, but he held his nerve, made the right plays, made the only winning play. Very impressed with that effort by Matthew.
And we're probably going to see a recount here. Will. Probably.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
close. It's close enough. And I don't think the players are permitted to like ask us. They have to do it on their own. That's just the rule. So yeah, Brian's already gonna be taking a look at those plays. It shouldn't take super long to confirm, but that was pretty amazing. Great win, Matthew. Great effort by Brian. Um,
There's no interview, by the way. They have to go to lunch, so we're not going to be able to talk to Matthew here, and they're going to have to let the recount go. Yeah, it's I guess up to them how long they want to take. I guess Brian is going to recount everything really fast.
Okay, yeah. So given that they're doing a recount, it's going to delay them even further to go to lunch. So we were already not going to be interviewing after this game out of respect to the players and their lunch break. So yeah, I think that does it for our morning session, Josh. I think my blood is pumping at this point.
Indeed, yeah. My stomach's rumbling though, so I'm probably going to have a lunch myself. Well, I don't know. Should we wait to see? Should we wait to see what the result is, or are we going
Sure.
to leave the suspense?
I mean, the result, it would be disappointing if they agreed on a wrong score that caused Brian to be the winner. That would certainly be dramatic in a disturbing way. I'm pretty sure the score is going to hold up. Certainly seems like from the demeanor that they have the score correct and Matthew understands that he has won the game. So, yeah, barring that. But we can hang out for a couple minutes while they finish that off before we go to our. It's going to be my breakfast at 8 a.m. here. I can't believe it's only 8 a.m. Um, I feel like we've been at this a while, and we have a lot of time ahead. Just a quick look at the schedule here. We just completed round 12, so we are coming up on lunch break, but we got 5 games coming this afternoon. Things are starting to get very, very interesting in the standings here. You can see a lot of the usual suspects working their way to the top. Brian at 8-3 going into this game is going to be a tough loss. Ooh, there we go. A couple more results are in. Some wins for some of the top group. If Phil is able to win his game, he's going to be the lone 10-win player. Very impressive for the British GM.
Yeah, do we know who he was playing?
Look that up real quick. I think I have it right here. But obviously, all the matchups are going to be really tough sledding from here on out. The Phil was playing Lewis Mackay.
Oh.
What a titanic matchup there.
And Lewis won.
Lewis with the win.
So, Parshawn, if he wins his game, will be in first place. He loses, Lewis. Peter will be in first with that massive Titanic spread.
So it looks like they're satisfied. Brian cleaning off his score sheet. He's got that laminated sheet. and they're putting the results in. Clearly, Matthews' win holding up after their recount in an absolutely thrilling game. So, yeah, could be Harshan on top if he wins that game going into the break. Maybe we stick around just long enough to see whether that's the case, Josh. I like sending us all to the break knowing who's in pole position, who's in that winning position. So,
And if you guys want to keep your headphones in, keep the sound on, you can listen to the second ever Parallel Play podcast, which is going to play audio only. Of course, it is available now, I think, on the WESPAScrabble YouTube channel with visuals, if you prefer to watch that. But just a promo here. So yeah, we'll see if Harshan has won. I'm probably just gonna leave and let those standings sit there, Will.
yeah, that sounds good. What can I do to maybe I could put the standings? You know what I'll do? I'll cut to the podcast. Oh, there we go. Another result. Sammy Okasaga winning his game. But yeah, let's cut to break. I'm going to put the standings screen up on the corner of the podcast, but so that way we can see the tournament standings as we listen to episode 2 of the Parallel Play podcast. But yeah, let's just do a little quick sign off here. Thank you, everybody, for watching in morning, afternoon, wherever you may be. Please consider following the WESPA YouTube channel. We're really hoping to continue to grow that channel up past 1,000 subscribers. But yeah, lunchtime. Let's enjoy the podcast. We'll see you in about an hour for 5 more games. We're very excited.
All right.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day to you, everyone, depending on where you are joining us from. This is the Parallel Play Scrabble podcast. This is where you're going to be getting the top news from the Scrabble world and things to look forward to in the world of Scrabble, and also in depending on what we are focusing on in each episode, we are going to be getting a lot of good stuff from Scrabble related stuff and all that. And with me here is my co-host Josh Sokol, the one and only Josh Sokol. He's done a whole lot of marvelous work in publicizing Scrabble and putting Scrabble out there. I am more like in kindergarten compared to what these guys have put into Scrabble streaming and publicizing. But generally, we do hope to bring you some very fun activity in the world of Scrabble, and we hope you enjoy your time with us. So for a start, we're looking at touching on the Scrabble events that happened just last weekend here. And I think it is only right that we start with the one that we both participated in, as in myself and Josh Circle, and that was the Turkey Scrabble Champions Cup. And
That's
it
right.
took place in Albany, New York, and it was a very fun event. What are the most memorable things for you, Josh?
Well, yeah, it's always a great event. So Terry Kang really puts in a lot of work to organize things. This year, especially, things were super well organized because Terry had the help of the one and only Kieran O'Connor, who is pretty much the top director, I would say, in North America at the moment. And the event is usually held in a different location, but it was now this time it was held in someone else's private location, and that helped, I think, Terry organize things a lot better and put took a lot of weight off her shoulders. So it's super great. It's always like incredible competition. I think this year especially with the addition of Enoch, was extremely strong competition. And it's, yeah, a tournament to look forward to every year. It's like one of these like VIP tournaments where it's an invitational only.
Yeah, this is a very, very much. It was star-studded, and we already mentioned that the likes of Rob Robinski, who dominated us at the end of the day, finishing the tournament with 10 wins out, 10 wins out of 14, and drawing one game. Then we also had myself, Wellington. Then there's Enoch Unwali. There is, of course, Josh Sokol, Stefan Rao, Martin O'Connor, who is one rising chap out there who's been doing a whole lot of stuff. Then we had Ben Schulbron, then Matthew Tunnicliffe, the winner of the last Bubbling All Stars. We had Laurie Cohen, Jason Keller, Bradley Whitmarsh, a whole lot of very, very solid players, and different variety of games and styles of play. We had the speed stars amongst us, which are notably Enoch Umwali and Matthew O'Connor. And it was actually very, very interesting when I watched them play. When they were paired up to play, I made haste to finish my game in time to see, just so I could catch some glimpse of how things were going with them, and it was a very, very interesting one. And
yeah. I mean, no easy games. Everybody so strong in that division. I think the minimum rating was close to 1800, or minimum peak rating to qualify for the event. So no easy games. You could lose to anybody. You could potentially get lucky against anybody. Well, you were leading the pack for I think a decent portion of the tournament, but I sort of think lost a few games late on where yeah, it was important to get a bit lucky, I think. But yeah, it's interesting you say. So I feel like the information about Matthew O'Connor being a speedster is potentially slightly outdated. I really feel like in the last few years, especially, Matthew O'Connor has slowed down a whole lot. But back in the day, back in the heyday, yes, he was just so fast, so accurate. I feel like these days he really likes to think deeply about the positions. But Enoch, on the other hand, I think was by far the fastest player. But Dennis as well, though. Dennis is also pretty fast. There's very few games where Dennis went under 10 minutes. But yeah, it was a great time.
Yeah, what do you say to the possibility of a Scrabble speed championship in the future?
Well, there might be some footage that I might overlay in this podcast just to show you what that might look like. But yeah, some Blitz Scrabble is absolutely one of the number one things. That doesn't make any sense. One of the top things I want to promote. It's crazy that we don't have Blitz championships, Blitz matches, especially online. I run a tournament online once a week. That's like 6 minutes per side, but I think one of the best tournaments that was ever organized in Scrabble history was a Blitz tournament online, Blitz Champs. And that was during the pandemic, during lockdown, and it featured the best of the best, and it was crazy. I think the finals were between David Eldar and Will Anderson, and Will Anderson ended up winning that. And I don't think there's ever been any content made about that, but yeah, I think Blitz is so important, something that we should really look into. It's the most entertaining form of Scrabble at the very least. So for viewership,
I totally agree with you.
Yeah, we did manage to play some games after the tournament. We played 7 games on Sunday, 9 games on Saturday, and of course 7 games is nothing to someone like Wellington Jigere. So more Scrabble was definitely called for. So we played a few casual Blitz games, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah. and it was kind of what made it more interesting was the fact that I, as expected, Enoch was bullying us on time and all that. If we, I wanted to ask, if we held a physical Scrabble Blitz championship, not an online one, I think we might have to do some. We have to plan and come up with rules for the Blitz game. I don't know if we have established rules for Blitz play yet. Because as it is, I don't think it is okay to rely on the WESPA rules that covers Scrabble generally. We might have to now come up with some Blitz rules. For example, overtime. In standard Scrabble, overtime attracts a penalty of 10 marks per minute spent overtime. But I think a better way to do Blitz would be a point per second spent over time. I think that would be a very interesting adjustment and a whole lot of other good stuff. And but if I may ask, if we were to organize a World Blitz Championship, let's say 5 minutes per side, who do you think would be the strongest players in the field?
Wow, that's a big question. The first thing I want to say is I disagree with the concept of overtime in a Blitz championship. I think if we have a Blitz championship, you lose on time, you're over. That's it. The game's done. But
Okay.
I think that is how people tend to play Blitz, where it's like 1 second per overtime or there's something like that. But yeah, who would be top contenders? I mean, it's funny because we sat down to play Blitz and you said something to me that was so hilarious. You said, both you and Enoch are faster players than me. And I was just like, come on, man. There's no way. There's no way. I think you're definitely underestimating yourself, your speed. You would be a top contender. Enoch would be a top contender. Matthew O'Connor would be a top contender. And you've mentioned Pacorn, right?
Yeah, in the days that Pacorn was active, it would almost definitely be won by Pacorn. I don't think, in my experience of Scrabble and Scrabble players all over the world, I don't think there's anyone that even comes close to how fast Pacorn can be. The thing with Pacorn is, like, when I play Blitz, I don't track. I just play and do what we call I do a lot of I rely on instincts and all that. But a player like Pacorn can do all that, play optimal moves, and still be tracking in the game, and still be able to refer to the tracking. So, if we were to hold something like that, I think Pacorn would be the outright favorite. But then he's retired now, so it gives mere mortals like us some chance to flex some muscles here and there.
Mm-hmm. I realized I didn't mention Adam Logan, who, like, obviously,
yeah,
Adam
I think Adam
is probably the best Blitz player in North America, at least was in his prime. And we did do some Blitz stuff. Like, there was always a Blitz tournament in the past after the Toronto annual tournament. John Chu would hold a Blitz side event. There are actually ratings for that side event. I can overlay on the stream, but Adam is like 200 points higher rated than everybody.
wow.
So, like, he is definitely top contender. I would be very interested to see Adam versus Pacorn. What do you think? Do you think Nigel would participate in a Blitz championship?
That was what I was about to just you more or less snatched the thought out of my head. I am that Nigel's speed is underrated. Because for a player like Nigel, I would assume that he spots his moves within a few seconds of seeing his tiles. And if the situation demanded that he plays faster, I think he might still just dominate the rest of us. Yeah, so I think Nigel would definitely play, especially when a whole, especially if there is a world championship attached to it, because he wants to win everything, and so I'm very, very sure that Niger will play, and it will be fun watching Niger play speed Scrabble. Uh, so maybe
Yeah,
we could develop something in that light.
I do think, I don't know. From my understanding, I think Nigel prefers the format of 25 minutes, but like he's played in French Blitz things, like they do a Blitz version of, I think he's maybe played Blitz one-on-one, but in French they do a lot of duplicate Scrabble. And he's done Blitz duplicate where you have like 1 minute or 30 seconds to find the highest scoring move in the position. And so he's done that. And I mean, that's different. 30 seconds is a lot different than a Blitz game. Like, even if you have 5 minutes, thinking 12 moves in 5 minutes, that's using like 15 seconds per move or so. So yeah, it's I guess not 15 seconds, it's more like 20, 30 seconds. In any case, Nigel would definitely dominate, I would say, something like that, except for Adam and except for, I don't know, it'd be really interesting. It'd be really interesting.
Yeah, David Elder. So I think from the little that I've observed about David, I think he's the kind of player that can be fast on demand. Because, and also there might also be some very, very great speed players out there that we don't know of. There are people who generally do not see the need for playing fast because there's 25 minutes. But now, if the time now demands that you do all that you have to do within 5 minutes, then they can switch up, and it's likely going to be a very, very interesting one. But once again, I still feel that the established players in the world Scrabble will still find a way to rise to the top at the end of the day.
But that's what's interesting, right? Like, maybe, but we don't know because we don't have an established like Blitz system, and we really should. So obviously, David Eldar would be fantastic. I mean, he got to the finals of the Blitz champs, and like the format of that was incredible. You just like, it was an elimination bracket. You had to go through so many people, play so many different like quarterfinals. I guess for me personally, I have sort of a little bit of doubt just because I've only played David once in like a Blitz session and I beat him somehow. So I sort of have that, like, I have that in the back of my mind of like, oh, maybe he's not so good because who loses to me? But no, he's so good. There was a player, I think Will Anderson talks a lot about, one of the Nigerian players. I forget who's apparently like the fastest, who's maybe even faster than Enoch. Do you know who I'm talking about?
I don't think anyone is faster than Enoch. I think, but the person that Will Anderson might be referring to will be Okemute Tega. He plays also very fast, but I think in terms of accuracy, Enoch would be the fastest in Nigeria. Because I give it to Enoch without any doubt in Nigeria, because before the advent of Enoch, I used to consider myself as the fastest player in Nigeria. I used to even be faster than the likes of Tega. But the thing with Tega is that he plays so fast, especially his hand speed. You know, when it comes to speed, I'm borrowing a chess lingua now. There is hand speed and then there is processing speed. Tega has very fast hand speed, but I don't know of the processing speed yet. Are you getting me?
Yeah, then, I get what you're saying.
For a player like Enoch has very fast hand speed and thought speed. Enoch can spot like an only bingo in a rack with 2 blanks within the fraction of a second. He once played me Zweiback within 2 seconds of me dropping the float on board.
Wow.
Zweiback with both blanks, and it so happened that was the only bingo in those in that rack. So the factors are numerous. There is hand speeds. A lot of people have they drop tiles very fastly. But then, in terms of thought accuracy and analysis, doing all that within the time allotted, that is also that is a different ball game. So, and you, of course, you understand what it would mean for someone to spend like 10 seconds to come up with a move and then drop it in 1 second, as opposed to someone who will spend, let's say, 3 seconds to come up with the optimal move and then use maybe another 3 seconds to drop it on board. The person the player that we described in the latter scenario might appear slower, but in the actual scheme of things, he's definitely faster than player A. So a lot of factors would come into play.
Yeah, it'd be so good to have something like this, and I think in the direction WESPA's heading, I think all possibilities are on board, are on the table. So I really think that we can do a great thing in basically popularizing Blitz, especially over the board Blitz, because of course it's very impressive to watch people play Blitz online, and it's easier for the most part to make quick moves online. But with over the board, there's a whole nother thing. Like you have to draw your tiles. So a lot of people think, oh, maybe over the board Blitz shouldn't really be a thing because it's like there's so much movement, there's so much tactile interference that gets in the way. And that is unfortunate because there are a lot of good, very, very good players who don't have the, I guess, the agility or tactile ability to draw quickly and like hand speed you were talking about. So that would unfortunately sort of like eliminate a lot of potential players. But yeah, we can do so much, and it's so entertaining. Like I think when you're watching a stream, a 25-minute per side stream, and you see somebody like align a play on their rack like within a couple seconds, and the commentators like, oh, they already see it. Wow. Like people I think don't recognize how quickly top players come up with at least 3 candidate moves, if not just one like clear best move, and the rest of the time they're just looking for something better that they might be missing.
Yeah, I think fact checking is the one thing that's really kind of slows players down. I would want to believe that almost every top player out there usually spots their moves within the first few seconds. And then there are another category of people who, if they don't spot their moves within those first few seconds, there's a high likelihood that they are going to miss it. Like we have some top players in Nigeria who just, if they don't spot, I wouldn't want to mention names, but I have some names off the top of my head that if they don't spot the move within the first few seconds, just know that they are going to miss the optimal move. So there are a lot of players who do that, and sometimes, and that would be a very huge factor when it comes to Blitz championships. But then we'll never know how far and how it will play out until we actually organize one.
Yeah, and I think like probably the top speed that you can play an over the board game is maybe like 2 minutes per side. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, 2 minutes per side. Yeah, that is achievable. I used to be able to do that, but I don't think I can do that anymore. I used to be able to do that some years ago, but to be honest, I don't think I can do that anymore currently.
It's very, I don't know if I can either, but it's a good question to ask, like what the format should be. You're talking about overtime. We could use increment. Why don't we use increment? Like we could do like a 3+2 or something like that, or a 5, like no increment. But I think 5 minutes is a pretty good speed for viewership and for Blitz. It gives people enough time to sort of process some of the nuances. But yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Let us know in the comments what sort of format you would see for a Blitz championship. So let's move on. So we talked about the Champions Cup. Rob Rubinski won that with 1 round to go. So he was Gibsonized, as we call. He clinched the tournament prior to its end. So that was very impressive. huge kudos to him. There's also one more tournament, I think, that took place in North America during the same period. That was the Wilmington tournament in Delaware, and Mac Meller attended that tournament, so one of the biggest names in Scrabble, and he ended up winning pretty clearly. But we also had a nice finish by Eric Goldstein in second place. But there was something interesting that I learned about this tournament, Welly, that we can talk about. There's some other winners as well. 3 divisions, no CSW division. This is an all-American tournament. But you'll see it on the screen. The prize money was the same for each of the 3 divisions. The divisions were the same size, so there was no difference. What are your thoughts? Because that is a contentious issue in Scrabble, because we have most of the players that play Scrabble are not top players, and they tend to sort of subsidize the top players. A lot of the times in tournaments, the top prize for the top divisions is higher than the top prize for the lower divisions. So what are your thoughts there?
I'm actually a bit mindful of how I phrase my thought on this, so that it doesn't come across as unnecessarily critical. But I don't think it is the right thing to do. Because you can say that the star prize of a Grand Slam tennis tournament should be the winner of a Grand Slam goes home with the same prize money as the winner of an ATP 1000 or an ATP 500 or whatever it is. In sports generally, there are gradings by strength, and in most cases, the players with the biggest abilities who happen to participate in the highest cadre of such sports, they usually go home with higher prize monies. So I think this is a development that I wouldn't support, not just because I'm a top player myself, but I think it goes against what I would choose to call the natural order of things. I don't think it is proper to have had a tournament of 3 categories: category Division 1, 2, and 3, and the winner of the highest rated person in Division 1 was 2,000 plus, and then the highest rated person in Division 3 was I think 1,100. And then you have a situation whereby someone who is rated 2,000 plus is having the same prize monies as someone who is. I really don't think it is something that I can support. But then of course it's possible that the organizers had their reasons for making it that way, and we might need to have more information before I might be able to take a stance on that. But generally, I don't think it is something that I would support.
Yeah, I generally agree with that. It's definitely a contentious topic, and I think the main reason that people don't agree that prize money should be funneled towards the top is because of the situation we're in the Scrabble community, especially in North America, where there is a lack of sponsorship. So we're basically funding each other. The prize money that people receive tends to be based on the entry fee money, and everybody tends to pay the same entry fee. You could argue that maybe the top division would pay a higher entry fee. That does happen sometimes. But if everybody's paying the same amount of money to get in the tournament, then it seems there's some arguments to be made that they should see some of that money, and if they don't see some of that money for winning their group, then they'd be less incentivized to participate in the future. And I think that's the main argument, is that we're not at a point where there are enough top players to fund other top players. And the real solution to this is receiving sponsorship money, which is definitely happening. in many events, and it's starting to happen more in North America. But I think we're still somewhat behind in that regard. And at the moment, where we stand is that we have a situation whereby if lower rated players are giving money, they don't want to see that money sort of funneled into top division. Sometimes I think there are people of both sides, but that's I think the argument. But I haven't seen it in a long time where top division gets the same amount as the bottom division. I haven't seen that in a while, but it's very interesting. It definitely caught my eye.
Yeah, I think well, now that you've thrown more light on it, it's beginning to make sense. But even as at that, it still sounds somehow in my ears. But not that I'm judging anyone who brought about this, but I don't think it is the right thing to do. One way or the other, the divisions should be allowed to, even if there is some slight difference in this price structure, it will go a long way to show that okay, this top division is top division and what have you.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think, yeah, I think most players do agree that the top should be funded higher at a higher rate, and it's hard to not sound elitist when we're basically asking, in many cases we're asking the base of the Scrabble community, which are players who are not top players, to just just give me your money, basically. So I think the main response would be transparency, making sure that you let people know in the flyer of the tournament, whatever announcement format there is, where the money is going, how much percent, etc. I think a lot of directors and organizers are pretty transparent with that, but to know whether funds will be funneled up or not, and of course, seeking sponsorship is definitely very important. So yeah, so those are the tournaments that happen in North America, where I guess both me and Welly are living at the moment. But there is a big tournament coming up that is not in North America that I think both of us kind of would have liked to attend, but can't. So yeah, a little bit on that, Welly.
Okay, just in a week's time, we'll be having the MGI Scrabble Classics in the UK, and it is already gearing up to become one of the best editions ever, and with a lot of very very good and great players coming from all over the world for that championship. Of course, we have the familiar names like Hashan participating. We also have players like Brian Poe, who is the current UK national champion, if I'm not mistaken. Then we also have players coming from other parts of the world, North America, for example. We have Samson Okosaga. We also have a whole lot of very good players. Even the organizer of the tournament himself, Lukman Wolabi, who happens to be the WESPA chairman, he's also a top player. And I don't know whether he'll be able to organize and play, but if he's able to make that work, he will also add some level of strength to the field. It's a very, 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 very tough field. We have the likes of Esther Perrins from Australia. We have lots of very, very, very good players in the field, and I'm very sure that we'll be having it live streamed, and we'll be doing a lot of commentary on that, and we'll be just look forward to that. It promises to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, by the time we release this podcast, I think I'm gonna release the episode right before, like the day before the tournament starts. And yeah, so many top players, like you said, Harshan, Brian Poe, also 2024 champion is going to be present as well. and yeah, Edward Martin. And there's also some people to maybe keep our eye on. So you did mention Lukeman. I did speak to Lukeman recently, and he's planning on playing because he has gotten, I think, the help of Ruth Crispin, who is the mother of Sam Crispin, a very young talent. He's 17 now, maybe 16, who has been very much in the top of all of the UK tournaments, youth championship as well. So Sam Crispin, definitely someone to keep an eye on, and his mother are going to be doing a great job behind the scenes, helping us out with the organization of the live stream and all that, while Lukeman gets his games in, gets his racks on the board like he definitely wants to. So yeah, it's going to be a great time. We're going to be live streaming it to this channel. Not exclusively. I think we're going to be also live streaming to Twitch, but trying to get people on Twitch to get to the WESPA channel. And yeah, the goal is to get basically all of the top events worldwide to be streamed on the WESPA channel. And Will Anderson, myself commentating, and I think you just agreed, yes, tentatively, to help us out on the final day. That would be great to have you, Welly, in the booth as well. So
yeah,
looking forward to that for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool. So yeah, those are the tournaments. That's the news.
Yeah, I think we touched on the Causeway Challenge in the previous. We dwelled on that in the first episode of this podcast, and I don't know. Do we have something to look forward to in Causeway also?
For sure. I mean, yeah, we did talk to Michael Tang, talked about everything. I did notice, like, since we spoke to Michael, that there have been a bunch of dropouts, unfortunately, relating, I think, mostly to the insecurity. Middle East, a lot of flight paths, especially the cheaper ones, were meant to go through the Middle East, but because of the instability right now, I think a lot of people had to either cancel or change their flights, and flight prices are going up. So it's still going to happen for sure. There's still 480 people signed up, but there's actually now room, I think, for 20 players to sign up. Maybe people that were not thinking of going because 500, that was the cap, and it was reached in February. But yeah, we'll see what happens there. Still 6 commentators. Still, like Michael said, is going to be streamed. Going to be streamed. 3 different boards are going to be streamed, and also it's going to go to live television, which is really, really cool. Yeah.
So, Josh,
that's
there
in a
was
month.
an interesting conversation that we're having in Albany, and you're kind of eavesdropping, but while playing your own game. And we are talking about the chances of who wins Causeway. I mean, the premier, the topmost division. And we are trying to evaluate the chances of the top players who have signed up for the event and what their highest chances of finishing in. I was of the opinion, maybe controversially, that Nigel was more or less guaranteed a top 3 placement. First of all, I would like to hear your thoughts on that, and let's see maybe a couple of players and see the bracket that we can realistically put them.
So, I mean, it depends what you mean guaranteed. I think there's more than a 90% chance that Nigel will be in the top 3. But I don't think it's much more than 90%. But yeah, I'm not really one to sort of try to predict these things, so that's my intuition. Yeah, what do you mean by guaranteed?
Okay, what I mean by guaranteed is, okay, of course, in Scrabbling, nothing is guaranteed. We'll have to get that out of the way. But generally, when we're talking about in terms of percentages, if we can agree that I think it is okay to assume that something that has a 90% chance of occurrence is more or less guaranteed in terms of Scrabble. especially with the fact that nothing is guaranteed in Scrabble. So when you have a 90% chance of something happening, I think we can more or less say that it is guaranteed. So for the purpose of clarity, let us base our analysis on certainty on the 90% level, for example. So if we mention a particular player, I would like to know your thoughts on what bracket you feel that such a player is guaranteed, almost guaranteed to end up in, especially given the peculiar format of the Causeway Challenge and the level of play that is to be expected and the strength of the field generally. So having covered the top gun, which is Nigel, I think the next two players would most now in terms of recent developments, who do you think is ahead of who between Adam Logan and David Elder?
Very good question, and yes, we should mention that Adam Logan. I guess I should say the red-haired phenom, just because Australia, I think of redness when it comes to Australia. He traveled to Australia and won the Australian National Championship, and yeah, he took down Eldar, I think, pretty convincingly. But the thing is, like, who's better? I still think they're very close in strength. I don't think there's one of the two that is like necessarily has an edge over the other. I think they're very, very close in strength. And you might say, okay, that's just a safe thing to say, but I genuinely believe that. I think the better question for a tournament like Causeway, which will help sort of answer the questions of who's like in the top bracket or whatever. What's the format? I don't know exactly what the format is. I know it's 10, 10, 10, and then 6, right? I think it's 36 games. But someone was asking me recently, is it a King of the Hill? Because a lot of tournaments in Asia, after a certain amount of rounds, it's just number one plays number two every single round. Is that the case in Causeway, or is it more of a Swiss system that is minimizing repetitions, but people are playing people like near the top if they're at the top? That's an interesting question. And while you look into that, there's the top players right now by rating Causeway are Nigel at 2174, David at 2162, Hubert at 2108, Hanupan at 2091, Philippat at 2088, Goman at 2077. So that's three tie players in a row, and then Waben, Napat, and Madhav. So there's like, and 10th player is Andrew Fisher. Marshawn is 11th. I think, what was Michael saying? Austin is 35th. Austin Shin somehow is 35th seed, which is just completely ridiculous. If you and I were playing, I think we'd be like top 15.
I think we would, going by the current WESPA rating, would most likely be maybe top 30.
I think we're both at like 2030. I think we're both at like 2030 something, which would put us, I think, in 14th. We have the exact same WESPA rating, which is really hilarious to me. Very funny to me.
It's not funny. It's not funny at all.
Oh, sorry.
So I think okay. There was something I wanted to. I wasn't going to let you get away with not answering the question of Elder and Logan.
Okay.
First of all, let me make it clear who you think is better. It's not a question of we're just seeking opinion here. Who do you think is better? And also, for those of you watching, you can share your thoughts with us in the comment section. Who you think is better between David Elder and Adam Logan? And but coming back to you, Josh, if there's a gun to your head and you are told to choose one, who would you choose?
I'd choose David. I'd choose David because he's younger, and I do think that he's a little bit more solid. I do think that these days Adam his peak might be higher than David's. I don't even know. I think David's word knowledge is better actually at the moment. But Adam's like speed and ability to find plays might be superior to David's. But I think in terms of just stamina, solidity, I think David should have the advantage. That being said, maybe David isn't. I don't know. He's recently, I think, had a kid or something. So I think that's a distraction that would favor Adam, who's still celibate. I think at the moment doesn't have any responsibilities outside of Scrabble and what he does for his work. But I think if you held a gun to my head, I would say David. But of course, the problem is Adam. Maybe not the problem, but the reality is Adam has so much momentum right now. He's won the world championship. He's beaten David at his own game at the Nationals in Australia. So I think if you pitted them one-on-one, I think Adam would win at this moment. But within the broader context of Causeway, I'm giving David the slight edge. How's that?
That is some interesting thoughts. Well, a lot of people will agree with you. And if you agree with Josh, let us know in the comments below. And of course, if you have a different opinion, it's also good to share your thoughts with us. And then, so let's, since you're going with David Elder as number 2, if we call David Elder, what's the bulk pack you'd place him?
Say again, the bulk.
The bulk pack. We already said that Nigel is more or less a top 3 finisher. So top what are we saying that Elder would likely finish?
Top 5.
Top 5. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm guessing the same would go for Adam Logan.
Top 6 for Adam.
Oh.
I have to. That's the only way to be consistent, right?
Yeah. Okay. But I think I might be slightly. I agree with you to an extent, but I think in terms of if you factor in current momentum, I think Adam Logan might be expected to do better.
Here's the problem with what we're talking about. Adam is not going to Causeway.
Adam is not going? I thought he was going.
No.
Oh, okay.
I guess like we could just theoretically it was a good conversation. But was that the conversation you guys were having at the tournament? Because it was really funny. I was in a game where like I couldn't lose, but I was still in the middle of a game. So I couldn't like join the conversation. I could barely overhear what you guys were talking about, and I couldn't leave the table, even though my opponent, was gone. Like they were not going to win. But luckily, that sort of distraction wasn't bad because I was still, I think, just winning my game no matter what. What else were you guys talking about?
Yeah, we were talking about. We touched on players' comparative strengths with each other and all that. And then of course when it comes to comparative strengths, we all know that there is one person that shouldn't even be in the conversation, which is Nigel Richards. But once we subtracted Nigel out of the equation, we are not talking about players' strengths compared to each other. We're also talking about how strategic players' strategic abilities, because Scrabble, where Scrabble is currently, it is expected that most top players would have some high level of ability to find words and all that. And then the next thing that will now become a major factor is strategic brilliance and ability to come up with stratagems to affect the course of the game or to make the game flow in the direction you want it to flow and all that. And we talked about all that generally, and it was a very, very fun discussion. It was my only regret was that it wasn't recorded. It would have made for a good addendum to this show.
For sure. That's actually what I was thinking. I was like, can someone please record this? This sounds like such an interesting discussion. So who was part of that discussion? I think you, Matt Tunnicliffe. Who else was talking?
Ben Showbron.
Okay.
Ben Showbron was there. Dennis Ikekirego was part of the discussion, and then of course I think Terry Kank was there. I don't know. I can't remember if Terry was part of the discussion, but it was a very, very fun discussion.
Yeah, I heard a bunch of names, and then I heard someone say Josh, and I was like, are they talking about me or are they talking about Josh Castellano? So I want to ask you.
Yeah,
if you are able to reveal, it wasn't recorded, so you have no obligations. No obligations, you know.
A certain Josh played into the conversation, and I also keep the surname of the Josh to myself for now.
Because so Josh Castellano is playing and I am not. Where is he at? I think he's playing, right? Wait, let me see. Yeah, so he's 18th seed. So Josh Castellano, somebody, when we talk about like strategy, and like, you know, how that affects the game, you were mentioning how you think top players, you know, they just find words very well. They have a good sense of like equity. They have a good sense of value of a play, and have good time management and good word knowledge. And strategy always seems to be sort of the broadest thing, the thing that could vary the most between players, right? You could be strategically brilliant in certain ways and not in others as well. So when we talk about that, my experience with a player like Josh Castellano is he fits the bill perfectly for play finding ability and word knowledge. So he's able to find good plays based on calculation of or intuition of equity, and he finds his words very quickly and very accurately. And when it comes to strategy, I think that would be someone like Josh Castellano's weakest aspect. Is that something you've experienced with other players, with Josh specifically?
Yeah, I might agree with you in terms of Josh's should we call it a slight handicap when it comes to strategy? But I think broadly speaking, having experienced North American Scrabble for some years now, I think it is more of a difference in the approach to the game. Because if you started playing Scrabble in a place like Nigeria, for example, there's a high likelihood that you are going to be, would I say, strategically oriented, if I would say that, because you have a situation whereby there are a lot of players who are above average, and the general style of play is rather defensive. And then what happens when you play a lot of defensive games is that you find yourself in many end games that a lot of raw calculation has to be done in order to find the winningest moves and all of that. So when you continually do that, it has a way of rubbing off on you and making you probably better strategically adjusted, if I might use that phrase. Whereas in North America, there is a higher emphasis on equity. In fact, there is one of the rating systems that strictly favors spread as against wins. So that is to tell you how much of an emphasis is placed on equity in North America. But I also have the opinion. I might be wrong, but I feel that so long as the standard in World Scrabble still remains that wins come before spread, I think the emphasis should slightly shift away from equity, especially when it's coming to certain nuanced aspects of the game. When we're talking about the pre-end game and the end game. Sometimes it might even be that a defensive play might even be a better chance, might even give you better chance of coming up with a higher spread in such games. Because sometimes when you adopt a defensive approach to certain kind of games when you are leading, there is this effect that it might have on your opponent. It might make your opponent desperate. And when you're able to get your opponent to be desperate, they can open some very juicy openings for you to shut down while scoring fats. So all these factors come in, and I think it is because of, I say all this to try to explain why a player that is as good as Josh Castellano might seemingly have these slight strategic, I wouldn't want to call it a strategic shortcoming, but something like that. But when it comes to raw word knowledge and raw play finding, I think he's up there with the likes of David Elder and the rest of them.
Yeah, phenomenal, for sure. And I think you're touching on something definitely somewhat true. At the very least, it's I would say it's at least 50% true. I think that at least in a broader sense in North America, people really do focus on studying words to a pretty insane degree, in my opinion. And I don't know what it's like outside of North America, but I've always found it super dissonant in terms of what I think is important in Scrabble, that people have such an emphasis like Josh, when are you going to learn the words? Like, I'll learn the words eventually. You know, it's like I like Scrabble for the strategy, and I think that might be something that a lot of North American players, and also
All right, everybody, we are back. Lunch is complete. We've got 5 games ahead of us. I'm going to reset the scores here, and we are dipping into Division B for a game here. This is something that we all agreed. Director of the MGI event, president of WESPA, Lukman Owalabi, really likes the idea of showcasing different levels of play, and we agree. So we're going to dip into Division B for a game here between Adrian Bailey and Ayo Adeyere, 2 very solid players, I might add. and excited to watch this game. We're going to get back to Division A for our other 4 games after this, Josh. But did you have a nice breakfast break in the interim?
I did, yes. Hopefully, it's probably not enough juice to get me through 5 games, but we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. I'm a guy that gets famished, sadly. I require energy to talk about and think about Scrabble.
Yeah, but also in equal measure, a really good Scrabble game can get us amped and be a driver of our energy. So the energy giveth and taketh away. If you want, you can draw some marks, and we'll see if you got your telestrator set up here on the corners.
Yeah,
But
it's good.
oh, is it? Okay, you tested? Nice. Great. So in that case, yeah, we've got Adrian and Io here, both veteran players. We should definitely still be expecting a very solid game between these two. Of course, we're going to continue to keep an eye on our top division. And from pretty much here on out, we have been and we will still prioritize, certainly over the next few rounds and really throughout the tournament, to keep some variety going, at least for a little while. But as things continue to get further and further into the course of the tournament, we are going to stick to the top board, the most impactful games that there are on the docket for each round, and start to prioritize those more and more at the expense of variety on the stream. So, anything to add to our strategy there?
Nope. I think basically what Will is actually saying is we decide no matter what. You guys have no say in the matter whatsoever. We'll tell you what the most impactful game is. You just got to sit here and watch Scrabble. How terrible is that? So Io, I mean, I'm surprised Io's in Division 2. He's such a strong player. I don't know. I know Adrian by name. I don't think I've ever seen him play, but I also feel like they're both just such solid players. So they're both in contention in Division 2. I think Io's in 3rd place and Adrian in 5th or something at the moment.
Yeah, have their going into this round. Io is in 3rd, Adrian in 6th. So both of them are right at the top. And I'm going to start trying to put that up there on the screen so you guys can see that as well. So we're all set. Adrian with the first move. I think we should be ready to rock here. And let's see what we get. It has, I mean, our previous game before the break was an absolute banger. Very impressive performance, both by Matthew Pinner in an extremely tight end game over Brian Poe, but also by Brian to even make the game close. It was a really, really fun game. Tough act to follow. Let's see what the players can provide us here.
Well, I just ate, but pretty sure
You getting hungry?
I'm getting hungry here. Yeah, is Adrian getting hungry or is he getting hugey? What does getting hugey mean?
Going to the gym, getting those lifts in, compound lifts, and ironically, that might also make you hungry, burning all those calories. But there we go. He spotted it. Really no delay. This is definitely the play. Hugie has some merit as well, just keeping a little bit better of 3 bingo tiles, but definitely not enough to sacrifice 12 points over Hungry here. And nicely played. Played vertically as well. What does that tell us about Adrian Bailey, Josh?
He's got class, is what that tells us.
He's got swag. He's got class.
Yeah, it's interesting. You either play this doubling the H or the Y, and this is, I think, a little bit more aggressive in that more hooks to the Y, but also that R in the triple row. But I mean, none of that matters when aft comes down immediately. But that was sort of the one downside to playing this position versus the U on the stars, the overlaps.
You know, there is another element of this that I'm not sure occurred to me until just this second looking for candidate plays, but Hungry takes an A hook.
Oh.
That's a
Wow.
big hook, and it is not an obvious one. So will either player think about that? In this case, Adrian has an A, but he also doesn't have any good plays there, and depending on how deep his word knowledge goes, he has a bingo from the G of Hungry, which is going to yield an even bigger bingo back to Io. So we could be looking at some fireworks here to start this game.
Yeah, this is interesting. I was just thinking about this word and wondering if I was not confusing it with something else. But yeah, latening does have an anagram. So interestingly, aft could have been played with a hungry for the same score. I've never seen the word a hungry before. We'll see if it hits the board. I was thinking maybe hungry-ish is a word, and that would be the one fun thing about oh my gosh.
I didn't even see this
Yeah,
until a second ago too,
that's
but yeah, he had it lined
that's
up.
very, very good. Wow.
Sorry to interrupt there.
Oh no, that's so Io saw Volutins. That's
Yeah, he had it lined up.
huge.
Yep, it's a huge double. I wouldn't say hard to block, but certainly if Adrian sees Gant line, he's very likely to play it, which then actually creates a bit of a conundrum for Io of, do I play Volutins, which is probably my highest scoring play, or do I play Novelist through the E, probably for not that much of a point sacrifice, because that E is so much more dangerous than the U.
Yeah, it's oof. It's very interesting. We'll see if Adrian spots Gant line, but Amulet would be maybe the second best play through the U, which would block Volutins and give back Novelist still through the E. So it doesn't feel like Adrian has any safe haven here, no matter what he finds. It just feels so bingo-y here. The fact that Gantline's the only one is pretty surprising. Internal was blocked with aft. Yeah,
Yeah,
lots to think about. Lots going on so early in this game.
internal and innately. So
Oh,
looking at multiple bingos, latening, internal, and innately all blocked with aft, which is an extreme troll play by Io. Of course, it looks like Adrian is there. We go. So he's seeing it now. Again, the E in that position is particularly dire. Putting an E in 7th position in a triple lane is famously scary, Josh.
yeah. And if there's one thing that I can say about, I guess, lower rated players versus higher rated players, there seems to be a big difference in, I guess, danger levels, understanding of danger levels slash paranoia, I guess, sometimes. And I'm not saying that this is the case for either of these guys, but within discussions that I've had with up and coming players or players that are sort of midway between beginner and expert, they will often pass up bingos like Gantline, even if they don't have an alternative that scores nearly as much, just because of how crazy the opening is and how they just feel like they can't possibly deal with that as a threat. And so I wonder, Adrian, either he's unsure of Gantline or he doesn't want to play it. I don't think anyone would want to play it. I think the difference is just that a top expert will know that you have to play the bingo here, even though it's so dangerous.
Yeah, just scoring so much better than anything else. But it looks like he is going to play Lint, setting up the E-Lint hook. So you can see again, yeah, it's bad when you get tripled on, but you've just sacrificed. Let's assume Adrian is really confident in Gantline. You've sacrificed not quite, 55 points. But Io, I think of them interchangeably sometimes. They're best buds. Io playing his highest scoring play anyway. You didn't actually achieve anything from a defensive benefit. He still scored 90. So you just, imagine if Io had just played this word anyway. Now Adrian gets his own E, right? So there's some upside to be had there too. So tough swing for Adrian. He plays Lint, and then very nice find by Io.
Yeah, so 123 now after the challenge for Io Adeyeri, and let's see what Adrian draws. It was ANTE, very good leave, but ooh, that is a 7. This draw might look bad, but actually
Oh, nice.
still works as long as you see it and then you see the E-hook on Lint. And if you were thinking with Lint that E-Lint was being set up, I wonder if that's 100% what Adrian was doing. But it looks like he's just going to play off his 3 vowels. And he's thinking about it. It's a little bit dangerous. Maybe he's just going to go with Ilya instead through the L.
Yeah, he's got those same letters in hand. So this is a word that I'm sure Adrian knows. The issue is if you don't think for just a brief moment of actually finding a bingo, you're just going to assume I've got too many vowels to bingo and I have to balance my rack. But if you told him you have a bingo, he would probably find it nearly instantly. So it really is just a matter of sort of suggestion there and opening your mind up to the possibility that you might actually have something. And if ever Io was going to play with a hungry, he's drawn 3 A's. I don't know if there is actually a good play up there, but I wonder if we're ever going to see that. Actually, it's probably not right for him to play there anyway after this. I'm sure there's something either here or here. So, but knowing a hungry would be so nice here, Josh.
Yeah. It's interesting though, like I don't think you would ever want to play Awa and set up so much stuff except for the fact that VI was just played, which sort of indicates that Adrian's sitting on some 1-point tiles, and look how big that spot is that was just open to the E. So it could be an instance where now it's totally fine to blow up some spots on the board, create some crazy volatility just because, well, that's what's going on now. But I think Walla, if Io finds that through the L of Lint, is a very, very strong option.
Yeah, that just looks great. The reason I mention it is it looks even better if you do have that knowledge and confidence in a hungry. Any kind of good synergistic combination of tiles that has an A in it really gains in value because any 7-letter word you draw is going to play there on the board as currently constituted. So the computer engine factors that in, right? That's part of why the engine likes Walla is, yeah, it scores 33 and leaves balance, but it likes it even better because the ACE leave is going to bingo with the hungry all the time. So definitely think Walla was the play for any number of reasons. Instead, Claw is the play, blocking off that S of Volutins, which admittedly there could be some scoring options there, but this does expose Io to vowel heavy draws and opens a triple back to Adrian, who should be able to do something with that open spot or
yeah, it's interesting. It feels like there's got to be like a J play here, but there just isn't. But something like Jacent is really cool.
yeah.
Very, very weird 6-letter word for 45, which would set up some interesting potential extensions. You might think of adjacent. What about subjacent?
Is that a word? Subjacent?
I feel like it is.
I don't
You
know.
want to fact check me?
I don't know that it's not. I only know adjacent. So
Yeah, that's good.
Wow, impressive. I'm impressed. Didn't give the challenge. I realized that Io should be getting.
Oh,
Nope.
This is probably getting challenged. I
Yeah.
think confusion between ganja, gaja, gauja.
Really close to other words, as you suggest, Josh.
Yeah. This would be a fantastic play if it was valid. So, Adrian, probably not 100% sure. But I mean, if you're in a position where you're down 100, you got to play things you're unsure of.
But now look at this, Josh. Io. Okay, this is really interesting because it looked like from the arrangement of Io's tiles that he saw that he has a bingo of areolate through the L. It seemed like he had his tiles lined up in exactly the correct spelling, but now that he's seen the J come off of the rack for Adrian, he's decided not to play it because you can just get hit with, we saw JA for an enormous score. So that could have been a really clever adjustment by Io. Maybe he was getting set to bingo and then he decided, not yet, not like this.
Yeah, and in this case, since you have the blank, it's definitely okay pass up the bingo, but you are opening this spot, which I guess isn't that big of a deal, just 36 points. You don't know for sure that Adrian had a T, an R, or anything that would go there. But interestingly, Elint not getting played. So I wonder if that was not something Adrian was thinking of with the play of Lint in the first place.
Yeah, you could have played a little bit further down, scoring 66 points, a deceptively huge number with plays like Jeets in that spot, leaving NT, NG, I should say. So, interesting situation there. Taj, of course, is like keeping the NG combination, and Adrian even drew an I to go with it, but also the UW. It's going to set him back a little bit as he looks to come back here.
Yeah, this is rough. So, I mean, Io now had a decent chance at drawing a triple, keeping ATE blank. So CATE words super likely. And he's going to have to look a while here, I feel, to just make doubly sure that he doesn't have a triple that he can see. It feels so close. I think he had stockage lined up. That doesn't quite work. But yeah, it turns out no triple here with these great letters. It's just the G, always the G, ruining the party a little bit. And if that's on someone's bingo card for the stream, I know that people are using bingo cards and like Xing out certain things that we say, Will. But
I love that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Scrabble stream bingo. Appreciate the chat out there. I'm not sure. I guess we'll give. I know exactly who it is. I really appreciate Penumbra. That is a fun thing that she's done. Thank you very much, Penumbra, for having stream bingo. Would it be very meta to have on your bingo card acknowledgement of stream bingo? Maybe we can put that on day 3.
I think we ruined it, Will.
All right. Well, did we? It's to by alluding to it directly. It's like Schrodinger's bingo card.
Oh my God, has Io spotted arrogates from the AR?
I think
in
he
the middle of the
has.
board?
I think he has. Now that gets the style
That's
points
sick.
for sure. 9-letter arrogates. He would be styling on the stream to make that play. But again, as we've mentioned a number of times, putting an S in this spot, something you do generally want to avoid. So the style points are there. The Scrabble points are there. 80 points for that play. But as others have spotted, technically higher scoring play would be Sabotage forming a Hungry. That is an insane play. That is a really high degree of difficulty. But I would just say if you knew all of the words available here, I kind of like Geofacts through the C's, also scoring 80. The resulting lane here is very tough with that G to underlap. Yeah, you get an S up here, but that's not nearly as bad as other spots for the S. But hey, this is very stylish, Josh. I like it.
What's your favorite geofact? Tell us in the chat. But yeah, look at that beautiful 9-letter word. This is IO styling on us, and I'm here for it. 80 points. Definitely a little bit worrisome to float that S out there, but I mean, at this score, you just want to go and keep scoring till the end of the game, and you should be fine.
Yeah. An additional, I don't know what to make of this nuance, but IO knows, based on the previous play from Adrian, that he has ENG on the rack.
Just NG.
Oh yeah, right. right, NG. So I guess that might make me more loath to play anything opening. I think that would make me want to block this C so I don't give up words ending in ing in that spot as triple triples. But again, the style points of Arrogates are undeniable.
Yeah. And I don't know, sometimes you're playing IO and you're just like, why is this guy rated 1600?
It's Division 2.
Like it's just crazy how good he can play, like when he's in his element. So it looks like Adrian's gonna get rid of the WU and play swung, keeping the nice IES, and hope to fill his rack with a couple consonants here. This seems like a reasonable option. Leaving the triple triple open makes a lot of sense at the score. Kind of need some luck here. MDA, that's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Close.
Side camp.
Side camp, nice. Oh, mid space, I think, is a word.
Yeah.
So that's a tough one, though. Dampies, I think dampiest is a word. In any case, pretty good draw for Adrian. He may be hard pressed to actually find a bingo, but certainly from IO's perspective here, he is looking to block the upper right of the board. I would be shocked if he did not play something up there. It would have to really be a great scoring play somewhere else on the board to justify that. And ironically, I think the biggest scoring plays are all up there anyway. So, yeah. What do you
gotta
think?
be careful here because there's a bunch of plays through the L of claws, but there's also a bunch of phonies that, like, you don't want to play something like bilky, for example. Because that's not a word, but it's like there's so many 5-letter words available with these heavy-ish tiles in that L. You have to be totally sure of what you're doing. Like Kylie is good with the ILEY, with the YLIE. But these plays aren't obvious. Koki, is that a word? COKY. You have to think about whether it's only spelled EY. Is that even a word? It's really tough sometimes to make sure you're not phoning with like these somewhat heavy tiles. You don't see that often. So we see icon instead, which is a word I'm sure I was totally sure is valid, and it's a nice way to block one of those X spots and score super well with the K.
Yeah, still a good score. We got a good question on Twitch of, are there plays that, we saw certainly one of the titans of Nigerian Scrabble, Chief Toke Aka, play against another Nigerian player, Noble Onashevwe, yesterday. A question of, like, are some of these players different? I would say IO definitely playing a little bit more offensively. Maybe it's all those years in New Jersey rubbing off on him. But I do feel like some of the players we've seen yesterday would have sacrificed a lot of points to play a little more closed than Arrogates, find a more closed bingo, and certainly to close up the top of the board. But IO has a nice big spread for a reason. He seems to be comfortable with some of the volatility on the board. And there's camp for Adrian. Did he have anything other than, misplead through that L? Another tough one, Josh.
Yeah, no, this is a great play. The bingos that were available in this position were super hard to find.
Nice.
And even if you find them, how do you know? But yeah, Coley coming down as a response. This is valid. Nice 48 points. Colby also possible if you're a fan of cheese through the L. But this is a nice balance, keeping the B to score with, which is exactly what you want to do when you're up by so much. Is just keep scoring tiles and keep trying to score every turn.
Yeah, that was a fantastic play. Of course, we were talking about blocking that spot on the board on the previous turn when Io played Icon. But this, of course, dodging the bingo through the C, which Adrian did have, in fact, mid space, very tough. But now after Coley, this C in this position is so defensive. Arguably, this outcome is even better than some of the other plays that Io could have made on his previous turn. That wasn't necessarily the plan. It's more just how it's worked out with that, the spot for Coley coming available. But the upper left, at least this is open, but all of this area is essentially inaccessible, and that's something you like with a lead.
Yeah, and now Adrian filling his rack up with a few too many E's. Was probably going to try to use that H to score a little something. There are no bingos playable here. Eadiest, I think, is a word, right, Will? But that won't go down through the T of Arrogate. So maybe just heed next to the EA of Olia comes to mind to try and open some stuff, score some points. But you're feeling very badly. Maybe just play Gee, Ghee from the G of Arrogates and keep the same letters you tried with last turn. But it feels every single turn that Adrian doesn't draw into something that he can play. It just feels worse and worse. And yeah, got to feel for him for sure.
Yeah, it's been tough. That being said, I mean, this is a example of a game where he's definitely gotten some rough draws, but he has had some opportunities here. Lost the challenge on Ganji, but then also I would say more saliently, it seemed like he saw a Gantt line and maybe actively chose against it. But the Tainier play in particular would have been so nice to just unwind all of those vowels at once. So, yeah, tough one for him. It's Io's played great. Volutins, that is not a gimme of a find by any means. He's in the driver's seat, even though Io has some kind of weird tiles here. 2 E's, 2 I's, and the BP combo.
Yeah, and here's, another thing that that separates, I guess, maybe a Division 2 player with a Division 1 player is consistency. And I'm sure that some amount of the time Adrian plays Gantline, some amount of the time he finds Tainii and finds Elent. But just it's not always going to happen. You're sometimes going to misfire, and the better you get at just consistently finding these words is sometimes what really changes what division you play and what rating you're at.
Yeah,
It's not just word knowledge.
I totally agree with that. I really believe in this idea that there's, mistakes that you would make 100% of the time and mistakes you would make 1% of the time. And there's just other frames of mind or other game situations or amount of time that you may have on your clock where you would nail a move, and then sometimes you'll get into the exact same position. I guess in Scrabble, that is never actually going to happen where you're in the exact same position. But in some alternate universe, you might be in that exact same position and play differently. I don't know. Is that a misguided belief, Josh, as we see Jibed go down for Io?
No, you started by saying you agreed with me. So if I disagreed with that, then I'd be the one that's misguided. So finally, it seems like Adrian, you're not allowed to respond. Adrian has drawn a rack that I think they'll be able to find a nice bingo with. There's still that line next to the TAJ of Taj, where, of course, you don't really want to play in that area and open up those triples, but something there I think is in the cards for sure.
Yeah, a lot of 7-letter words on the rack. He's going to find at least one of these. Is it going to be Rosend? Is it going to be Sordine? Ordines? He's going to play Sordine. I think
Nice.
this makes some sense. Let's go for it. Let's set up the triple lane, as unlikely as it may be to get one with an S in second position. The S loves to be in so many different positions, but not that one. But it's not impossible, and you're making kind of an annoying situation for Io to deal with this. I like it, Josh.
Yeah, great idea. Open the triple, just say, all right, let's see what happens. Adrian now at 207 to Io's 339. So with that margin, the first thing you think of is, okay, how do I lose this game if I'm Io? And you might think that a triple is the way to lose, and you'd want to block that. But the only real good way to block that is to play spitted, which doesn't really sound like it's necessarily a word. So it's going to be very interesting to see how IO deals with this, because the lane that was opened here is so much likelier to be lucrative. But we're dealing with a situation where it's not about how likely it is, it's how damaging it could be. So will IO decide to block the triple, or will he decide to just play to the left of Sordine, something like BITT or bitted, score really nicely, and just say, all right, well, if you have it, you have it. Very interesting stuff.
Yeah, it's going to take a big sacrifice to block this S. Even spitted, which you pointed out, is not as good, from a points and leave standpoint as any of the plays you mentioned. And then also biped, right? This is really nice. At least a duplicated tease. It scores 41. So you're going to, in order to block this S, you have to turn down 41 points, blocking another good spot on the board that is still a threat. So that in itself does not feel good. Of course, as we can see, Adrian draws some good stuff. We like to see the S. Maybe if there was a slightly better spot for the X, we would like that too. But we're going to see bitted be played. Interesting positioning here. This could be moved up the board if
this is more points, though, I think.
Yeah, it is 2 more points, and it doesn't really give too much back in this positioning, so I'm agreeing maybe this is the way to go if you're going to play there. Bidded for 38. Yeah, hard to argue with this. The S at the top of the board, I guess I would probably play spitted here if I saw all the options, but this still does a lot for Io.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. Like, I was actually maybe expecting biped to come down because Io wanted to play that last turn. There was just no great safe spot for it. So I was expecting he would want to play it again, but those duplicated T's are just not what you want in this position. So I like this play a lot. And again, it's just like telling Adrian, all right, you got one chance here. If you don't triple now, where are you going on this board? Where can you bingo other than here?
Yeah, it's not a good board at all. A lot of the stuff that exists is not hookable, and that is by design from Io's part. Bitted, Olia, Jibed, all of those were his plays, to say nothing of Aft as well. So there's just, the hooks are barren here, and that is definitely not good for bingos. Although we still got a hungry lurking there. It's going to be hard to actually fit something, but at this point, I'm not expecting to see anything there. As we see fix for Adrian, he's got to get rid of the X if he wants to bingo, and he's trying to leave the top open. That seems reasonable to me.
And oh my goodness, speaking of hungry, there's no way that Io's playing reproval here, is there?
Wow. That would be unbelievable. That's so funny that I said that jokingly, thinking no way that this materialized, when in fact it's here right now. Reproval for 100 points. Is this something where maybe, like, I don't know, just throwing out there, maybe with this rack, you start to think, oh man, it's a shame I don't have an R, or I would be able to play Reproval. And then you look at the board and see the R of Sordine, and then it clicks. Does then the Hungry extensions click from there? I don't know. It seems a bit far-fetched.
Yeah, it sounds like a very nice dream. But like, I don't know. I don't know that many players that would see this. This is crazy.
Yeah, this is a
It's
tough
just
one.
the spot seems so ridiculous, so far-fetched, like you said. But Reproval is 100 points exactly. That would be the play of the day for sure. If IO sees it, he probably knows the word Reproval, but again, a Hungry is just such a weird. Like, Hungry was played on turn 1. You would think that if either of these players knew a Hungry, it would have hit the board at some point. And even if you know the word a Hungry, you have to spot it. You have to think about it. Hungry doesn't feel like a word that you can just add an A to. But wow. I think more reasonable is something like Opa that is lined up right here. Just overlapping the SOR of Sordine.
Yeah, why not, right? Let's just take out the triple now while I have a reasonable play that does so. Makes a lot of sense to me. I definitely get it, but this is why I feel very loath to let my own Scrabble games go unanalyzed. I feel like there is always stuff like this lurking. I feel like I can't relate to people that don't really care when a game is complete to look it over and see what was there, because there's stuff like that all the time. There's crazy plays that are just like, oh my God, I can't believe I had that available. It's like Christmas come early every time when I go to club and get to look at my games after. Am I crazy, Josh?
No, you're just in love. And so am I, Will. I totally agree. I mean, I can relate to people even if they don't share my my insistency on analyzing everything and making sure I haven't missed a ridiculous play. But it's okay to pick your battles and pick your friends in that regard.
Yeah. I mean, this is just who I am. I'm in love with Scrabble analysis in particular and Scrabble more broadly. Um, and I'm not ashamed of it. So, yeah, Adrian's got to finish out this game as best he can. Zed for 32 seems all right. He could have played Riz. An interesting play for him would have been trying to draw the last A by playing Riz, but this is so easily overlapped that maybe it just never works out. In fact, Io doesn't have the last A, so Riza, the hook of Riza, would have been possible to draw. I don't think of that as like a slam dunk play. Zed seems more practical to me. As we go back to Io here, would you have considered Riz?
He started putting down Evo, which is a nice insertion play between Jived and the. But he took it back, probably thinking that the leave is not very good, but actually the leave is pretty good. Considering what's left, there's a Q unseen lurking. It would be really cool to keep the O, the U, and the E, because then if he draws the Q, we get to see a really, really fun word of Quook.
Oh, that would be fantastic. I bet Io knows that one. His word knowledge is really strong. As you suggested, sometimes it can be surprising. Io definitely a wolf in sheep's clothing here in Division 2. He would not be out of place in Division 1. And that really speaks to the overall strength of this tournament, is that players this strong are actually not even in the top division sometimes. So Evo, very nicely played, drawing that second blank. And I wonder, is he going to benefit from the fact that Adrian is still trying to keep things Well, he actually isn't really. He hasn't been opening aggressively, perhaps realizing that the game is somewhat out of reach, and making an aggressive opening that doesn't favor him is actually going to hurt him in his spread tiebreaker. But he could attempt to open the board here at a deficit, which might give Io some room to play that blank.
Yeah, the problem is if you play something like Zari and you draw the blank, which means Io won't have any way to hook it, there's the Q. And you probably don't want the Q. Maybe you do want the Q. Maybe you want the Q, an E, and a blank, and then you draw like Squirm or something. Squirms. But it just feels very, very bad to try and open something at this stage of the game. I'd want to get rid of a U, but then again, I don't want to draw the Q. I'd want to get rid of my duplicate R's, but how do I do that without scoring? Or while scoring, excuse me. Really cool play pointed out in the chat of Osarium from the OS at the top of the board.
Oh my god.
That'd be awesome.
I didn't even
It wouldn't be a bingo.
realize.
It would keep an R, but pretty cool.
33 points, I feel like it should be more for such a stylish word that hits a triple, but I suppose it's mostly one-pointers. But that is a really fun one. Osarium up there. That's a word that I feel like is surprising to be only valid in the Collins lexicon. I feel like I've seen that in books and stuff like that. Like I remember that word plays into a book, a famous book, The Name of the Rose by Umberto Eco. There's an Osarium in that book. And I was like, whoa, that's Collins only. That's Scrabble has permeated every facet of my brain, I guess.
That's not true. That's not true. You are well read. In my case, ignorance is bliss. I don't read books, so I don't have to compare what words I find to the lexicons that I play Scrabble in. So is Adrian thinking of playing Rum and REVE? Hopefully not. We could see the play of Muir, but here's the problem. There is exactly 4 tiles in this bag. And if you just empty the bag, draw the Q, you might suffer massively in the end game, and you'll be giving Io perfect information if he's tracked properly. So this is a rough one for Adrian. He's down to 2 minutes. Doesn't really seem to be an obvious play to make. But he's trying Oliar. Okay.
Oliar. Yeah, okay. It's ambitious. This is going to get challenged for sure, unless... Is it possible that Io's going to hold it and then think to himself, do I have some bingo that this gives me? Nurlier could be tempting. Not valid, though. And we're going to challenge, so it makes sense. So we'll see Rum be played and come off.
Yeah. Tough one. And now Io's got some information. He knows Adrian has the letters RUM. And probably is thinking, well, Q's got to be in there. There's no way Adrian would make that play with the Q.
Yeah.
So that's very interesting and very complicating. I bet you Io's going to make a pretty small play and probably keep the U. He thinks about this.
Should he play? Should he play PORIN? That's not, your opponent has an M, so that's not going to work out, but that's kind of a funny play to make, knowing the Q is coming. Yeah, I think it's got to be something else. Not that. What to play is confusing. Maybe he's just going to play LUR. This would be valid. I hate to use the U knowing the Q is coming, but at least you have the blank in the I to help soften the blow.
Do you think this some crazy metagame might be occurring in Io's mind? Like, well, maybe he doesn't have the Q, but what if he does? But what if he has a word like marquee and nowhere to play it? And I guess he would have played that with Oliar. but it's just sort of like
Well, not if
dealing
that
with
he wouldn't have done that if that was his strategy, right? If the strategy was
right.
to bait out the opening that lets me bingo, of course he wouldn't play anything that shows the whole tiles. So that's brilliant, Josh. You would do that. I wouldn't put that past you.
So will he draw the cue? Will he leave the cue in the bag? There's one tile left. What do you think, Will?
I think he's gonna leave it for maximum lols. Damn it!
Oh,
I
you
was
drew it.
2/3 of the way there. I was 2/3.
You're the guy. You're the guy that's spoiling everything, man. I'm not gonna ask you anymore.
But wait, I said what I thought was gonna happen, and it didn't
Yes.
happen.
Yes.
But I thought
That's
my
what
gift
happens.
was to say things
No.
and make them happen.
You have reverse ESP, dude. Reverse
Oh.
ESP.
Okay.
You said yesterday, "Oh, I hope we'll have some close games," and then
Oh,
you
okay.
didn't.
I see. So I'm saying things and the opposite happened. I thought I was also manifesting some things.
You were. Yeah. You're doing everything wrong except the things you're doing right.
Fair enough. That was a pretty good draw for IO. As good of a draw as you're gonna get in terms of you have a bingo with the U there of Inquire. It just doesn't fit anywhere on the board, and it's a shame that if Adrian had just opened a little more aggressively than just playing Ami there.
He left the U in the bag though.
Oh, did he not draw?
So, no, like oh, sorry, it's the I. The I was in the bag.
Oh, okay.
For some reason, it looked like Adrian had just drawn the U, but yeah, no, it's fine. You just play QI or QIN here next to the lure. We have a sideways blank, I think. Is that sideways? Oh no.
Yeah, it looks right. Orientation.
Huh.
It's a little bit higgledy-piggledy, I suppose you would say.
Who would say that? I've never heard that in my life.
You've never
Did you
heard
read that
that
in a
phrase? I can't be the only person who's ever used that phrase out there. Anyone in the chat? Am I insane? Higgledy-piggledy is a real phrase, kind of for disheveled or
sure.
like topsy-turvy, one of those sorts of.
For sure. I'm sure it's a thing. Whoever's gonna call the blank sideways. So, old timey. Okay. Sorry, Will. You're showing your age here. Will is at least 5 years older than me. Chat.
At least.
Yeah.
It's probably closer to 10, no? I guess.
You don't have to say that. I'm trying to be nice.
Oh, I don't mind. I'm aging as gracefully as I can. I'm happy. I'm proud of my elder years. Hopefully I don't slow down too much in terms of like my Scrabble ability, but Nigel's showing the way forward there that if you bike for 30 miles a day, you can keep your brain, or 300 miles a day, whatever it is that he actually does, you can keep your mind sharp.
I love the comment. That sounds like something Dr. Seuss would make up to imitate words. Oh my god.
Wait, who said that? Itchy on YouTube. Nice. Yeah, maybe he did make that up. All right, optimal endgame play by Io of Chin.
Yeah, nice.
Up top. Nice play, leaving nice balanced stuff behind. I'm not sure what exactly is the follow-up there. I don't think there's anything from that Z, at least. Like down from the Z. I suppose you have Easer here as a decent play with that, but I bet there's something better. Anyway, let me get caught up.
Panic, don't play Olias.
Oof.
8 seconds.
We're going to see our second potential lost challenge on an Olia hook. So Adrian's going to learn the hard way. Yeah, I think we're going to see another challenge here. So we're learning that Olia does not take hooks. And we're almost, I actually think it's potentially going to be better at this point for Io to not go out, but I bet he's going to go out and just end things here.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, I got to give him his points. He's at 465.
But I very much hope he just decides to play. Well, you're gonna love this.
Oh my god. Just for more style points, which he's already gotten a bunch of.
Could you imagine? That's my best find I've had in a long time.
Bibiru, very nice. That is pretty slick for sure. Certainly not optimal, but you know what? Scrabble is not all about what's optimal. Regional Americanisms. Who uses kitty wampus? I use my dad used to say cattywampus. I don't know whether that was just him, and he meant that to mean something that's not in alignment, like something that's sort of in disarray. So yeah, these are real boomerisms here. I wonder if any of these are actually valid in Scrabble.
Good question. So, all right, let's snap back to reality here. It's just that reality is kind of depressing. This is a rough game for Adrian Bailey. He's probably not going to make it to 300 unless Io doesn't go out and Adrian manages to make a move quickly or score over 14 points. So it is possible, and it looks like he's ready. Adrian's ready. He's like, "Try me, bro. Try to go out. Try not to go out." And yeah, we're seeing redo.
Well, that's not valid. If it's an R, if it's a T, it is.
Oh yeah. Okay, ERES or V, and this is going to end the game. But yeah, very, very rough drawing and going for Adrian.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
I mean,
it's tough.
Io is so strong, and he was drawing pretty well this game. So I'm happy to have seen sorting though. That was an awesome decision by Adrian.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good idea by him. Definitely seeing some logical, good thinking. It was really the word stuff that got out of hand for him in this game. There's the handshake. So yeah, I mean, I feel like the purpose. Maybe this is of little comfort to Adrian potentially, but I actually think it serves a valuable purpose to deviate from time to time from the crazy standard of play that we see in the top divisions and sort of normalize the fact that Scrabble is friggin' hard. Making mistakes is part of the game. It takes decades of effort to reach the level of play that we usually see in the top divisions of a lot of these streams. And we should all, of course, as we're trying to improve at the game, I think there's a little performativity sometimes about getting angry at mistakes. We don't want to be content. We're trying to improve. Eliminating mistakes is the way we do that. So being unhappy at making mistakes is the way we show how committed we are to our improvement. But being toxic about it or trying to pretend like mistakes are not incredibly easy to make in this game is just willfully ignorant. So tough, of course it's tough to be on the stream and make mistakes, but it's also so human, so normal. And when we go back, it's funny because we're going to get a little whiplash in the sense that our next game here on the stream is going to be Harshan Lamabadu Surya versus Sami Okasaga. The mistakes are going to be few and far between, but that's because those are two of the best players in the world. Important to keep that in mind.
Oh yeah, make no mistake. Like, if any of the people watching that don't play Tournament Scrabble are facing Adrian Bailey, you're gonna get destroyed. Adrian is far closer to Nigel than the average Scrabble enjoyer is to Adrian. So yeah, huge thanks to the lower division players who are willing to showcase their skills on stream. even if they have a rough game like Adrian had here. But oh my gosh, back to crazy standards of play is right. Harshan versus Sammy. But we did see Sammy play and get away with a phony word.
Fructis.
Earlier in this tournament, so let's not forget that every single person here is human, because yeah, it's just levels of skill, levels of effort that are being put into perfecting your Scrabble play.
And part of that
Harshan,
is Scrabble so fun. Josh, I feel like Scrabble is so fun to improve at. I don't know if maybe there are people who disagree with that from the word study element of it. I even find that fun. But I guess I don't know if everyone shares that opinion, but I enjoy the word study element. I enjoy the game review element, and I certainly enjoy actually sitting over the board and playing. It just feels like such a fun game to improve at.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of fun, look at this. Like if I had lost the game by 200, I'm probably storming out of the room. Probably not, but Agent's smiling, talking about the game. Scrabble is fun.
Yeah. So I'm just I know it's going to be a little dissonance right now while I get the graphics turned around for our next game, which is going to be Sammy versus Harshan, and I think we're going to have an additional game worth of oh no, we're not. I think this is, are we? Was this round 14? Either way, we'll be ready for that in a moment.
This was round 13.
Yeah, so we'll be doing, this was round 13.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have updated standings for the players then in that case. 13 games in the books. So Sammy's going to go first against Harshan. And this is a matchup of the number 1 and number 2 seeds. Hard to turn that down.
Yeah, jeez. And we do see Sam Christmas still hanging in there in 8th place, but he has lost now 4 games. And with that low-ish differential, I have to come surging back. Same for Phil, who has a slightly better differential in 7th place. But still, of course, tons of games to be played. Anything can happen. But even this early in the tournament, when you have a poor differential, it usually matters a decent amount.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough to stay at the top in an event like this. There's always a certain sense of when you get out to a fast start, you're going to be facing extremely strong opposition for a long time if you're going to stay in that top position. And that can definitely take its toll. It's going to be very difficult to maintain the same win rate that got you to the top. So just because Sam was 8-0 and now he's 9-4, he's still right in the thick of things, and he can definitely continue to hang tough, stay around the top, and go on another run. But yeah, this is an extremely deep, difficult field, as we always draw at the MGI International Classics.
Absolutely. So next matchup, Sammy going first against Harshan. Sammy's a very dynamic, intuitive player. Harshan, he's very orderly, and as a physician, I think that makes a lot of sense. But you'll see a big difference, I think, between the way these two play Scrabble in terms of strategy. When it comes to top players, it's hard to sort of like think of massive differences when it comes to strategy.
I think the best thing I've ever heard was from your podcast co-host, Wellington Jigare, who said that his aspiration as a Scrabble player is to have no strategy. He would like it to be said that it's impossible to pin him down to a specific strategy, and that he's versatile enough to be defensive when it's warranted, offensive when it's warranted. So that's the goal. Actually achieving that goal is tough because we all have our biases and ways that we like to play. in general, I would say, for example, I'm a little bit more of an offensive player and I have to rein those impulses in. My gut often tells me to go for the points and the board openness, and I have to try to go the other way. And I'm sure there are people that have to do the reverse and prefer those super, super tight closed boards, but there are some situations that absolutely call for aggression. And yeah, I actually think that both of these players are very, very good at switching from mode to mode as the turn requires, not even the game, turn by turn. Very, very flexible. If I had to say, I would say that Sammy maybe a little bit more defensive than Harshan, maybe a little more apt to sacrifice what we call equity, which is the score and value of your tiles to achieve a certain board position. But that's not to say Harshan isn't willing to do that often, and we see it constantly. So, yeah, these are two unbelievably strong players, and this, yeah, I truly hope the tiles cooperate, because if they do, we're going to see something very special here.
Yeah, I think one little like tidbit I'll say is Sammy plays like Sammy and Harshan tries to play like Nigel. Or play, I mean, he plays like Nigel in most aspects, but he knows that he isn't Nigel, but Nigel is who Harshan aspires to be. And so I think that might be sort of a big difference where Sammy, I think, has his own way about things, but Harshan could play the way he wants to play, but he sees the way Nigel plays. He's like, well, why would I play the way I want to play when Nigel plays this way and he's the best? I think that's what Harshan would say.
Yeah, he might qualify that by suggesting that there is some objective standard to it that goes even beyond Nigel, that there is just the way to play Scrabble. Nigel is as close to that way as any human, and I'm going to get there. But that's just semantics. I definitely, in general, agree with your premise. And frankly, I'm kind of the same way, right? I feel like watching Nigel play is a tremendous source of inspiration for me. That's something that I think comes through in my videos. And let's see, Sammy with a blank to start. That's exactly what he's hoping for against such a strong player as Harshan. And we'll lock in on these two players here. And wow, a tale of two racks to start.
Yeah, so Sammy very quickly is just going to play, I guess, Sellies, which is one of two playable bingos here. The other one makes the blank an M. So Micelle, probably a slight improvement in the same positioning, just because you're not floating that S out there. But in positions like these, you see something, you just take it. The margins are so thin, you'd rather spend your time later in the game.
Yeah. Micelle, if you don't think of that really quick, then you might simply assume that this rack is not that likely to have too much in it. And I also think from Sammy's perspective, that decision, yeah, it could be a big factor. If Harshan bingos to the S here, you might say, oh crap, I could have played Micelle here later on. But if he doesn't, and the odds are not great that he will, you're going to have wasted a lot of time on a decision that was very marginal and probably is not going to decide the game. You're going to need that time against really good players. You need that time later on most of the time. So could be part of his decision making there.
Yeah, I want to, like, when I say small mistake or small inaccuracy, the margin is so thin that it's just not even worth thinking about, because time is worth more than, maybe a half a point of equity after thinking for a minute. I think every minute is worth around 30 points. That's kind of how I think about it. If you get a free minute, maybe a free minute and a half per turn, but after that, every minute you spend is 30 points down the drain.
Josh, we got a setup possibility here. Sammy might be already clued into it. If you play anything with ZI on top of Sellies, you're setting up your queue for potential big draws. I'm pretty sure that's likely to be what we see here. Oh, and that would block crazy bingo that Harshan instantly spotted to the S of natheless.
Wow, so he's playing the Q first.
Also,
I guess thinking that it's too likely the Q setup will get blocked and then he'll have no home for the Q. This sets up the Z, making ZE ZI. So crazy stuff. Nathals blocked.
stupid looking word, but yeah, that is a tough block. And oddly, Harshan with the same rack almost as what I had against him when I was hoping for a bingo of Ethanoil to start my game with him at Easter Match Play. He's going to have pretty good options, though, even though he would have been happy to get his bingo down. That would have opened up the triple. Now he can play alongside this J, making plays forming Ya and Mai. He has a couple of options there that still score very, very well.
Yeah, so of course, when you face an opening bingo, you're down a bingo. But after Djembe and something like Any or NY or Lini to the right of the JEM, Harshan is just one turn away, one tempo away from tying the game up. Little does he know that this QIS play, which looks completely harmless, you play QIS with an incredible range of different Q racks. This was a really sly setup by Sammy.
Yeah. Would have been interesting to see how things would be different had he played his Z first. Either way, it is somewhat bad luck for Harshan that all of Sammy's viable plays were in the same spot, blocking that S. But there are so many ways that luck can manifest itself both for and against you. The game is young. Harshan's going to have a good play. We'll see what he draws after.
I'm actually curious. I'm going to simulate the play of Marcel and Celis.
Okay.
Just to see how tiny the margin is. So I'm assuming that after Marcel, Harshan bingos 3% less.
After Micelle?
Yeah.
But think about how much better the board is for sevens after Micelle compared to Celis.
Yeah, I know.
You still think it's 3% less? Okay. The S
What do you think?
alone, I think it's going to be near even. I think the S is important, but the board being very much more difficult for sevens. Well, maybe you still hit them, but then the sevens you get
0.5%.
the sevens you that's the difference between the bingo percentage or the sim.
Yeah. The bingo percentage.
So another thing about it is that the sevens that you do get after Celis usually open a triple, whereas after Micelle, there's maybe slightly likelier for them not to, right? Because they would come one short much of the time, depending on what they are. So it's close. I would not have expected Celis to actually out-sim Micelle, but it doesn't give an S-hook, right? Micelle does give an S-hook back, so if you have a 7 ending in S, it doesn't otherwise fit. That's going to be a troll. All right, Harshan with a long think here. He plays Any for 40. He could have played Lini for 44, but this leave much more balanced, and maybe he's thinking, I've got a C. Maybe I get CH plays coming down, and I certainly have this I that feels likely to stay open. Simulation likes it, Josh. I kind of like it too.
Yeah, this makes sense. Keep the E. Yeah, the C is going to help you a decent amount, and anything that maybe opens up, you'll have a more balanced leave. So, am I wrong, or is toesing good?
It is. I just don't think it fits anywhere.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate.
So, Sammy
what do
playing
you do here? Zig?
He plays Zig. I think this makes a ton of sense. You're cashing in your Z setup, but I just want to call out Sammy in such good shape right now, but that leave of Toain, this is the exact sort of leave that can go sour for several turns if you go on a spree of vowel draws right now. He could easily hit a bingo from the C, and he has caption. Ooh, almost. Optional. We'll see what he
I
actually
believe so,
has.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure he actually has anything that fits. But all I was trying to say is he used up all of his firepower in the Q and the Z. He's up by a very solid amount. Not sure why it's not updating yet. But that's the sort of rack that had he drawn 2 vowels, that would give Harshan a golden opportunity to potentially catch up.
A nice find here of Thuja.
Wow.
Thuya.
Look at that gap.
Definitely,
Equity gap.
definitely by far the best play here. And yeah, I guess considering what's going on this board, there's not much to look for, but look at this gives back. Potation is going to come down instantly for Sammy. And if Harshan doesn't draw a bingo here, he's going to be in pretty big trouble.
He does have good chances of doing just that, and if he does, he's going to score very, very well. I is a good first draw. Ooh, FB is a little bit too clunky, although he's going to be able to play something alongside that O that scores well, and he's not going to be dead yet. He's going to score something good. Befit for 47. It's going to hit pretty hard, and it's going to be up to the next couple of draws. Sammy could draw something good, and that would be really bad news for Harshan.
Yeah, potation being the quality of the potability of water, I think. But Befit, almost 50 points, staying in the game, but still down a whole bingo. On a board like this, where every bingo is just going to open so much. Let's see what Sammy gets. Some balance here, but the VU combo... Okay, so not so great. So, okay. Still hope, sure.
Yeah. So Harshan going to keep fighting. Definitely still way too early to, it's not good to be down over 100, but there's so much time left in the game to make those big comebacks. And if you're looking at making the big comeback, you're thinking to yourself, what is the board state? And I'm a little concerned about this. This right angle right here really makes this board, especially after Befit, the board is going to be extremely S dependent. You need that S to hit zigs. It's going to be kind of tough to do much off these tiles, but an S for Befits would also be nice. All 4 S's are still unseen. None of them on Sammy's rack. So Harshan definitely with a great chance to pluck one of those from the bag after this play. And if he gets something good along with it, he could be right back in this game in a hurry.
Absolutely. And the thing is, Sammy knows this and Harshan knows this. On a board like this, the quality of the bingo spots isn't amazing. I mean, the number 1 spot is definitely with zigs, and I think Sammy's just going to play Vig pretty quickly to block the worst of zigs bingos, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
But what's interesting about this board is that there's so much open space that you cannot block, that it's just a matter of time probably before a bingo comes down. So if you're Sammy, you're not really trying to defend the board from most of these bingos. You're just trying to prepare yourself. And whether that means trying to build your own rack to a bingo or focusing a little bit more on scoring, keeping decent tiles to be able to respond to a bingo, it'll depend on what he draws. But Vig coming down, this is, I think, by far the only sensible play in the position. But look at that draw for Harshan.
Second blank. Happy to see that. As you said, though, board is not great for now, especially really nice play and pretty good draw for Sammy to draw DE to that somewhat clunky leave. So, as you suggested, Sammy's best goal in the immediate short term, let's block zigs from terminal S plays. We've done that. Now, with that accomplished, let's prepare ourselves to respond to anything that Harshan may be able to get down or to his attempts to open the board. And he should be able to do that pretty well. Sammy should. He's got good bingo tiles. He's got a P to score with. So he's in pretty good position here. I like his chances, but again, Harshan with a lot of ammo to work with. I'm just wondering, what is he supposed to do here that keeps the E? That's the tricky thing. What are you looking at doing? Are you literally just playing Zek?
So I actually think that's just the play. That's just so weird. But you draw a vowel and you're probably bingoing. Yeah, very bizarre position. And I just wanted to mention, like I tell this to my Scrabble students all the time, why do we balance our rack? Well, obviously balancing our rack leads to good things. It's more important to balance one's rack when they're ahead sometimes. Because the reason you would balance your rack when ahead is that you can respond and continue to score against your opponent's attempts to come back in the game. So playing a word like Vig, of course, IU is not a good leave, but at least it's a balanced leave. So if Harshan opens a consonant in the triple lane or something like that, you can use your vowels to block. Opens a vowel, you can use your consonants, and you can continue to balance your rack over and over again. And oh my god, he plays it. Awesome. The simulation is saying maybe play foen through the O or foe, the O of potation. That's an alternate idea, but that would block some stuff. So I really like this idea by Harshan. Maybe FE in the same spot also possible. But this is going to give Sammy a probably completely wrong idea of what Harshan is keeping, right? I think if you're Sammy, like, oh, well, he has an S and he's close to bingo.
Yeah, look what he's
But-
looking at. He's looking at a 4S pool, right? It's the odds before Zek were good that Harshan had an S, and they should be even higher now, I would think, right?
Yeah, but it turns out it's just a weird rack. But most of Harshan's range of implied 6 tiles from the play of Zek is like, well, obviously he's setting up an S. There's 6 positions here. This is a nice spot for a bingo. There's still bingo spots here. There's 4 S's out, like you said. So is Sammy going to try a little bit too hard, knowing what we know, to block Zex and allow Harshan to continue to try and come back in this game? Is he going to sacrifice too much? What do you do here? There's so many options. I think I still play with End. Maybe like just Droop, DRUPE, or
Droop sets up your L as well.
Yeah.
It sets up Harshan's L, and he would respond to that with Fleeing. So maybe Duper. Yeah, maybe Duper. So this... Ooh, that sets up Duplet with a T hook. So got to be careful with some of these hooks. Sammy's going to play this. So this is a response for sure to Zek. Let's try to cut off those terminal bingos ending in an S, which this does accomplish that. But I just wanted to, when we're talking about Zek or Harshan versus Foe or other plays like that, I think this is a classic situation where a human being is not going to play the way the simulation expects. I think Sammy is less apt to make plays that open the board, that score well and leave good tiles, given his lead, given the inference he can make into the previous play. So I actually think that Harshan's play is much more practical in that sense of let's do something that's going to create a real problem that Sammy needs to address. And in so doing, Sammy has sacrificed a little bit of equity in the process. So I like it. I like Zek over maybe the quote-unquote engine choice of Foe. And now it's back to Harshan, and maybe now is the time to play Foe. Duple did create a lot of other opportunities where now I feel like if you can get the F off your rack, you could be... get the F. Get the F off my rack, is what he's not probably saying to himself. But I think now after this play, it did block Zex, but enough other opportunity that maybe we're going to see Foe or something similar go down.
Yeah, it's very interesting because Fowen would separate the G and the N,
But
which you don't necessarily want to do, but it sets up the G for Nu, which is not a great lane, but it is some benefit because Foe really just blocking that P and blocking the triple in so
yeah,
doing. But you could have been a little bit more proactive, but I totally think that I would want to keep the N and the G together if I have to keep a G, of course.
yeah, for sure. Agreed. Let's see if Harshan draws something legendary through the E of double at least. It feels like that doesn't seem that likely to be blocked. So there is at least something that he's threatening. So is Sammy going to try to address that area of the board? He has
Ow.
how does he do it? Because he has a play that, just look at this number for valuation, right? This is only a measure of the score of the play and the value of the leave. It doesn't factor in anything about the board, but usually it is a good metric of what might make for a good Scrabble play. Of course, good Scrabble plays score well and keep good tiles for next turn. And look at that gap, Josh, between WAF at the top of the board here and any other option. I feel like he almost has to do this unless there's some play that accomplishes an amazingly good goal down there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate though because you're just keeping bingo tiles, and if you don't draw your bingo, what are you doing? Are you going to be able to keep scoring, keeping 2 Rs? But you just have to do this. This is just a forced play. There's nothing else you can really think about doing that would make any more sense than this. You could play Prow from the P and Duple, sacrifice 13 points, open the board potentially even further. But I think you just have to take the points. And this works now. Preterit, Prettier is going to fit from the P. So I think as long as Harshan finds his bingo of Legendary, he's going to be in some huge trouble after Sammy's response.
It's so crazy, too, because this rack, if not for having those bingos from the P, would be so helpless to do anything. If you're not bingoing, you're doing nothing with this rack. So Sammy drawing into, and this is part of the value of WAF, keeping those letters, is sometimes you just get the bailout of the bingo. But as you said, Josh, when you don't get a play like that, you can be in serious trouble. And great job by Harshan here. Only bingo available, Legendary for 68. That's a great find. Spotting it here. Probably has some hope that he's bingoing without an S, drawing into a bag with 4 of them. And Sammy is going to bingo without an S as well. At some point, those S's are coming out. And who knows? Prettier, Preterit, doesn't block Ziggs. So if Harshan can just get something immediately, maybe he's still got a shot.
Do you play Preterit to create an S hook that would block Ziggs?
Doesn't that take an E hook as well?
Oh, yeah, I think you might be right.
So that, I think that would be scary. So he probably would play Prettier just to not give back that hook, and he has it set up. Sammy, I'm sure, knows the anagram, but going for Prettier. So Harshan getting close. Let me give him his points. He's at 260. Sammy going to strike right back with a similar scoring bingo to keep Harshan at bay. Let's see what he draws. He's going to need a couple bingos from here on.
How many S's, chat? Before he sees them, how many S's do you think Harshan's getting? I'd say 2. 2 S's.
I think 2 S's would be the sweet spot, because that would mean if he had a bingo, 7-letter bingo, it would be likelier to start with an S, which he really needs with Ziggs here. So I think he's actually, of course, you could get 1 and still draw a bingo starting with S, but 2 would be the sweet spot, probably.
The tiles are coming instantly on both racks, and a 0. Oh, 3 A's. Okay, well, I'm fired. 3 A's and a U for Harshan. That is just so brutal. And Sammy also, the S's are stuck. They're stuck at the bottom. Oh, we love Scrabble. This is insane.
Last 4 tiles in the bag. S, is that what we're going to see? World first? unseen tile pool of SSSS.
Harshawn, like, what? He's counting. He's like, what?
Yeah.
What just happened? You just played no S. There's 4 S's. Oh my goodness me.
As a practical matter, it's hard to see what Harshan should even do here, but I suppose maybe his standout play, which speaks to how dim his chances are here, is just Tala here, getting rid of the 2 A's. Is he exchanging here instead of this? He kind of needs some points too. I guess you could play Awa in a couple of different spots. Maybe AUA here. If you really want to go crazy, you could play it underneath Legendary as well, but that just is so, that gets punished so hard.
Yeah. No.
Rough
spot.
spot.
I think it's nice that this lane exists and there's no need to do anything to sort of disturb that. It's hard to block. I think if you play Awa, you play it up here, and I think that's probably what I would do here. There's also, again, Zig's possibilities. There are some, I think, hooks left for A and Y, at least that W, that M. So there's still stuff going on here, but yeah, the question is, do I score more, keep the U, or do I get rid of the U and just try to get a little bit closer to that bingo? I think you play Awa, AUA, or exchange. Yeah,
You like playing it off
Engine saying maybe exchange.
You like playing it off the Y just for activity?
What?
Awa,
AUA?
or do you prefer it here?
No, you have to play it up top and preserve that lane. I think that lane is good for you for a bingo.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what Makondo's saying as well.
Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, it makes sense. We should, and that's what Harshan plays. We should note that there are a couple crazy things that can happen with the unseen tiles. If you draw the C, the M, I guess also the W, you technically have hooks to any at the top of the board. I'm not sure we've mentioned that yet, but this is not impossible that you could draw something up there too. It's kind of a sneaky line that could be a resource for Harshan in particular, as he needs to bingo so much. Of course, Sammy could draw it too, but Harshan at the deficit that he's facing, he's thinking about stuff like that more so.
What in the world? Poor guy.
Yeah, rough draws for him. And it happens, right? Ooh, is Sammy thinking about playing duplex? That would be awesome. That is slick. Oh, to see that X hook would be so...
You need to see... Yeah, if you don't see that, you're making a mistake. And the time that Sammy's taking to play this leads me to believe that he hasn't seen duplex. I mean, why wouldn't you just play that when you see it? So many vowels left in perspective, even though Harshan just played 3. Can't really do this. Can you play walks with Wayne?
Oh, that's a huge... I mean, not only does it sacrifice 20-odd points, you're giving up a lane that didn't really exist, a much more flexible lane. So it's all about seeing that X hook here. Sammy's so good, but oh, man. So just didn't see it. So Sammy's not going to be happy with himself for that, and that definitely gives a sort of ray of hope. I think that would have really shut the door hard on Harshan to score 46 points there. But he's going to live to fight another turn.
Yeah, this is Harshan's chance. I mean, he's still down 118, but you play radio. The board is nice and ready for bingos. Let's see if Sammy draws an S. Still no S. Still nothing.
So he has... He can see duplex. Yeah, he can now still see it. He can see it.
Yeah.
That would be hilarious if he then came back and saw it.
Wow.
He's got another shot. If he plays the X somewhere else now, then we'll certainly know for sure what's going on. But yeah, we're going to see some S's. And now with that ARE leave, S's just pair so beautifully with that.
Did he see it the whole time?
I don't know. That's crazy if so. And he's going to play Nox. This makes sense to undouble the ends, but great job to either he just spotted it or I don't know. I think I for sure would have played it there on the previous turn.
I think maybe he just didn't like the leave at all. Maybe he didn't like just keeping a U, no vowels. leaving himself vulnerable to bingos. Whereas if you keep the X, you don't need to use duplex. If Harshan bingos, which is exactly what Sammy has to be worried about, the X can come right back and burn him for it. So that could have been a strategic decision. And honestly, the more I think about it, the less I dislike the decision to play wood, because you're really just worried about multiple bingos. And if you keep an X, you'll be able to score most of the time in response to those bingos. And now the first S has been drawn. Harshan is going to bingo here. Wow.
He's going to bingo, and he's going to do it in a somewhat annoying way given Sammy's holdings. I think he's going to do it in a maximally volatile way that's going to leave more stuff. Like, it's going to create more threats. There are just enough tiles in the bag. I mean, not just enough, but there are enough tiles in the bag that it's going to create annoying situations for Sammy. And the tiles, Josh, are quite good overall for bingoing.
Yeah, but if you play Aristai, I just feel like Sammy's response through the E is going to outscore even a second bingo here.
So you
I don't know. I
prefer?
mean,
Do you prefer Atresia?
Atresia, I feel. Oh, I guess you just lose immediately to underlaps after Atresia. I don't know. It's again very small margins here, but given this leaves 7 in the bag, I feel like loading the E out there just gives Sammy too many outs for his poor racks. And I think you have to hope Sammy's racks are bad enough that you play. I think you play Atresia, actually.
Yeah, it's tough. It's very tricky. We'll see what Harshan draws. Is he going to be able to make it interesting? Sammy's probably playing Conger here, which looks completely warranted. That's going to leave 2 in the bag.
It's just perfect, yeah.
Like leaving an S as well.
Basically can't outrun that.
Yeah, what do you
Harshan's
need?
going to need so much help. I mean, he could draw a huge R bingo. He could draw a bingo on the bottom row. But, yeah, leaving 2 in the bag. Yeah, Harshan needs a bingo, and then he needs a really good draw. And yeah, Sammy wasting no time. He's got 14 minutes to think about this, so this is just so obvious. This is why I was a little bit concerned with putting the E out there.
Is it just a way tougher decision when you put the A there instead? Simulation probably likes this, which it does like this slightly better from winning percentage, because I bet that there are some equity plays here. Like when you have Conger here, it's always playing that here, and then you get tripled on. But Sammy is never actually letting that happen, so I'm somewhat dubious of the simulation results. And Harshan starting with some good balance here. Overhand, that's not going to be enough. At least he has a bingo possible, but I don't think that's anywhere near enough points. And look at Sammy. Look at the S's.
Yep, there they are. They exist. Does he have anything? Or cirrhosis?
Oh, wait. No, I don't think so. Cirrhosis. Caesars. Oh yeah, I feel like I've seen Caesars, right? So I feel like I've seen that, and guessed cirrhosis, and I was like, wait, something feels good about that, and it was because I've guessed it and it's not correct. So yeah, I don't know if that necessarily fits anywhere yet, but after overhand, it would.
So they're fixing the scores. It seems like that's why the clocks are stopped. But yeah, overhand would give back a spot for Caesars. And as long as Sammy plays that and not cirrhosis, he'll win the game. But what's in the bag here is AM, which is pretty good. It's just that, yeah, the score differential is just too large. And yeah, I think I want to talk a little bit more about what you were saying with Aristai. I feel like the human response to that is just always to play through the E. And the chances of that not happening, I think, is what both Harshan and a simulation is relying on. But yeah, I think Harshan giving up here, you can't win. There's too many scoring opportunities, not enough time. So he's just giving up here with overhand. There's no wins here.
Yeah. Trying to play off 2 tiles, that would leave perfect information for Sammy. It would be very, very difficult to play off 2 somewhere that scores well. I guess you could look down here. There isn't really a good play down there. I'm agreeing with Harshan that this is essentially a lost cause, and the best thing he can do is to cut his spread. Spread is important. He has a nice big spread tiebreaker. You're going to lose some games, but minimizing the amount that you lose by is going to help Harshan continue to win those tiebreakers over people at the same win level that he has. And I guess look at Sammy. Oh, God, Sammy, don't play with us. Don't play, Sammy.
He's got 14 minutes to decide whatever he finds. Is he sure enough to play it? Because he has to play something he's 100% sure of here. He's up 27 points. If he loses his turn, Harshan's going to win the game. So he has to just play something he's sure. So I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't play Caesars. But I'm almost certain he's not going to try something that isn't Caesars.
Yeah, if he's not sure, he should not play it. He's now thinking about this. Oh, man. Okay, now I think, all right, here we go. This is a valid word. This is just a question of he's seen the actual word that he has on his rack. And yeah, he's just look at that body language. Look at him. Yeah, just look at him agonizing because
Harshan is just like, I don't want to look at this guy. I know that he has this.
Yeah. I trust Harshan's word knowledge to be very, very sharp. He probably knows what's going on here.
And he has to keep a straight face, right?
Yeah. Got to try at least. It's tough. I've been in situations like this before where it is not that easy to keep a straight face when you know what your opponent's got. So, yeah, it's tough. We'll see what Sammy elects to do. As you say, Josh, he has plenty of time.
I almost think that it actually might be better for the psychology of it. This is now where Scrabble becomes poker, for Harshan to be emotive and upset. Because that will tell Sammy that he has something. And if Sammy thinks he has something, that's the only chance Harshan has of winning. If Sammy doesn't think he has something, then he's just going to play a move that wins by like 50 or something. But if he knows he has something and Harshan is telling him he has something, then he might make a mistake and play the wrong 7.
Yeah,
I love this.
That's devious. Probably crosses the line to make jokes about like, oh man, I just saw cirrhosis recently. That is so.
Oh yeah, you can't say
that is
anything.
So unethical.
I mean, it doesn't have to be.
You should be kicked out.
It is.
You should be kicked out of the tournament.
Like, it is against the rules, but should it be against the rules is a good question.
I mean, yeah, poker has that sort of thing, but I think most of us immediately. I would never dream of doing that in a Scrabble game. All right.
Is he going to put it on the board? Harshan looking away. Don't look away. Look straight at him.
What?
Sad.
Just source. So Sammy clearly seeing his bingo.
Harshan looks so scared. He really does, doesn't he? He looks like, okay, come on, please hit the clock. This is what I want.
So to be clear, Sammy's definitely still winning, as you said, Josh. It's gonna be fine. Oh,
is he gonna troll him? Harshan, I think he just gulped.
Harshan has a little smirk on his face.
You
I
also
think.
have to be sure that overhands is good.
That's true. I feel like I appreciate that as a tennis word. This is a 82-point bingo. I think Harshan's going to challenge it as well. Why not, right? You're going to win the game if it's somehow not good, so you might as well challenge.
That would be such a boss move to not challenge it. Oh, Sammy.
Sammy is not willing to risk the game on this. It would be funny if he now put cirrhosis down just to make him, or Saurus's, to make him one button press away from a shocking loss. If he puts that on the board.
Yeah, it is a tactic that some players use to just force their opponent to suffer through this.
I think this is legit agony. There's no reason
it
for
is.
Sammy to do this other than he is actually agonizing, and he does commit
he played
rosiest. Yeah, he commits rosiest. So I definitely feel like Sammy was not necessarily, it wasn't just whatever histrionics for the stream. So
Oh no, it never was.
So in any case, he goes up to 477. He has only one tile left on his rack. Harshan's best play is going to be right here for 22. It's going to get him pretty close, and Harshan should just take the gift of spread there. That's a lot of spread that Sammy gave up by not bingoing, and you never know how useful that might be down the road.
Yeah, and this is the thing, like, when it comes time to win the game, everything you would have normally done, all of your inhibitions disappear. The only thing you're thinking about at this level is, how do I ensure victory? And that is why Sammy, and in any other situation, Sammy plays overhands and Caesars, doesn't give it a second thought. But if there's any tiny little doubt, that's when you can't afford to lose a turn. So funny stuff, interesting stuff, fascinating stuff.
Very. So we got our final 477, 458. Nice win for Sammy. We'll see if we get a chance to talk to him. We know that we get the fist bump. We know that we're trying to get this tournament flowing. So if we don't get an interview, it's going to mean that our next game is coming up. And next game, Josh, is going to be the return of two players we've seen, Phil Robertshaw and David Webb, both doing well in the standings. We're spoiled for choice. Amazing games every round. We are going to obviously continue to gravitate towards the top tables while providing a little bit of variety. Towards the end, we're going to stick with that top board, of course, to see the most impactful matchups. But for now, everybody is kind of bobbing up and down. We'll just have to see what matchups are appealing. Everybody should feel free, recognizing that this is not a democracy. You should feel free, if you're looking at the pairings in the chat, to suggest ones that you'd like to see, and we will take it under advisement. That is the most we can promise, right, Josh?
Yeah, absolutely. We really, especially at this on this channel, WESPA, it's a community-driven effort, but there are also still people that are pushing buttons, and so for sure, let us know what you think, and let us know what you recommend, and we'll definitely listen with open ears.
We have a lot to ask Sammy, though, when he puts the headset on, and he is saying he's happy to speak to us, which is exciting. But there were a lot of interesting decisions. I can't wait to hear what he has to say. I don't know if any are top of your mind.
Definitely, yeah. I'm definitely ready to talk about wood. That was the number one thing there. I think that was pretty awesome if you saw the X hook already.
Yeah. Responds to bingos really well. Cuts off. Maybe he's thinking, I'm blocking some of the C lanes, the bingos that you get on the top row, give counterplay back. There's a lot going on there. Interesting stuff. But there's more than that, right? The QZ sequence at the beginning of the game. What was he thinking after Zek and Duppel? There's definitely some stuff there. The fact that he stuck to his guns with a good equity play on WAF when I'm sure he wanted to do something to control the board, but he made the right play. A lot going on there for Sammy. And some great plays by Harshan, too. I'm looking over the list of plays for Harshan, and I'm seeing pretty much a perfect game. So that's what you're getting at this level, and it explains a lot why these two players are the top two seeds.
Definitely amazing stuff. Oh man, What quality? Hello, Sammy. Welcome back to the booth. Congrats on this amazing victory
Oh my God!
against
It's nerve.
Harshan. How's it going?
It's nerves. It's not going. Yeah. I just chickened out of a word I knew so well, but I had to secure the win first. You know,
Yeah.
if you play tennis, it's called set point. You can't you can't lose on that play. You know. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's totally the right call. I think if you had lost your nerves, you would have played something you were unsure of. So I think
I
you
mean,
made the right call.
I was like 95%, but
Not
the
enough.
the the timing of the game made it 20%.
Yeah, for sure. It's got to be
Yeah.
100 there, right? You can't even
Yeah.
1% is too
Yeah.
much to risk the
Yeah.
game on it when you have the win locked up. But Sammy, you made so many fun plays that we love to see over the course of the stream. I'll start towards the beginning of the game, Josh, and you can follow up with later. But I love that two-turn sequence with the Q and the Z. How many different permutations of that did you sort of play out in your mind? Play the Z first, play the Q first.
Okay.
Did you think about any of that?
I did. I did. I said it was gonna be lovely for the stream, but I didn't. I thought about it, but I said I just didn't feel like holding on to the Q a second turn. But it looked good. I thought about it. I said there's a possibility I could get cat. When I got it, I said, "Oh my God, why did I not just go for it?" But then just to keep the Q on your rack, the Z could. I don't know. I saw the sequence, but yeah, I just didn't want to start fooling around with Hashan. He's too good. So
Well, it's the same thing like with the end of the game there. It's like you have a guarantee. If you play QIS, you have plays with the
yes,
Z. If you
yes,
play Zig or Zin or Zit or whatever, you
yeah,
need to draw a certain tile to get your setup to work. And it would score more if you get that tile, but you still have to draw it. So
yeah,
no, it makes perfect sense. Play the Q off when you're in doubt. This is also a much safer setup just to play QIS. It's much harder to detect. It's
yeah.
impossible to detect,
I'd rather
actually.
do that. I'd rather do that when I'm like trailing. Was the beginning of the game. I just didn't want to start playing around. Like I said, you just got to have the game flowing. So I didn't want the queue.
Yeah.
And then I was happy I could even play the queue, and then the Z was still good for a setup. So I didn't want to be over greedy.
Yeah, we've seen a couple other games in the stream where the Q was a total albatross that you see the downside risk of it hanging around for 3 or 4 turns, which you were able to avert that with this play and continue to keep a much more flexible Z, which is going to play very well for you. So I think that is a totally defensible way to go. I think for us, the other play that we just loved when we came to appreciate it better was your play of Wud in the late game, followed up by the duplex hook in the bottom of the board. Take us through your decision making on Wud here.
Um, I just was looking at the board, and there was no real decision making there. I just missed the duplex because that was a lot of points. Yeah, I'm not gonna play around that. When I saw it, I was like, I mean, what am I doing? There was no decision there. First of all, I was mad at the fact that I didn't draw the A to play djembe with the D.
Mm-hmm.
That was my fixation. That's why I probably missed duplex because I was just looking at the D. I said that's a lot of free points if I could get it, but somehow I missed duplex. So when I found it, I'm like, oh my God, that's 40 points. I'm living on the table. That's crazy.
Well, we actually felt like, Josh, there might have been a good argument to be made to play Wud there and save the duplex hook for later.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the one saving grace is that basically what I was saying is that you're worried about him getting a bingo down. And if he gets a bingo
yes.
down, keeping the X gives you far more flexibility to deal with that. But yeah, it is a lot of points to sacrifice. And I did wonder, because you played it so fast next turn, I was like, oh, is this his plan or did he just miss it? And I was like, okay, I got it.
I missed it. I missed it.
Yeah.
Well, better
Yeah.
late than never, because it would hit like a truck on that next turn to push you up by well over 100, and you were able to hold on to that win. It says a lot. Like, you saw the out bingo, you're seeing the plays that you need to see. I feel like you are in very solid form, so don't worry too much about
No,
acing every last decision, because you are super, super close to playing absolutely flawless Scrabble, and you got another big win against a tough opponent.
yes, yes. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Cool. Well, Josh, any final thought for Sammy before we let him start his next round?
No, that's it, Sammy. Thanks again for talking to us, and good luck.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right. Appreciate you, Sammy. So there you go. Another big win for Sammy Okosaga. So if we take a look at the standings, we're going to see he gets another big win, but it looks like Lewis Mackay also on a bit of a winning streak, moving up to first place. And again, we're going to see between the number 5 and number 8 players in the standings as they are constituted right now. Phil Robertshaw and David Webb, two players that if you've been watching a lot of Scrabble content lately, you've probably seen Phil on the stream, and definitely David Webb needs little introduction for many of us.
Indeed. So it looks like Phil's going first. I think I haven't mentioned this yet on the stream, but going first in Scrabble around a 5% advantage. So going from 50 to 55% to win the game against an equally skilled player based on our latest research. So going first is always an advantage, similar to chess. And yeah, looks like Phil's getting set up. In terms of the standings, yeah, Lewis on top, Sammy with that win, just in second place. I think all the other important results are in. Harshan moving down to third place after that loss. Peter in fourth with great spread as well. And yeah, Phil needing to win a little bit. He's over 500 spread behind Harshan. So yeah, that's a huge difference. But Sam Crispin and Paul Allen, 800 spread below the best 10 and 4. So crazy stuff there. David, though, great spread himself, but he's got to win to make up for it. So he's going to want to win this game. 32 rounds total this tournament will. So again, so much can still happen, but this is kind of the, I guess, the quality or the texture that we're going to be looking at for quite some time near the top.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty constant, bouncing around unless, at this point, it doesn't seem like there's any person that's completely run away with it. The top players, we're going to let the players, by the way, we're all set. We should be ready to kick off the next round anytime. I think we're set with graphics and all of that sort of thing. But if we look at a bigger snapshot of the full standings, you can still see plenty of people that we've seen on the stream. It looks like Toke, for example, who was in second place to end the day yesterday, is all the way at the bottom here. Do I have the telestrator on this scene? I guess I do.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, Toke has had a bit of bad luck today, down to 8-6 after being 7-1 to finish off the day yesterday. But just look at all the people that we've already seen on the stream up here. I think we've seen Lewis once, Sammy and Harshan twice, Peter once, Phil's going to be on twice. Only one we haven't seen is Rick. We'll see if Rick keeps winning. We'll definitely get him on. Actually, Ed Martin is the winner of this event 2 years ago as well, so no surprise to see him working his way towards the top. What a deep field, Josh. It's kind of crazy.
Yep. I like to take a look at the Hubble deep field from time to time, but this is a deep field of its own. And yeah, it's unfortunate. It does look like some people have dropped off pretty hard. Also, Sam Crispin, he's hanging on there with his 10 wins, but things can happen. You can go 0-9 in this field. So hopefully no one does that today. But yeah, it's everybody that's at 8-6 is still very much in this tournament at this point.
Yeah, I would not, I would not begrudge going 0-9 on anyone. That's not saying anyone should have to experience. But in Scrabble, crazy things can happen on a regular basis, and certainly in this field where everybody is so solid, it just takes a little run of really bad draws. Maybe you're off your game for a round or two, and bad things can happen. But a lot of these players in the top are just so solid; they're not going to let their mental game suffer like that. They're going to convert the wins that are available to them, and that's why a lot of the same names tend to be towards the top in these events.
All right, so we see the first rack for Phil, and I spoke about an advantage. There is no advantage here with AFIIOUY. I think this is just an exchange 7, Will?
Yeah. What could you even put on the board that makes you feel good? Phil could keep an A if he likes that tile. I would think that's interchangeable with some of the other options. I think it's totally reasonable to exchange 7 here, keep an A. These are really, really close. And I feel like that is a bit of a troll for David, whose tiles are so good that combine with many, many different letters to form 8-letter words. Phil giving him no letters to play through, and he's going to have a tough choice on his hands as well. Could we see a counter exchange from David Webb, or is he going to put something on the board?
I really hope we see a counter exchange. I would almost certainly have already exchanged the U here if it was me. It seems so strong. Just have to make sure there's no 7 here, but you hit so many 7-letter words if you just exchange the U. And in terms of what you could play, I guess you could go along with Guidon, Guidon. You could play Gourd, you could keep the ing maybe, but it feels like just exchanging 1 here is definitely the play. What do you think, Will?
Well, you can certainly see Phil is ready for an N here. He's hoping that an N hits the board, hits the ground running, and it's possible that if David plays this, that's going to bail Phil out. So it's a huge swing, right? Had Phil played basically almost any play with an A or an E, we would see David bingoing in response with Rigodon or Garadon. Instead, it could be Phil waiting for a letter and actually receiving it from his opponent. It certainly feels like David is considering plays that use the N here. Can he think to exchange? Can he think to play duo or Udo? Looks like he's going to go long and give up that bingo back. Ooh, in a good spot,
Yeah,
too.
so in this particular instance, he's going to suffer massively from this decision. But honestly, in terms of how much worse this might be than the exchange, it is so close. But this is why sometimes when you have something so close at the beginning of the game, it makes sense to consider an exchange. I don't know if David even considered exchanging, but yeah, in this particular case, it's somehow going to backfire massively.
Yeah, this does give back lots of other nice floaters and a big S hook. So depending on what David draws, he could hit back super hard. He could draw the Z. This is certainly a play that you're going to play 10 times out of 10 if you're Phil with that rack to get those kind of clunky letters, 2 R's and a U and a P off the rack. You convert all that to 70 points, but let's see what David draws.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what he gets. A good question, YouTube, is the exchange one a sort of play you're more likely to see in North America versus the world? I don't think so. I think exchanging early like that is more of a strategic thing than an equity thing. I'm not sure. What do you think, Will?
I don't know. I feel like I've seen. I don't think exchange one is it. Are we imagining that potentially players that are more oriented
Oh,
lime kiln? Is that what he's looking?
sorry, that's such a cool word. I
That
interrupted you.
that is crazy. Nice play here by David, though. Set up your S, get the Q off with basically the only play that does that. That's palatable. This seems clear for him. Keeping the S, so he's going to be thinking about, can I draw into something hooking on repairs or sinks in a hurry? But I feel like so maybe the theory is that if you're a board control oriented player, as potentially we associate with the African style of play, do you feel like exchanging one is a missed opportunity to do some board shaping in the early part of the game? Maybe. I'm not sure. I guess I'm having a hard time thinking of personal experience watching games or playing games that bear that out. I guess in theory it makes sense, but I feel like I've seen plenty of opening exchanges by players of all stripes. So not sure if that helps. It's kind of a wishy-washy answer of I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it's more about oh, please don't play mine like. That's so many like words.
I don't think
Yeah.
he will. I don't think he will.
But I think the decision, so I ran it and it's about a 5% decrease from equity to play during, which is very surprising, very steep, versus exchanging the U, which is yeah, by far the best play recommended by the engine. And that's what I think is the difference here. I think engine analysis, people that are maybe in the newer generation of players are much more focused on engine analysis rather than play analysis.
Yeah.
So, I mean, David, you'll watch his YouTube channel and he'll play his game and he'll take a look very quickly at the engine's recommendation of just top static equity moves. When we're saying static equity, again, it's just the moves that are being thrown out with no consideration for shape of the board and for strategy. And that's how he'll determine whether he missed things or not. I don't know how deeply he analyzes his tournament games, so I don't want to speak out of turn here, but there are a lot of players, I think, in the newer generation, and I guess many of them live in North America, that focus a lot on using engine analysis. And that can be a problem when you focus too hard on what the engine tells you, but it's definitely better than not analyzing the games at all, I would say.
Yeah, that makes that I like the distinction between country lines and more maybe generational lines. The players that are relying a little bit on the latest and greatest computer engines, Macondo in particular, which is a pretty good, light in the darkness to try to follow to that's going to be even better than Quackle for a variety of reasons. I think those engines really like exchanges a lot of the time from a purely sort of mathy outcome. But again, there are more human considerations than the sim is necessarily taking account. When your opponent sees you exchange one, they're going to prioritize a more defensive opening. They're not going to give you as many floaters as the simulation expects. It doesn't always work out quite as well as the engine would expect it to do, for you. And really part of being an elite human player is to recognize those instances, as we're going to see Phil play Mike here to keep a balanced leave of line. There were a number of higher scoring plays that he had. He could have played things ending in ING, but he's opted to keep the IN together, potentially to try to hit a bingo there instead. Maybe a little bit of an equity sacrifice here, Josh.
Oh, wow. That's not a good draw either. This is a good play. Keeping good tiles, keeping the ING, but yeah, I understand the instinct to do this. It's crazy though. The play that I put on the board, REIK, is the engine's favorite. Speaking of engines, sometimes they suggest things really weird, like REIK, setting up the I for Reiki, setting up NIM underneath at a minimum for 33. Super, super bizarre stuff. I think it has to do with the tension relating to this S hook on unrepair that Sank really did a great job of obscuring the possibility of blocking without an S. So we see blows coming down. And again, this is why you play something like Mike. You want to open the board so that you don't have to draw an S to play a bonus. But there were some other very interesting moves that scored a little bit better, like you said, Will. And it's a really interesting conversation. I want to mention the fact that we are not the authority on Scrabble. Nobody actually is the authority on Scrabble. What's really cool, and I think the most amazing thing about this game for me, is how little we know. And so I can be very confident in saying, oh, I think David Webb should have exchanged the U on the first turn. And maybe the engines all agree with me, and maybe a bunch of top players agree with me. That doesn't mean we're right. During could be the best play. We actually have no clue. We're just trying our best as a community to sort of develop the tools to understand this game. And we're never going to fully understand it. And that's what's amazing. That's what's kind of tricky about things too, though.
Yeah, very well said. Maybe some future engine's going to come along that's going to reinvent the way we think about the game again. In any case, a couple moves to unpack here as we see Phil play Venom. This seems very reasonable. His best equity play here was Helving into the G of During, which is terrifying to see once your opponent has played an S. Maybe David is going to play this no matter what, but again, it's been pointed out in the chat, David left a D on this play. He could have played down for a very similar score, keeping his S. So I would potentially be looking at this and wondering, does this mean that he has another S in reserve? But either way, Helving, setting up the shelving hook is a little too scary. I do approve of Phil's choice of Venom. And we're going to see Mediator come down for David to get his first bingo of the game.
Yeah, so just to note, Phil was ahead when he played Venom, so it makes sense to play the defense after the S hook got blocked. No bingos are going to play on that bottom row. So Venom playing a little bit of defense, keeping the H to score with, but Mediator blowing the board open. Phil is going to be able to respond pretty strongly to this, pretty forcefully.
So, yeah, Mediator scored 64 points. Great bingo right here for David. Guess what, though? If we look at Phil's POV, he can respond to this by playing Aroha for 64 points as well. This scores as many points as the bingo that David just played. So this is definitely the star play here, if you can spot it. Unbelievable to have an overlap like that here, Josh.
Yeah, that's a very high score. I know, like, blowing the board open with Mediator probably invites responses that average around 45, 50 points, but 64 in response is so good. It could have been worse. Could be an X, could be Apex for like 100. But yeah, if he sees this, it's gonna come down, and Dave's gonna be like, "But I worked so hard for this bingo," and you just play a 5-tile play and score 64 yourself. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, I do feel like Phil has such good word knowledge. It's not going to be a question of knowing this word. It's much more of a question of thinking to even extend that far down Mediator with an overlap. I feel like I might not even be thinking about that, and I'm looking for stuff through this M. I'm probably looking for as big of a play through the M as I can get, and there are some good ones, right? Something like Amla would normally be so solid here. This scores 42 points, leaving a very solid leave. I could see him make that play and feel very confident that this is probably a good play. We'll see what Phil does, but meanwhile, David Webb's draw, Josh.
Yeah, that's the sort of draw where you're just like, okay, well, I guess I'm gonna exchange no matter what. That's a terrible, awful post bingo pick, and Dave's just gotta like sit there and hope he doesn't get hit really hard. And there we go. We see Aroha.
Oh, beautiful.
Phil, is he gonna count it before he puts it on the board? Because this is hard to count once it's on the board. So maybe he's just gonna do that and not like try to falter. There are differences. Some people put plays on the board to count them. Other people count them before putting them on the board to sort of evaluate them.
I do
But
both
yeah, I think
because
I
I
would have
lose
been
faith. I lose faith in my counting.
I would have been more focused on HM here. So this is a great find, Phil. You fall into many different traps. Is he unsure of Aroha?
Yeah, I think
You know,
he's
what could you do that's any better than that, right? I guess there could be some bingo here, but there is none.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down. This is a beautiful, beautiful play by Phil Robertshaw, showing why he has been in good form this year. He dropped out of the first place spot, but he was in first place in this event earlier, a couple rounds back, and he is the winner of the most recent UK major prior to this one. That is a really master level find right there, and it looks like we're getting a challenge of this, although I don't think the clock necessarily, not sure what's going on with the clock. The shading is a little bit weird, but okay, they adjudicated that. 5 extra points on top of the 64. Great play.
Jeez. Yeah. So 176 to 155. Plus 5 is 181. So David down by 26. So it's not, it's not so bad for him. So probably here you want to just play what David already has lined up. Eine through the N of Sank. It scores 18 points and keeps 3 vowels with the L. Not ideal, but certainly worth doing, I think, over exchanging. And the engine agrees.
Yeah, 18 points feels worth it for sure. And the game is still close. If David just so as bad as that draw was after his bingo, he could easily get a great draw here of 3 synergistic consonants and be feeling way better about his life. Only down by 8 points. Phil with some good bingo tiles on his rack, but the duplicated T's and the Y potentially getting in the way. That being said, Phil's going to be able to do, there is that exactly the sort of draw we were talking about. Nice. So
Very
way,
nice.
way better balance. You've got a big X spot right here. How quickly, and here, how quickly fortunes can change, Josh.
Absolutely. And I don't think David's going to get the 50 plus point X play. I think he's going to get the 41. I think Phil's already looking at TAY. I feel like TOY boy right here probably makes the most sense. And keeping the A versus keeping the O. Usually you keep an O usually you keep an A unless there's a lot of A's left. Right now there's only 4 A's left and 4 O's left from Phil's perspective. So I'm very curious as to why he kept the O instead of the A. Probably just a little bit of a misfire there, if I had to guess.
Yeah, just an oversight. You get many more bingos down by playing the O there. The A is just a better tile in general to keep. You're going to get more 7-letter words that play in this spot, among others. It doesn't look like he drew anything so good that, I know you hate when I analyze like that, Josh. But in this particular case, he did not draw anything where it would have been a huge difference, but he did draw another O, and I'm sure he would prefer not to have duplicated tiles.
Yeah, and again, this is a small inaccuracy, probably just a little bit of I don't know, maybe it was a decision that he made on purpose. I doubt it. I wanted to mention, I was looking up when blows came on the board, I wanted to see if there was more than just one 4-tile extension. Eine blocked Blousiest, which is the only extension, I think. But just some fun stuff there. And don't think about those things too much when you're playing, because you're probably not going to have a cool extension. You should probably focus on.
Wow.
Whoa.
That's weird. That's a lot of points left on the table there for David.
That was just a miss.
Playing Oxen for 27 instead of any number of plays with Mix for 42. You're keeping an S after either one of those, and you still have this hook, so it's not like you need this new lane necessarily. That's surprising. I think David potentially just not realizing the power of that overlapping spot, as you said.
Yeah, this is just a little bit of a miss as well for David, a bigger one. And if you're Phil, you can actually sort of look at this play and realize that Knox scored 42. So just 15 points given up like that, very puzzling. But yeah, this is going to allow Phil to sort of deal with his tiles a little bit better than potentially expected. He doesn't have to play footy. He actually could have played through the D and played foodie to keep the T, but this makes sense too to block potentials for bingos that don't contain an S. And it scores 27.
Yeah, makes sense. I do think it seems so much more logical to play on the left of this word that I'm not even sure I'd be thinking about playing on the right. Foodie, as you suggested, scoring 5 more points and leaving ELT as opposed to just EL. Maybe that helps you get a few more bingos down, but big draw for Phil Robertshaw here of pastels and staples. Definitely feel like that is very likely to.
100%
Yeah,
fits here.
what's that?
Fits here. Yeah.
Oh,
The bingo's coming down.
Crazy. I was going to say, I thought somehow you knew that he was going to get that here. And I was going to say, you could see some play burning your S here if you're David. But knowing there's another spot, I'm with you 100%. We're seeing Phil bingoing unless he somehow misses the overlaps. That's not happening.
Oh, is tapless good too? Is that a call-in?
I don't think it's a Colin. I think it's just another NWL.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I'll check that. So Bevel, this looks like a very solid play though from David to get the B and the V off at a cost of the E's, but there were a lot of E's to come, so you can easily draw more. NS a good leave, makes sense. But does this leave Phil? Oh, tapless. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he's confident in that, it's definitely the play on points alone, Josh.
Yeah, that's just so many points. 15 more than staples. And 19 more than pastels. So yeah, tapless without a tap. That's, I guess, a sensible thing to exist.
Whoa.
How do you remember? But look at that. Both blanks are still out, by the way, Will. So
I know. I was going to say, if we see a blank here, we could see something massive get played in response to tapless that would just even the game right away. So even now, you're still going to hit the Z pretty hard after that play.
Oh, this is actually annoying, though, because if tapless comes down, you're just basically forced to block the triple, I feel like, but you want to just play Kaz? Leave it open? Oh, this is actually really bad. This is really bad for David.
For David, but fun for us.
Yeah, just the problem is now the board. I guess the saving grace is this T in footy. Once tapless comes down and David can't really do anything to reopen this part of the board, he's gonna have to like re-overlap with Zin or something, and he's not bingoing next turn unless he gets really lucky.
So the play that David can make in this spot, if he's looking to deny Phil the opportunity to do so, is Zati, which scores pretty well. Board's flipping, but that play scores 51. Kaz scores 54. But of course, in the immediate future, yeah, blank for Phil, at least one. The other one could be coming too. Ooh, look at this. Ooh, weird. Okay, that draw went kind of squirrely with the JW there at the end. But all I'm saying is Kaz scores 3 more points, but in the short term, this spot is going to get you just hammered so often if you're David that you might need to play short-term defense to deny Phil the opportunity to simply run away with the game on the spot a lot of the time.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Because INST is going to bingo so much more, especially given the G enduring still being open. I would not be surprised if David says, well, okay, I got to play Kaz here and try to bingo next turn. If I don't, then this is getting blocked. I'm not going to bingo. And maybe the margins are such that that's okay. He just needs to hope that Bill doesn't have a huge overlap of tapless, but indeed he does. If David does not cover this triple, Bill is going to score so many points.
Yeah, I could see either of those pathways being sensible and viable. You're totally right to point out that G of during, and David's going to go for the max volatility why not, right? Let's try, let's go for it. Let's hope that Phil gets a clunky draw, can't do much in that spot. I keep INST, get an ING bingo, and I'm back in business somehow.
So, the highest score now for Phil is the hilarious Wiltja, burning the blank as an L and just not addressing the triple at all. But I think we're just going to see the simple jaw. You might want to play Wilja for 60, burn the blank, but jaw is 50 and it keeps the blank. So I think you just have to keep the blank, even though at this margin, the more you score immediately, the likelier it is that you'll just never be able to get caught. I think you play jaw here.
Yeah, seems very reasonable. It scores 50. Scoring 66 here is kind of fun, but it doesn't do anything to address the most salient threat on the board, which is the far right column, the O column. So, yeah, jaw seems very solid. Another thing to note, if you're Phil, is you have a bunch of plays here that you could conceivably play, but using the W is kind of sneaky important because there are 2 U's still to come, and you really don't want to be saddled with WU, especially while you have one of the blanks on your rack. You would love to just land that knockout punch as soon as possible. Getting rid of the W important.
For a second, Phil had Haji lined up 2 J's.
Yeah, you just get so many points for jaw without needing to burn your blank. So it is tempting to see what can I gain from burning the blank here, but ultimately jaw is too compelling. Phil agreeing.
And this is so rough for David. He kept the best lead he possibly could, but that wasn't enough. And he's down over 100 now with no way to score reasonably well. So it looks almost over at this point.
Yeah, it's just such a big score disparity. Phil even keeping the H on his rack to continue to push up his score on the subsequent turn. Definitely just want to call out that cyanite on that column just got blocked for David. I'm sure he did not have high hopes of that staying on the board. He probably was hoping for the ING bingo, which had a much higher likelihood of actually staying open. Didn't materialize for him, and now it is pretty brutal to come up with a good choice here for him with the board. Really, just look at all these. Can't hook this, can't hook this, can't hook this. There's a V in space, can't hook this. This is just like a wall right here of inaccessibility. Tough for David. He's going to play tick. Seems reasonable to me. Like, let's open something.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Scores something, opens something. You really need some luck here. You have to hope the blank is in the bag. Not necessarily that you draw it, but that it's in the bag, that Phil can't do anything, that he's saddled. But none of those things are true. There is a blank in the bag, but not both. And in terms of possible ways back in the game, I talked about Blausius, but there's no 6-letter extension to blows. There's only death blows and counter blows, so 5 and 7-letter extension.
Nice.
And yeah, that doesn't really matter. But I think if you're Phil, you outscore everything if you just play right or tight here.
Yeah, pretty good. That is met with a bingo from David, but certainly not one that gives you any cause for concern. If you're Phil, the timing of the unseen tiles in the bag is such that there are currently 11 in the bag. If you play tight, there will be 7. If David bingos, it'll empty the bag, and Phil will have perfect information and be able to proceed from there. Seems pretty likely he should be able to hold on with ease from that point. If for some reason that you did not want to open the board in that way because you love this wall of inaccessibility, as I said, you could just play get here, which looks pretty solid to score okay. At least you leave 1 vowel as opposed to 0. Of course, tight, leaving a better vowel and scoring better than that. But it's all how much Phil likes his position and likes the closed nature of the left side of the board.
Yeah, so you have to the only thing you have to worry about here if you're Phil is just not scoring. And just getting bingoed on multiple times. And if you play enough tiles, you can only get bingoed on once. So if Phil's able to play 5 tiles here, then he basically can't lose the game unless a humongous bingo hits the board. And so I'm actually thinking the play of tighter might be the winningest play
Just to avoid
in the
getting
position.
you never get bingoed on twice. So tighter down from the tee of tick.
Yeah.
Yeah, scoring not well at all, but using enough tiles that you never get bingoed on twice. That's probably the winningest play, but if I'm Phil, I'm probably still thinking about what plays give me the best spread gain from this game, and it's possible that tight is the play that does that. Scoring 39, leaving ER blank, which is an absolutely dynamite combination. That would be the argument in favor of tight, is that when you win, you probably win by the most after that play. But if this was round 32 and this is a championship game for all the marbles, winner take all, maybe tighter gets stronger and stronger.
Yeah. So looks like Phil's considering right. Maybe tight a little bit safer just in order to create fewer opportunities. But this has to be good enough like 99% of the time. What's David going to do? Bingo to the G and then somehow Phil can't block everything available on the bottom row or second to bottom row. So like I guess the worry is the bingo here and then threat of this and the counter of this as a double threat. But you might even be up by enough that doesn't matter. And there's a second blank. Oof.
Yeah. Second blank joins the first on Phil's rack, and he's going to wrap up another nice win here. We already basically knew that was the case, but there were some crazy, maybe David bingos and draws the blank right here. That could have made really interesting end games. Instead, are we going to see, though? I mean, Geognost.
How do you see that so fast?
I didn't.
Well,
I did not. I have not looked.
How in the world do you see that so fast?
Look, I suck at a lot of Scrabble things, but that's something that I'm okay at. So,
there are 2 playable bingos here. Most of us would potentially find outgoes.
oh,
At
where does
some
that?
point when
Where
we're
does that even
looking.
play? Oh, on top of blows. Okay, nice.
But how do you see Geognost immediately? The only bingo with the G. Will, you are a legend and a magician and a gentleman.
Thanks, man. But I'm not the one sitting
Well,
across the board winning the game.
Phil is
Wow,
almost as fast as you.
Yeah, Phil sees it pretty quick. So this play scoring 68 points and out goes at the bottom of the board on top of blows scoring 67. So you can't really go too wrong. David with Dareful on his rack. And it's not going to matter as Phil about to bingo out. Beautiful play. Blanks N and S. And he's going to win by a pretty solid margin when all is said and done here. 512 to 356. Nice work again by Phil Robertshaw on the stream.
Yeah, and I guess the only question is David Webb going to challenge this word? I assume his word knowledge going to lead him to just accept. And yeah, wow.
Yeah.
That's class. That's class right there.
Impressive by both players to simply not even bat an eye at this word. I know that probably looks very bizarre to anyone out there that's not a seasoned tournament Scrabble expert. You're probably saying, what the hell? How did he find that word and how'd the other guy not challenge it? That's what we're dealing with here at events like this, MGI International Classics 2026.
Yeah. Well, another win for Phil Robertshaw. I guess there's potential for him to move to second place with this win. If we take a look at what the standings were looking like in the previous round. But I think this game ended pretty quickly, so we're not going to get results all that soon for most of the games. I guess there's potential for Arshawn and Peter who have lost. Yeah, I guess Phil could be in first place after this, but this is a very important win for him, for sure.
So this game finished on the early side, David finishing with 12 minutes on his clock. But yeah, as you note, standings are still yet to come in from the previous round. But we should be able to potentially talk to Phil again. We chatted with him earlier after one of his wins on stream this morning. But we may take a very, very short break after that interview and then come back with round 16. Just as a reminder of the schedule, we have just crested round 15, which means we've got 2 more rounds to come today. I feel like I'm getting a second wind, Josh. My energy is pretty good right now. The level of play has been good. Seeing Phil play Aroha just energized me a lot. I'm feeling pretty good heading into the last 2 rounds.
Good. Awesome stuff. Yeah. And so, as usual, we're going to get to speak to Phil, the victor here. If you have any questions about the game, let us know. We might be able to ask him. But yeah, very, very interesting one for sure. Trying to think of the positions that were most worth discussing.
Yeah, there were a bunch. I mean, I just want to lead with asking him about Aroha, which is an absolutely gorgeous play. As Phil puts on the headset, hi Phil, Will and Josh
Hi, Will.
again. Another
Hi,
great
Josh.
another great win for you on the stream. 2-0 on stream so far, I think. But another win against a tough opponent, and you're hanging tough in this field.
Yes, had some blowouts both ways today, and that one I don't normally get nerves on stream. I felt a bit nervous during that game. I felt like I was missing a whole bunch of stuff. Talking myself out of playing things, and yeah, fortunately I drew really well, which bailed me out. So I guess you can tell me. I'm happy to know what I missed because I feel like there was a bunch of stuff there.
Yeah, Josh, I don't think Phil missed a lot.
Yeah, no, I think the only thing that was a little bit puzzling was your play of Tay rather than Toy. Was that an active decision to keep an O rather than an A at that point?
No, I think that was just
just overlooking that you could put an O there maybe as well.
Yeah, I was so focused on blocking the Z bomb on the right of mediator.
Yeah.
That I didn't think about putting the O there. So yeah, that would have.
Well, literally,
that
Phil,
was the only thing.
That was literally your only mistake. So, if you're thinking that you chickened out on a ton of stuff, it just didn't happen. Very, very solid game. Again, Aroha is just a play that I think is a very high degree of difficulty play, scoring as much as David's bingo. I guess.
And more with the challenge.
Yeah, 5 more than that. It was a really, we'll just walk you through the beginning of the game. You exchanged with those really bad tiles, 100% correct to do that. And then David had during and an O. So had you played an A or an E, he's bingoing with 8-letter words. And you were praying for an N, which he put on the board. He could have exchanged you or played shorter, but that N just really set you off on the right track in the game.
Definitely, yeah. I don't know. He's got 7 random tiles. He could play anything, but I guess an N is reasonably likely to be played. Yeah. I never really felt in control of the game until probably I drew the first blank.
Right. Yeah. After tapless, that draw, I think, and him not using that triple with the bonus, I think was where you started to feel very, very comfortable.
I mean, if he hits the Z down there, he wipes out tapless. So
yeah.
Yeah,
you saw Lime Kiln on the mic turn. You put Mind Like down. That's not a word. That was a good decision to not go ahead and play Mind Like. So that was good. That could have been an issue. Other than that, there was not too much. I think the Venom position was very interesting. We like your decision there to keep the H, and sometimes the H just pays off so nicely, and that's what happened.
Yeah, I was just trying to keep it tight, really, with that play and turn over some tiles. The other play, I was unsure if it was, well, it was the right play at the end, because there was still a blank unseen.
Oh, at
I
the
don't know.
very end.
I figured that even if he does bingo, right scores so much that I'm going to outrun anything he plays.
Yeah, there's that consideration, as well as the fact that you really want to play a minimum of 4 tiles there, because there are 11 in the bag. So if you can play 4 tiles, you make it much more difficult for him to bingo twice. So I think we like the idea. If you had a viable play that used 5 tiles and still scored a good number of points, that has some advantages to make it literally impossible for him to bingo twice from that point on. But you're going to win by more points by playing right or tight on that turn than you would otherwise. So it makes a ton of sense in this sort of early tournament position where you're trying to rack up some spread. This is the way to do that. And yeah, not much else to say other than you can set your mind at ease. Another very well played game by you on the stream. And at this point, we don't think it'll be the last we see of you here.
Thank you. Just finally, was there any other bingo with the last rack?
One more.
Out
it was
goes
so funny, Phil.
On top of blows, but your play scores 1 more point, so it is optimal.
First of all, that was a ridiculous find, and you found it so quickly. I don't know how long before you lined it up you found it. I will tell you that Will, of course, found it instantly. I don't know how
I found
you
it very
guys do
quickly.
this.
But I found it very quickly. I was just doing my admin before I lined it up.
Yeah, but, we could tell you found it really fast.
You guys are ridiculous. Yeah.
Well, Phil was the one sitting in the hot seat, making the plays. Another great win. We'll let you get off to your next game, but congrats again, Phil, and good luck in your next 2 games of the day.
Thanks, guys. Stay strong. You got up very early, so I know it's been a really long day for you.
Well, plays, I was just saying before you got on, plays like Aroha are keeping me energized, so thank you for that. You're keeping my energy up, Phil. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Have fun.
All right, there we go. Another chat with Phil Robertshaw as we'll grab the headset back. But yeah, Phil is just a really lovely guy. It was great to meet him a few weeks ago. Hard not to root for him. He is definitely still going to be very much in the mix going forward as we look at the standings. We got some in. It looks like some wins for a lot of the top players in that group. Lewis Mackay was in first, Josh. It looks like he must have lost, whereas Sammy, Peter, and Phil all win.
Yeah, great. So let's think of pairings. We haven't decided who we're going to feature next round. So yeah, we could use your help also in the chat maybe. But before we use your help, make sure you like the video on YouTube and subscribe. If you're on Twitch, follow that link that's pinned in the Axer Typo chat just to follow the WESPA channel. This is our first ever stream on this new channel. So we're very happy to have you here. Onward and upward. And yeah, let us know who you think we should feature next round. If you have the commentator or the commentators are listening. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do we have?
So we got a bunch of good ones. The top rank. Oh, we got Sammy versus Ed Martin. I know we've had Sammy a couple times. We haven't seen Ed yet, so that's kind of tempting. We just had Phil, or I would say maybe Phil versus Rick Kennedy. Brian Poe versus Lewis Mackay is the number 1 top board game right now, which is kind of an interesting one to me as well. I think what we should do, though, is I think we're looking at about a 10 to 15 minute time period before the next game begins. I need a bathroom break, so potentially why don't we take like a 5 to 8 minute break, and then we'll come back, figure out the next pairing, plug some of the other stuff going on, and get into round 16 when it begins in a little bit over 15 minutes. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
All right, so that's what we're going to do. We could run a little bit of a blitz Scrabble clip during the break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes as we kick off round 16 and figure out that pairing. See you soon.
Another one. Brava, yes. playing like a million games with you in the build up to Albany's New Year's.
I wasn't fast, my racks were fast.
26.
Yes. Oh, fuck.
What?
Shit.
Don't follow him. Yeah, I knew that's what he said.
I was like, no way. There's no way anything plays. Oh my god, 48.
Oh, 48.
Shit.
What happened?
I had unfollowing for 100.
Oh.
Jesus.
We'll have to do some navel gazing about that one later.
I can't play anymore.
No, just started.
We're playing upside down, whatever. 26.
Okay. Like this.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Six. Three.
Oh. It drew 2 instead.
Go again.
Alright, I'll do it again, okay? That's a good way to go about it. That was a very good go again. Keep doing that. Keep it up.
I'd say.
Next time, follow the rules.
Never.
Don't do that.
67 E.
Why? Wicked motherfucker. 68.
Wicked or wasted?
Wicked.
4.
Is it 4?
Yeah.
It's 3. Oh!
72.
So these are 3. That means that we have done 4.
Unconscious?
Yes.
Good to know.
Well, I know you know it.
Oh yeah, I learned that word recently.
62.
Oh, two genetics, yeah. Genetics. What's the enneagram of Dodgers?
Godders?
Gorseds with two D's at the end. Gorsedds. Cool.
30.
Oh, Gorset.
Gorseds. Mm.
23.
Okay. Since you are your avenging yourself. This should be done. Then I will not park. Seventy-five.
26.
Five, 7.
3, 5.
Oh no, that's just a drain. It's sticking out of the grass.
Oh.
They look like a bunny crouching there.
Well, as long as you don't have zealotresses, I should be fine.
Yeah, so it's done.
CES, right?
Yeah, both, right?
Well,
20.
I'm assuming it's CES.
What is CES?
You said zealotresses. So I was asking, is this?
Oh, you only have 6.
40.
18.
18, yeah.
14. It's my score.
I know. 4, 5, 6, 7, 27.
Save the best for last. 463, 502.
Do that to me. I will resist you.
I need a.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We are not yet ready to start our next round game, but after a little bit of blitz, the two of us are back and we're ready to get set for that game. We've got 2 more rounds today here at day 2 of the MGI International Classics, Josh. My stamina was, I was thinking, oh man, how am I going to make it? But I'm feeling pretty good right now. We've seen some really good games today and excited for another one coming up.
Yeah, you want to play Blitz?
No, frankly, no. I want to sit and watch these amazing players do what they do and slowly, sleepily come to discover the rationale behind their brilliant plays. That's what I'm interested
So
in
I
doing.
thought you say you have energy, and then I ask if you want to play Blitz. You clearly don't have enough energy. You don't want to play Blitz. That's all
Well,
I'm
I
saying.
have enough energy to be excited about the games we're going to see. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it's everything is relative. So, next round matchup is going to be Brian Poe versus Lewis Mackay. Lewis, a runner up at the World Scrabble Championships in recent memory. And Brian Poe, who knows, maybe a future participant in the World Championship finals at the rate he is improving. So this is a matchup of players that are both kicking around towards the top of the standings. See Lewis in 5th place right now. I guess I have to actually edit that. Somebody leapfrogged him, and Brian remains at 8th place. So what do we think looking at these standings? A lot of parity towards the top so far.
Yeah, I'm just thinking the 1,000 point difference between Sam Crispin and Harshawn spreads is just ridiculous. Sammy in clear first place at 12-3, which is awesome to see. Anything can happen. Still at this point, we're not even halfway through the tournament. So these guys could go. You're 12-3, could go 3-12. You're 11-4, you could go 4-11. These things happen. There's some cannibalization that will also transpire near the top since people will be playing each other. That's kind of how the pairing system works. Swiss pairings pit players against each other near the top or near wherever they are in the standings, as long as they minimize repeat pairings. So lots of stuff going on. Still a lot of people in the mix, and I like the fact that things are pretty tight, Will.
Yeah, it's great to see that because it just means these top, 6 or 7 people are going to beat the hell out of each other, which is incredibly entertaining for us to watch. There's going to be new players rising to the top every few rounds. Sammy obviously is the one who controls that right now with a chance to just continue to keep winning and maybe distance himself. The more he goes on a streak from here, maybe he puts some separation between himself and some of the other players. But as good as he is, more likely by far that those 11 and 4s right behind him are going to be jockeying for his position. And you can see Sammy's spread is good, but Harshan and Peter Andronowski with those gigantic 1,300 spread tiebreakers has to be a little bit of a downer for Peter to be at a 1,300 spread and still not have the best tiebreaker at his win level.
That's just showing the power of Harshawn. It just feels like no matter what happens, Harshawn is in the game. The one time I played him somehow was not the case, but it feels like he's been winning his games by a lot and losing his games by a little. That's the only way to have a spread like that. Well, you're used to having a lot of point differential, but I think it has also a decent amount to do with the way you're pulling tiles, right?
Yeah, no question. I think it is, certainly the win total is a metric of, that's the key. That's what we're all looking to do, win our games. The point spread, I feel like, is more of a function of how well you draw, first and foremost. How many games do you have where you're just blowing your opponent out? Because there is a sort of snowball effect in a blowout game sometimes when you're really drawing all the goodies, but your opponent is still doing their best to try to win the game. They're still trying to open the board and make opportunities for themselves, which only makes matters worse for you. So if you just don't really get any of those blowout style games, that can tend to snowball and result in really big margins of victory for you. That tends to happen. I think it's potentially the case. Yeah, we got our players here. We're ready to start. Just letting our producers know that. So we have Brian and Lewis ready to rock here. Very excited for this game. But yeah, spread also, I just feel like is a function of some of those Scrabble, essentials. Are you finding all of your bingos when they come up? Are you playing your end games to a high degree of accuracy? These are the reasons why players like Nigel or Harshan, who are so accurate with their word finding and end game solving ability, nobody more so than Nigel. You mentioned that Harshan sort of using Nigel as a guide, as many of us do. That's the way to get big spread a lot of the time. So here we go. Game's about to start.
Yes, indeed. So Brian going first. We'll see what he gets. I predict this game will be a game of Scrabble, Will. I'm not going to ruin it.
Come on, man.
BGSTTFO.
Oh,
Well, that O making it a little bit annoying, because if this was just another constant easy decision, exchange, but now you could play VOG for 14, keep things really tight. Guess you could play Toft to get that extra constant off your rack. And those are probably slightly better than exchanging, but I feel like exchanging down to ST is totally fine.
yeah. You could see either way be completely defensible. The nice thing about VOG is that you have an S and it makes a board that is extremely annoying to play on without an S. That's why I would be tempted to play that. Just think about what happens in this particular case when you exchange, right? If you play VOG, that makes an annoying decision for Lewis. If you exchange, he gets to lock for a lot of points to start the game, setting up his Z. So it's a really, in this particular case, but it's less about this particular case and more that you have an opportunity to make a play that suits one of the tiles on your rack very well. So I think Brian is going to come around to play VOG. I feel like it's slightly better than exchanging 14 points and a board that suits you. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, indeed. I think you play VOG or Gov here. I'm surprised that VOG is the preferred play of the engines, because it does encourage plays that get rid of that S hook. It encourages plays under or over going this way. But I think a lot of the time those plays will probably help Brian out more than Lewis. So either one, either VOG or Gov, the restrictiveness is so powerful. And in this case, I think it's going to prevent Lewis from getting a huge score.
It's also tough to make underlapping plays that still don't give an S back after this. Most of the letters that you're going to put here, an F would probably be the worst case scenario of a short play here that doesn't hook. Then you would really regret doing that. And I guess you have an F, so maybe that's less likely than usual. But either way, Lewis would have wanted to lock for a very good score, and he's going to settle for it for 21 to just get that Q out.
And look at this, just what the doctor ordered for Brian Poe. That A giving him 2 playable bonuses. One of them, I guess, is easier to spot. Think of making the blank a vowel. First vowel you might think of as an E, so falsetto will play through the A, but there's one more bingo playable now through that A that hits both double word scores, and that is by far Brian's best play. So if you can spot that in the chat, let us know. We'll see if and how long it takes Brian come to conclusion for this turn on what he should do. And wow, what a crazy draw for Lewis.
Completely insane draw for him. He had, what did he leave? ZO, and he drew UUTIO. So a horrendous draw for Lewis. But yeah, this is a word knowledge check or a word finding check, however you want to call it, for Brian. I do think that he is extremely likely to spot falsetto. I'm just wondering, yeah, it sets up the Z, but not in a way that Lewis can really capitalize on. So falsetto right here, setting up the Z spot. Still not much going on there. You don't have the right vowels to go down, which is quite the troll. So flat tops, sorry, I ruined it. it has been shouted out in the Twitch chat, but I didn't mean to do the spoiler on YouTube. But we'll just move on. That actually does allow the Z to go down. So this is going to be a case of right process, wrong result. Ooh, but Brian misses it. So what a time to make the suboptimal play, Josh.
Yeah, this is really crazy now because you could just keep the Z if you're Lewis. And play, what could you do? Play Lee 2 and QI? Just so weird. I feel like you have to just play Uzo,
yeah,
TO, and OU.
Probably here, right?
But yeah, this is a mistake, a 20-point mistake, and Lewis is not going to be able to punish it much.
Yeah, that's part. I feel like this is a really underrated way that luck can manifest itself. We always think about the really good tiles that you can draw, whether it be the blanks and S's and all that other stuff. But this is a really underrated way that you can get lucky in this game. So Falsetto leaving 20 points on the table, but in this particular case, it's going to save Brian a world of hurt where he was going to get hit with a 60-point Z play. Instead, it's going to be Uzo for 34, opening the triple back to him. That's a big swing. That being said, Flat Tops was a tough find. Great job by him to spot his only other bingo available. Don't want to pile on unnecessarily. Still a very solid play. Not necessarily optimal, and Lewis is going to struggle with this turn. Well, maybe not. It seems like he is only going to struggle to just say, sigh, do I have to play this word? And I'm sure that's what he'll do.
Yeah, it's just so tantalizing. You have this gigantic spot open. So likely he would have drawn an E or an A. He's maybe thinking about that, lamenting, but he just has to go forth and prosper, and Uzo's the best way to do that. 34 points brings him within 30. The leave is awful, but see if he gets some help.
Yeah, this is definitely a play. Not that Brian can use this information, but this gives you a ton of information about certain tiles that Lewis does not have in these three, or else he would be playing stuff with the Z alongside here. He almost certainly can't have, I mean, I guess if you had OOU, maybe you wouldn't just play ZE here for 60 and you would play this to not leave like 5 vowels on your rack or something. I think you probably still would. I think it's enough points where you would take a really bad leave to get an extra 30 points here. So I would say you could rule out A's and E's quite a bit from that leave.
You know what's most interesting about this situation is because you can rule out an A and an E, does that mean that an S is a little bit more likely than average, and that the really cool aggressive play of Z for 24 is no longer on the cards as much? This is such a cool play, setting up Wish for almost 60 points. If Lewis doesn't have a way to block or doesn't have an S, it'd be really, really rough. A very bizarre idea that you don't see very often so early in a game, something so aggressive, but it blocks a lot of plays to the triple. It keeps really high scoring tiles that will be able to score no matter what. I wonder if Brian's going to do that or if he's just going to make the standard play of just AWE next to the SET of falsetto for 30.
Yeah, that is more standard, but what a beautiful idea that would be to play Z here. Oh, he's going to go ahead and play Owie instead. So this is a mixture of those plays. Of course, playing ZEE, blocking the O, that has a big benefit. This also does that, keeps a solid and nicely balanced sleeve, but also sacrifices 9 points over playing AWE here. Not saying it's that big of a mistake. It's just one way to go here. There are a lot of different plays that are kind of similar, but I feel like we would have probably seen Nigel play ZEE there, and few of us would have seen it coming. But that would have been a very nice setup play.
Indeed. So Owie coming down makes a lot of sense. Get rid of the triple. You're up. Keep the very nice balance of AEHS. Clearly, Lewis couldn't do too much about that big spot that all would have covered. So Might as well just block this area, but yes, probably small inaccuracy. Over to Lewis, who has drawn FILE, not too bad, but his leave TUI makes it a little bit difficult to sort through this, but delay, probably the play, just right next to TO and OU, making out and toe. All common English words. So any of you can find that. 33 points.
Yeah, 33. It's good here. Keeping IU, that's not as good. I was going to say maybe keeping an I is slightly better than usual because of this spot, but Filet would block it, which in itself is a good thing because you don't want your opponent playing there if they have an I. So there's some benefits to that. Tricky turn. Still early in the game, so Lewis has had some tough racks to contend with. He's going to go ahead and play if. That keeps a nicely balanced leave, but the board feels pretty weak. I think this is a reasonable play just on the basis of it scores similarly to Filet. It leaves a little bit more balanced, and maybe after Brian's next play, you get a chance to actually capitalize on your good bingo leave. There's some merit to this.
Yeah, I just feel like it's the wrong way to go. You're blocking lanes rather than opening them. You're keeping tiles that don't really fit on this board. I think Filet was definitely the play there, but understandably not wanting to keep the UI without that nice ELT to go with it. And over to Brian, who looks so close to a playable bingo, but there are none here. And I think once he settles on the spot that is still alive from the Z of Uzo, probably going to just play Zell. Looks like he's separated those two tiles. Zell will score 37. Oh, no, sorry, 33, which is very nice with AEHNS behind. You could go a little bit further, maybe play Zeta or Zeal to score a couple extra points, but I like this a lot.
Yeah, this makes a ton of sense. Brian can afford to make plays like that, where Josh was maybe suggesting that Lewis's play of if might have been too passive on this very closed board. I still kind of like it just because some of the time when your opponent has an I, they almost have to open up space for you, and maybe you can draw into an 8-letter bingo in response. Either way, Filet also very solid and maybe best. But if you're Brian here, you can afford to make plays like this or this because you have the S, which is just so powerful here. If your opponent doesn't have an I, it's going to be basically impossible for them to block the Talak's hook. It's just going to sit open, and you might be able to get that next bingo down. It's going to push you really far into the lead. But back to Lewis here. It looks like he's thinking about playing Coutil, which would go right here, maybe, to get some of that clunk off the rack. Looks good to me, Josh, in a turn with not that many options.
Indeed, and if Brian is able to spot Hang Nest to the T on the board, he's going to get a huge advantage in this game, but this play makes a lot of sense. Opens the board. Over to Brian. Does he need to see that, or is there something else available now with the
plays?
With the T and Coutil, it plays in two spots now.
Plays, yeah, two.
So maybe the way to see it is spot it through the more open T, and then realize there's another T on the board. Wow, crazy stuff.
Nice spot. He's got it. There we go. Brian, really, really strong on that word knowledge. He did miss flat tops earlier, but that was a really tough find, and he is not apt to miss much. That's what we've learned watching Brian Poe. He is learning the words at an extremely rapid clip. Louis Mackay also with phenomenal word knowledge, so we're not going to see very many misses in this one. But that's a big bingo for Brian to land, going up by over 100 here, and Lewis does not have a counter to it right now, so he's going to need to come up with the best play he can, and then he is going to be reliant not only on having good draws of his own, but something slowing Brian down here.
Yeah, luckily that C isn't a little bit more open, because that would give me some pause. Akinia as a word does not take an L, I don't think.
It does, but it doesn't.
It does?
It doesn't fit, yeah.
Okay. That would be a tough one to decide whether it's good or not. But yeah, in this particular instance, nothing plays, very unfortunately. And I think you're either playing down here or you're playing through the N of Hang Nest. And Inhale looks pretty good, and Lewis already found that play. I think that's the best play.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Looks like Brian picked up the unplayable 7-letter word of Reynard on his rack, and he's probably hoping against hope that some play or other. It's not impossible that you could see Lewis play something here that might give you the ability to underlap that, but otherwise not very likely to be able to play that. Inhale seems perfectly solid for Lewis. At a deficit, it opens some good additional tiles to bingo through. In particular, that E at the bottom of the board is going to be something that he treats as a lifeline from here on out.
Yeah, and that's so funny. I had this exact rack of Reynard a few days ago, and there was no spot for the word either. I guess both me and Brian are going to hope to play that some other day. However, given that Brian has the lead here, I think something very simple such as Nary under the HAN, sorry about that, looks pretty strong. You could add the DE onto that for Denary, but then you'd be opening a triple. So I wonder what direction Brian's going to go here. He's definitely not scared of opening a triple, but if he does play Denary here, it looks like a triple might actually happen.
I'm looking. I was thinking Dandius doesn't quite fit. I don't see any yet, but I guess it's maybe you guys out there are seeing what would happen if a D hit the board here. But either way, Lewis is definitely a huge threat to have something good if Denary is the play. If not for that, he's going to be very happy to just get Detains and Talax. That's going to be really, really nice for him to be able to use up that spot. He doesn't have an S, so being able to use it, potentially preventing Brian from doing so. Maybe he'll have a little regret that he didn't. If he plays there, is there any argument to playing somewhere else and hope to draw an S later if you're down by so much? Maybe you need to leave the spot open.
Yeah, I mean, Lewis saw Antherod here that's now been blocked by Hardy, which I think is actually a really, really strong play at this score. Block the even hail, don't go further left than is already engaged with on this board. And sure, you're going to get hit by plays to the Y of Hardy a decent amount, and those might open lanes, but I think this was probably Brian's best play. Lewis is going to bingo. I think here you just play Knight 8s or Detains and hope for something later, but it doesn't look very good. I would look for 9s for a couple of minutes here, probably.
Yeah, it's just so when you envision the Talax hooking plays actually coming down the board, you're still going to be down by a fair number of points. And where are you bingoing after that? The board is becoming barren rapidly. And that is another big benefit of Brian's play of Hardy. Not only does it immediately block these lanes much, much better than some of the other candidate options that he could have picked, but it renders the board so barren for multi-bingo sprees from Lewis. It's going to be so much tougher for him to get those, as opposed to a play here. Maybe that invites plays here, and now all of a sudden you're looking at wide open lanes. So Hardy has really nice long-term board control aspects. But here we go. Lewis with Detains, 78 points for him. He's gotten kind of close on the scoreboard again, Josh.
Indeed, and there was a 9 playable Steradian through the R and A, but probably not worth doing. Definitely a smaller score. There's still some stuff available, but I really like what you're talking about in terms of board control. The fact that this is cutting off all of the space here. I'll wait till the board turns around.
Oh, it still
the
looks
V
good.
And the T, the V and the T just totally destroying possibility of many options leading to the top left. Hardy is such a great response to a play like Inhale in terms of board control. So love to see it. Over back to Brian, who has drawn the X, and he doesn't quite have a play to the Y of Hardy, but he's got to be happy to have some scoring tiles there.
Yeah, the X. So before thinking about the actual board at hand, a really tempting play just to undouble the R's and score with the X is just Rex here, but you cannot do this because these overlaps are too scary. This play is really smart. You keep REX, and if you draw one of the three O's, you are threatening Redox, and if you draw one of the two U's, you're threatening Redux in this spot for an enormous score. The V, a very unthreatening tile to put in this spot. You cannot bingo ending in V, basically. I know someone's going to point out an exception or two, but that's a really good play, Josh. I love this for Brian.
Yeah, and so fast too. But Putic also extremely fast. It's hard to do better than this, 42 points. So that's going to block Radix, which was drawn, but Very was such a good play. But Lewis coming right back, and score's close. Things can happen.
This is surprisingly close. I feel like Lewis has done really well to just keep those intermediate scores flowing. He's managed to navigate some tough racks. Brian is the one that's gotten multiple bingos down, but Lewis with the first blank, that went a long way, and he's continued to put scoring pressure with some 40-point plays, Putic and Hale. Uzo not quite 40, but still good plays. And there we go. Par goes on Lewis's rack. Don't think that fits anywhere yet, but nice to have good balance and another S on your rack.
That's right. Yeah, both blanks gone now. Brian with the advantage. He's up 16. And now that he is drawn into Radix downtown, he also drew it uptown. That D and detain is still open. And if you place an X in this corner, that's totally fine. So I think the play of Radix or even Index are the two things you want to play here. Again, those overlaps that you were mentioning with Rex, just Ax or X or XI next to detains are just so off the table here. You can't open so much here, despite having good tiles. It's Lewis who has the first dibs on everything that you're opening there, and with the lead, you should be a little bit more careful. So I think Radix is a great play here. See if Brian comes up with that.
Yeah, I'm betting he will. I would be very surprised if he didn't at least think about it. Lewis, you can see clearly thinking of the 7 on his rack, but it's to no avail unless Brian opens a spot, which he has very, very little incentive to do, holding a 16-point lead and with a 42-point play on offer up here. We think Radix is probably the play. Index is also available if he fails to spot that. And that would be a pretty close consolation prize. So I just feel like there's no way Brian's not seeing these plays up through the D, which have a relatively minimal downside. It's hard to see how either can be punished. So still in good shape is Brian Poe, but Lewis, can he find a way to open some space? Can he do some kind of, fishing play somewhere, something in this spot that opens a lane? There are definitely options like that. There we go, Josh. Brian making the play we thought he would.
Yeah, nice play. And yeah, that's a great thought by you, just trying to find a play through the R of Hardy that would potentially open things up. It's not easy though. I'm struggling to find something that does anything. I mean, you could play, that's a great idea, just pour for 20 and just force Brian to think about that line that opens up with an S for Spa, thinking maybe aggro, but that doesn't do anything. You have the T and Kutil still to work with. You have decent chances of getting a bingo down for the rest of this game if you're Lewis Mackay and your letters continue to be decent. And with a 58-point deficit, I think trying to go for a bingo is paramount here.
Yeah, poor seems as good as it gets in that area. If you're going to play down here, that scores 20 points, keeps Rages as a leave, which is very nicely balanced. That's as good as it's going to get for the G without the I and N to go along with it, Josh. We don't love the G when it doesn't have absolute. I think maybe the reason you don't like the G is because it's so needy. It needs so much support to shine in this game, whereas many of the other letters are more independent. But in this case, it can work with the AERS to surround it.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with admitting that you need others to survive and thrive, Will, but geez, just bad quality letter. That's all there is to it.
So Fair enough. So you don't hate the G because it's needy. You hate it because it sucks.
Exactly.
Fair enough.
So this is interesting. The simulation saying poor, not the best play, that potentially the deficit is too large to hope for a 70-point bingo that will open up a big triple. Maybe that's the problem with this exact deficit that Lewis has. Sim is saying to play oop or to play aggro and PERS.
Oh, oop is really funny because, as was just pointed out in the chat, there are a few things you can draw. If you play oop and draw a B, you get. Oh no, never mind. You would need to play an E as well to get bar goose here. Okay, never mind. But maybe there's other stuff you can get. Maybe you're trying to get an SE word.
Yeah, there's certainly things. I think you could probably draw something to the T of Kutil. Yeah, I'd have to iterate. And as we were talking about earlier, we might have enough energy to commentate, but we're not playing. We probably don't necessarily want to think too hard. But in order to commentate, what does oop hit? What kind of 8-letter words are you hitting with that? It's interesting.
Yeah. Help us, folks. I agree that poor. It looks very good at first glance. And there it is.
He just
nice
does it.
stuff,
Wow.
Lewis. Really nice.
I mean, is it the right play? It's the engine's preferred play, but what? I'm looking it up. You commentate.
What he can actually hit there.
Escargot, orangist.
Yeah, orangist. I guess. What else?
That's like it. Glarius through the U.
Okay. Some things.
Oregano's. What you already get, orangist. Yeah, there's some stuff. That's decent. He's drawn an S.
Yeah, weird for an S to not be a desired draw, but potentially it wasn't there.
Yeah, I would say in situations like this where you're playing it slow, taking it easy, knowing Brian doesn't have that S is pretty good. But yeah, it's true that
for sure
wanting to bingo immediately is fine. But look at the score difference, right? Like at some point, if Brian is not able to score anything, then it's Lewis. Like Lewis could come right back within one turn, tie the game up. So I like this sort of this thing that you see, I think, most in high-level Scrabble, where there's just this purgatory between being down a bingo and just right back in the game that players like Lewis are able to take advantage of, well, if you try too hard to stop me, I'm just going to keep scoring. If you don't try hard enough, I'm going to bingo. And if you have a bad rack, I'm just going to tie the game up. And that's the sort of situation we're in now. So Brian, considering playing Eddie, could also play, I think Addy, is Addy good?
Yeah, both. Right there.
Yeah, right there.
Dueling cursors here. But that would give back Sorages, and you can see Lewis has it spelled out. It's so tempting. It feels like you're going to outrun so much with this, but man, that's going to throw this game into complete chaos as Lewis is going to bingo for a ton when he could not otherwise do so on this board. So tempting. And that is going to be the play. So these extra points are going to come in very handy in any situation where Lewis has a bingo somewhere else on the board already. These extra points are going to come in so handy, but this is kind of the nightmare scenario for Brian where it's giving Lewis something back that he did not already have, and he's going to waste no time playing his bingo here.
And yet after this exchange, Brian's only down 13. So it's going to be very interesting to see what he draws. He draws into Rain Out. I don't think there's anywhere to bingo with this, but yeah, this is on hold.
Yeah, that is a brutal swing for Brian now because this is the exact sort of rack that's so tough on this board. A good bingo rack, there's even a 7 in it, but the board is so closed that without any bingo potential, you're going to struggle to score very well. And I feel like the tables have really turned in this game. Oh, we're getting a challenge as well. Those 5 points could loom large I do want to call out the play of Eddie versus Addy, though, Josh. I think that was actually really good recognition on Brian's part.
Yeah, I think playing off the E with only one A unseen and so many E's unseen made a lot of sense. Brian didn't draw an E, so Lewis likely to draw a couple of those from Brian's perspective. But yeah, now Brian down 18, which is a lot more than 13 in a situation like this where you just, like you said, there's just nowhere to score. There's one scoring play here that I'm sure Brian's going to see. His word finding is so good. Actually, I shouldn't spoil or jinx it, but Brian can score 27 here. The problem is that would leave 5 in the bag, gives Lewis the advantage in timing. So I think, yeah, you're right. The tables have definitely turned in very good draw, balanced and high scoring for Lewis.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely going to have something solid.
Knee room. So Brian
or a
has to
bingo.
block.
Oh my God. So let's just
He
spoil
has to
it.
block knee room.
Let's spoil it. Okay. So here's the situation. Brian is sitting on rain out that does not play. I was thinking maybe fishing the U and drawing into Anoretic with all those E's available could be good. Only scores 9 points. Best play for Brian here is probably Anura for 27. That is a lot of points to get here. He's down by 18. Had he not challenged, it would be 13. I feel like Anura becomes way better by comparison. Those 5 points matter so much in such a close game. But this play is absolutely critical that he find in this particular instance because it blocks Lewis's bingo here. If we see him play XU instead, we're going to see a crazy bingo. And Lewis's word knowledge is so good that I really think he's going to see it.
I mean, he knows it, but knee room is one of the hardest words in the dictionary to anagram. On aerolith.org, where a lot of players quiz themselves on words, knee room I think is like
a low
95th or 96th or 98th percentile in terms of difficulty of anagramming. So the only reason I was able to spot that word is because it came up on aerolith and I'm like, oh my God, that's so hard. I'm going to put that in my box to study. But yeah, we don't see any indication by Lewis that he's seen knee room. Maybe he doesn't want to show any indication, line up his tiles. Some players are superstitious like that, but this would be crazy. Brian would make the play of XU. I feel like if he was 5 points closer, XU becomes a lot more reasonable.
Yeah.
And it's still a reasonable play, but oh man. What happens if you play? The problem is if XU comes down and knee room comes down, there's 1 in the bag. So Lewis is still going to have a huge advantage there.
Yeah, the timing of it is just great for Lewis after a 1-tile fish here. I think it's very alarming to me when you say that knee room has that high level of a difficulty on aerolith, because on aerolith, when you get a quiz question, this is a website, aerolith.org, that many of us use to study the Scrabble dictionary to a high degree of confidence so that we're sitting over the board. We've learned all these words using these study tools. But on aerolith, when you get a quiz question, you know there's a solution to find. Whereas here, I feel like I could easily never, ever look at that O and think critically, oh, geez, do I have a bingo through this O? Knee room is already hard enough to find when they're giving you the letters. Lewis finding it here would be a huge triumph of word, vision, and creativity and solving and all those things. No indication he's seen it yet, but he still has a chance. He's got a lot of time on his clock, too, to consider that possibility. But for Brian, is he going to play a Nura to cut that possibility off? Or, given the score gap, is he going to put all his eggs in the Anoretic basket here?
Yeah, and I think you can probably draw more than just Anoretic with the play of XU, but
romantic,
man.
Yeah, romantic.
Do you think, Will, do you think height has anything to do with your ability to find knee room? It is a height-related word, wanting more knee room for yourself. in those particular instances, like on planes.
Oh, so
And Lewis is super tall,
and
so
you
maybe
also, so it's top of mind for you all the time. You're always thinking about knee room. It's always on your mind. Yeah, of course, of course. For those that don't know, Josh is 6 foot. I consider him to be 6'8". He says less
why would you consider me to be taller than I am? That's so funny.
because I just look up
Man.
and I say that's 6'8". You know.
Brian's under 5 minutes again. He's in time trouble here. He's probably just gonna play XU because that's the move he's thought of the most here. But man, this is crazy. Will he spot Anura? And will Lewis spot knee room if Brian does not spot Anura? There's something to be said about not spotting knee room being a good idea if Brian blocks it. Because then
Yeah.
you'd be like, oh no.
No disappointment, and you've already spent a lot of time looking for your other candidate choices, whereas it's tough sometimes when you see the bingo. You have to be really disciplined. If I'm in Lewis's shoes here and I see knee room, you got to really focus to be like, okay, if that gets blocked, what am I going to do? As opposed to just sitting there saying, please don't block knee room, please don't block knee room, which is not a good use of time, but it is very difficult to not do that sometimes.
Yeah, so if Anura comes down, what in the world does Lewis do here? I mean, he's got good balanced letters, but there's just no spots left on this board, so it's going to be really, really complicated. Lewis is going to be able to use his time. He's got 12 minutes left. That's great time management. Brian, if I can say one thing from the games we've seen from him, is the time management is getting a little bit worrisome in those games. But I mean, he's just played 2 very complex games on stream. We'll see what he comes up with here, but he's falling very, very critically low here. 3.5 minutes is certainly enough time to finish the game, but accurately in a position like this one, so much stuff going on, so little I mean, so many spots, but so little scoring potential. And he's playing UG instead. Okay. He's going for uni rather than XU.
This was not on my radar, but maybe
makes sense.
There's some stuff that you can surely still draw. It's not a massive mistake, I would think, or anything like that. It makes some sense to me to score a little bit better than just fishing the U. Points are important here. And now it's the knee room.
We have to, I mean, if it doesn't come down instantly, the chances are Lewis has not seen it. Like, you have to just play this if you see it. Lewis has had at least 5 minutes to think. So the longer he takes, the more worrisome this gets, Will.
Agreed. It is a huge gap, too, if we just look at the quick sim results. I wouldn't necessarily put too much stock in these numbers, but just look at the difference between the plays here when we sim about 1,000 iterations, and you can see the win percentage gap is enormous between bingoing now. The timing is, the time is right. There's 6 in the bag. You're just going to win anytime your opponent doesn't have a bingo. And look at the pool. It's so gross. Brian actually, by the fact that he played 3 tiles on his previous turn, he somewhat obscured the fact that his rack is about as good as you could expect. There's not that many racks better than this. And, switching out the W or something for an N, that's about as good as it could get with the unseen pool. There's the 2 Bs, the J, the W. Almost any of those combinations together means if you bingo, you're just going to win.
Yeah, this is a crazy situation. Lewis definitely feeling the pressure here. He's right to take time. If you don't see your bingo, there's just so little you can consider here. Your engine was saying gem. Gem is a decent play. Unmade, maybe slightly better, just to keep fewer tiles left in the bag. Maybe block a little bit. The K, just, I don't know.
Block
the
Joe.
K works if you draw.
Let's block Joe.
Yeah, blocking Joe is a big deal. Wow.
Unmade looks great for that reason. Let's just block that easy. I mean, look at the score. A J play scoring 40 is going to hit like a truck on this board. Got to be worried about that. Okay.
All right, we're seeing KO. That's a decent score.
Solid. The engine liked that. That was right behind, but no knee room for us here, which could have been essentially an auto win in this situation and many others.
Yeah, and even just considering what letters Brian had, I think Lewis was winning this game over 85% of the time if he found knee room. But knowing what Brian had, workmate would not have gone down. He would have been just dead in the water. So the J appearing on Lewis's rack, is that good or bad?
I don't know. I mean, he has Jade, I guess, at least through this AD. I don't know if he has anything that much better than that. But yeah, this is just too close to call right now. There is a little bit of a vowel shortage, and I feel like if Brian plays too many vowels, he could run into problems there. But it looks like he's keeping 2 if he's going to play Mo, and he is really low on the clock. We could be headed towards a very tight endgame, and he just does not have that much time to process it, Josh.
Yeah, and maybe you want to keep the M to score with. Maybe you play WOT instead of MOW, which he was looking at.
AW
But, man,
here.
under 2 minutes. AW there looks good as well to score. Leave 2 in the bag. I think that's probably ideal, actually. And then over to Lewis, who... what in the world do you do with that J? I guess you could play something like Raj?
Hoarding your vowels, yeah.
Maybe you play the J off only and leave 1 in the bag. That's probably what Lewis is going to do. But that sets up the M. This is crazy complicated. The engine was suggesting to play route to open the board, considering that Brian's position was not very good. AW looks great, though. It's all about time, though. I think it's going to be so hard to solve endgames with this amount of time left on the clock. Lewis has such an advantage in that regard. So, are we going to see a 1-tile play, still leaving a tile in the bag? Are we going to see a bag emptying play? I feel like just practicality is telling me play JA for 17. Take an 18-point lead, leave 1 in the bag, and force Brian to empty the bag.
Yeah, that timing element is so critical. This is where, we talked about the going first, is it an advantage in Scrabble? And I sort of was surprised to conclude that it has much less to do with getting out to that first lead or that having the first move of the game is that much better. It's all about that extra turn. And this is where you can guarantee or increase the likelihood of, if you went second in the game, if you're Lewis Mackay, can you make a play that sets you up in the end game to have the same number of turns in the game as Brian's going to get? Really, what came earlier in the game is almost unimportant. Don't even think about it that way. Just think about it as what play maximizes my chance of getting more turns and better turns from here on out. And potentially playing just the 1 tile is a good way to do that.
That's what he does. So it is true that this sets up some easy comebacks that I feel Brian is just going to play somewhat quickly. BON, BOR, BOT. But I feel like still this is a good practical choice. The simulation was saying to empty the bag with MENTO, but that actually loses more than half of the time if Brian plays his cards correctly. So I like this idea of just dropping the J. And now after Bon, it's the end game, and it's up to Lewis to see if he can win. He can outscore Brian. Brian's going to have a lead here.
And good scoring tiles. He's going to have the B and the M that you have to worry about a little bit. So there's going to be some stuff to think about. But I do feel like, again, the fact that Brian is going to have 1 vowel and 4 consonants and Lewis is going to get 2 turns. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Is it possible to go out in 2? That's something to think about first. Maybe it's not as easy as it looks. But certainly he has the first. Oh, they're going to verify the scores here.
That's another thing that happens when someone's low on time. The scores don't get verified as much. According to my engine, Lewis has a bunch of very, very, very close wins here, similar to the situation with Matthew, was it, earlier? against Brian, so it feels like, man, it feels like a deja vu situation. Lewis needs to just make sure he has Brian tracked properly and that he finds a good out sequence. So re-emit is the
Yeah.
best play according to the engine. That keeps NE. You're for sure going out next move. You just have to make sure that doesn't give back a big score or an outplay for Brian, but that's a tough find making KOI. That's the best play. There's other wins, but that one seems the most straightforward, Will.
Yeah. Notably, though, I was just looking at, so re-emit seems really nice in that spot. You can also play remint, and that should probably also get the job done, just holding EE.
Yep.
So a couple different plays that should get you over the line, and I do feel like Lewis is now evaluating that exact play. Maybe he'll consider re-emit in addition to this, but playing something under KO, definitely the right idea with either Koi or the international only Con. That should do it. That should be enough to the key of those plays is they use a lot of tiles and basically ensure that you're going to go out in 2 moves to Brian's 1. That's the key.
Yeah, and remint works too. It's just that the EE doesn't work as well in response to, I think, just Bream. That's good? BREEM?
Yes.
So I think that's the response that Brian's going to make. He has 40 seconds. He's already sort of thinking about it. Maybe he's thinking Bream through the A and Hardy actually. But if an E hits the board right here, Bream for 21 is Brian's response. But that will not be enough. Crucially, because Lewis will have the final word and will win the game by just a couple points from our count. And again, this is a situation where you have to have the scores right. You have to have your tracking right. Lewis has enough time to figure it all out and win a very close nail biter against Brian Poe. Wow, what a game.
Insane. Yeah. If remint is the play, we're looking at a 2-point margin. If re-emit is the play, it works out a little bit better. I think that's just because, so after this, okay, there's remint. So Josh, you were mentioning Bream, but also Berm is possible after this, which scores even a little bit better. So you got to worry about this. So this is going to be met with just EE underneath it, though. So there is a drawback to this play. You're increasing the hit of your opponent's play. All right, let me get this in. I know we got to get the score right here. So 442 to 428 is the score.
Oh, but he's playing it underneath.
Berm underneath is
probably
reasonable.
Not as bad. It's almost as good, yeah.
Yeah, just about as good. So Brian currently up by 8 with 4 seconds on his clock. Just to be clear, if he goes overtime, that's minus 10 for every minute you go over, so he can't afford that. But all Lewis needs here, he's going to be getting some points from this T, so he needs 6 points to win this game, and he has several options to get more than 6 here to win it. Wow. Insane, Josh.
Crazy stuff, yeah. So, again, we have to make sure that both of these players have the scores correct, but this looks like a very, very narrow victory for Lewis Mackay after EE for 10.
Deja vu.
And that's the main difference.
It's deja vu for Brian, too. This is exactly what happened to him earlier this morning. Incredible.
Yeah, brutal. Very brutal.
So
and
there
to
we
be
go.
honest, I don't think the time actually mattered so much in the end. I think Brian played it fine. It was just the uni play that he could have improved upon it, regardless of the fact that knee room was not played. And Euro was such a good play there. And look, Brian, he's recounting it immediately. He's seeing the deja vu. He's
Josh,
really not.
Brian challenged Sorages.
Oh, yeah.
He lost.
I thought we had that.
I know we
did. Oh no, I see. I see what you're saying. That's not funny. Oh my gosh.
Brutal.
5 points.
It's your nightmare, right? This is every player's nightmare. We all encourage one another to make sure that you're challenging every move that you're remotely unsure of. And this is the nightmare scenario, and it's so rare, but it happens from time to time. Brian challenged Sorages, giving Lewis an extra 5 points, and that hurts extra much when the final game score is a less than 5 point margin. Of course, I wonder, is the re-emit sequence that much better, or does Brian still win if all else is equal in that sequence too? I think it's going to be close, but maybe re-emit is enough better that Lewis could still squeak it out. I'm not sure though.
Re-emit would have won by 5. Would have won by 5 here, so that would have been a tie. Will
Oh my
everything were
god!
the same.
Wow.
It's such a horrible feeling because how many games really end with such a small margin? I guess the one thing is, well, the game was already super close and looking really close, but yeah, who knows? Maybe Sword just doesn't get challenged. Lewis is more focused and sees knee room.
True. Maybe if he needs
Who
to,
knows?
if he feels like he's just not going to win without it, that could be, an influencing. It could be a factor for him there. But yeah, tough one. They're going to recount. It's going to confirm the score. We're going to take a look at the next matches. I feel like I'm just going to throw some out there. Peter Andronowski versus Sammy Okasaga. Harshan versus Raymond Gabaraba. We haven't seen him. He's working his way into the top. I know we've seen a lot of Harshan. We just saw Lewis and Brian, so having them on again feels maybe Rick Kennedy and Paul Allen. What do you think of that one? We haven't seen Rick, and we've only seen Paul once.
Yeah, that's the match. I think. I mean, hopefully Raymond wins again, then we'll feature him, for sure. But yeah, Rick Kennedy, legend of your channel, legend of Scrabble, doing some help as well behind the scenes. So maybe there's a little bit of, I guess not nepotism, but favoritism here. But yeah, I think we want to see Paul again. I love watching Paul play, and Rick too.
Yeah, we'll go with that. So this was nail biter for sure in this game. So it's Brian's preference not to be interviewed during the tournament, which is totally fine. But he lost, so it's Lewis said that he would be okay being interviewed. So maybe we'll talk to Lewis. I'm sure he's gonna be out of breath after that game, I would think, Josh.
Yeah, geez. Very brutal to see this twice for Brian. He's probably not going to want to be on stream anymore after this. He played a great game. Both of them did. Crazy comeback, though, for Lewis. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely amazing stuff in this one. We can see if Lewis wants to chat really quick. I'm also just prepping some of my stuff for that next game, which again, we're almost there, Josh. We got one more game of the day, and then we made it through day 2. We're past the halfway point now. Still feeling good. How you doing?
Good, yeah. Feeling the stomach a tiny bit. I think I'll be fine. I think I'll survive. There are worse things. But wow. Loving the quality of the games. Loving commentating with you as usual, interacting with the chat. It's always such an amazing feeling to be able to just watch from afar, have a little bird's eye view on what's occurring at this tournament. Of course, I think both of us would kind of prefer to be playing a tournament such as this one, but someone's got to do this. Someone's got to cover it.
Yeah, it's stressful for sure, and it looks like they're going to do their scores, and then we'll have a quick chat with Lewis. Crazy game. Amazing work by him to fight through a really tough start. He was down by over 100 in this game, I believe. Or no. Yeah, 105 to 218 in the early going. 113 points to come back and win by 4. These are the sorts of wins that you need to get if you're going to win one of these events. Lewis, no stranger to the biggest stages of Scrabble. So impressive work by him. We'll talk to him in just a minute. Any questions you want to ask him, Josh?
Yeah, we'll find out. But yeah, good point. The top 6 are all 12-4 now, so it's really, really tight at the top. We'll see. I wonder. It'd be really cool to see someone run away with it. I think not for content's sake necessarily, but I haven't seen really something like that in a while in a tournament. I wanted to mention. We're talking about Brian being from Hong Kong. Hong Kong Nationals finished earlier, and just wanted to mention. I mean, I guess we have Lewis here, but
Hello.
there is a winner to that tournament. We'll talk about that later. What's up, Lewis? Josh and Will here. Congratulations.
Hi, Josh. Hi, Will. Thank you. That was
what was the final score you guys agreed to?
4-5-3 to me, 4-4-9 to Brian.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
4-point margin. That's what we see as well.
Yeah,
crazy stuff.
It was. Yeah, it was.
How does it feel? How are you feeling
Very
right
draining. I think I aged about 5 years during that game because the beginning was just not good at all. And then I got the blank and things changed. And then I wasn't expecting to get a place for Saurages, but and the challenge proved crucial in the end, I suppose. 5 points.
Yeah.
That was insane. So obviously you had your end game sequence worked out with the challenge factored in. You clearly knew that was going to win the game and had done a little bit of, arithmetic to do that. Had that challenge not been made, you would have had to slightly vary remint and instead play re-emit, which works out 1 point better. And if Brian had not challenged, you would have needed to do that to tie the game. That's how things would have worked out. So you didn't have to. All you had to do was find a winning play, which you did. That was right up there with one of the winning plays for you there. But could have been a crazy scenario where you had only one sequence that gave you the tie. You were not forced to find that. I think we feel like had you been forced to, you would have been able to do that. But there was no impetus to do so. You took your sure win and a thrilling comeback for you there.
Yeah.
So yeah,
very happy to keep going on that one and just be able to plow through and because it's always the way, isn't it? You play the queue, and I think the first 2 tiles I turned over after that were both U's, so I couldn't even get anything with the Z. So it was frustrating.
Yeah, it's an amazing comeback there. It was so brutal at certain points in that game. So yeah, great job to you. I had a question about are you first of all, you're not going to Causeway? Are you?
I was originally, but I had to cancel because my flights were going through Dubai. So I thought didn't want to risk it. So no, I was really looking forward to going, but Michael said if you cancel before the end of April, then you'll get a full refund. So that's what I did. So yeah, very sad to not be going, but I'm sure it'll be amazing following it.
Well, you're going to this one, and I wanted to ask like what your prep has been like. Have you been? I mean, since you were planning on going to Causeway, have you been picking up the studies and playing a lot more?
I've not played much at all over the past year. I think this is like only my second tournament since the end of August. Just not been able to get leave from work for the various tournaments that we've had. But yeah, I've been trying to do a bit more study of the bonus words. So I've recently finished going through the 7s and I'm starting to do the 8s again. I've done that a few times, but it's just keeping them all straight in your head. It just gets harder as you get older, as I'm sure you've both found. So yeah, it's just keeping everything aligned in your head and trying not to phony. So yeah,
for sure.
For this particular game, it was really a lot more about just your time usage and your the measured approach you took to this game that really proved important. I think getting to the situation where you put Brian in such a weird spot after Saurages, and you definitely had the momentum going for you there, and you proved.
Yeah, there was just nowhere to score at that point. Really, it was a bit of a strange board. There was the spot next to Kutil, which is the J can go there, but apart from that, it's slim pickings.
So. Yeah, which you blocked that. So that
I nearly
was
played unmade instead of KO.
Oh, very nice. Which also blocks it a little bit, but the K nice to get off.
Keeping the O for the J might have been better, but I wasn't sure what to do there. But I had things to hook under KO after that, which, as you saw, proved crucial in the end.
Yeah,
So perhaps not
absolutely.
reasonable idea at least.
So I did want to ask you about your play of Oop, which was really cool. 26 points. It was such a nice, patient play, holding good bingo tiles, but without a super obvious spot to play a bingo. And of course, it paid off hugely for you on the next turn. But I'm just wondering, that was a really, really tough move. We were not really sure which way to go. What were you thinking on this move?
Well, firstly, it scores well. Well, in a traditional sense, not. But on that board, there's not much to do in terms of scoring. There were 3 ends unseen, so I can draw into oranges. So that is a specific fish you can go for. I'm just keeping, flexible tiles. I've got aggro atop Pudic, which I considered playing instead of Oop. But yeah, it's just scoring nicely and staying flexible. And I could draw a bonus, and I wasn't expecting the line for storages to appear. So that was certainly very fortunate on my part. But yeah,
I really
not
liked that play. I thought it was so
right. You did, okay,
patient. Yeah, it was just a really nice idea. It paid off for you in an unexpected way, but
It
there's
did,
a lot.
yes, definitely. Yeah,
There's a lot going for it, and yeah, we like that one. So in any case,
cool.
Congratulations again on a great,
Thank you very
thrilling
much.
win on the stream. I'm sure that we will see you again at some point. You're doing very well. But yeah, nice work, Lewis. We'll let you get to your final round of the day. Thank you very much for chatting with us.
That's all right. I just want to say a big thank you to you two for promoting the game as well as you have with these streams. It's a real boon for our community. So kudos to you.
We appreciate that. Thank you. That
Thank
means
you,
a lot.
Lewis.
We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it, and best of luck
Yeah.
to you. So
Thank you. Right.
great.
Hope to speak again soon. Thank you.
All
Cheers.
right, very good. So that's Lewis Mackay, winner of this
Okay, thank you.
game here, and we're gonna grab the headset back. What that was very nice of Lewis, Josh, to use
Yeah.
his winning moment
Just,
to say something nice to us. But a great game by him there. And we've got one more, and it's going to be Rick Kennedy versus Paul Allen, and that's round 17. So we passed the halfway point, as I said. Maybe I'll just. Oh, they're ready to rock. So
yeah, no, we gotta.
nothing
We
to
see
wait
Rick
for.
trotting in.
Yep.
Yeah,
He's ready.
love both of these guys. But yeah, dude, Lewis is such a gentleman, such a scholar. Man, we need to crowdfund him so he plays more tournaments.
I guess so. That's true. I feel like Rick is the northern. I feel like he's Northern Ireland, right? That's a special flag, I think.
Yeah, pretty sure.
If I can find it, maybe rather than erroneously flag him, we'll just turn the flag off for this round. Paul is Scottish, of course. That's what we'll do. I would rather do no flag than a wrong flag, and I think we just got to update the headshots. So this is going to be our first time seeing Rick on the stream, which is ironic because he has done so much in recent months, and maybe you could extend that to a year to get set up in the UK with such an amazing stream setup that includes our incredibly hardworking producer, Ruth Crispin, behind the scenes, among other people. So he's getting to finally enjoy the fruits of his own labor here.
Yeah, I'm so glad to see him on stream. We'll get all that reset, and yes, Northern Ireland, I think, versus Scotland, and obviously these guys played each other so many times. I'm gonna look up their head-to-head actually while we get things set up. But yeah, it's gonna be an awesome game, I think.
So Paul also, as you said, super fun to watch, so tactical, so sharp strategically. I feel like Rick also has a little bit of a sort of swashbuckling element to him where he is not afraid to take risks and make plays that are going to be really entertaining for us to watch. So maybe a clash of styles in that regard, but it should be fun. Rick's doing pretty well. Both 10 and 6, easily both of them in contention to make a run at this thing. As you can see, the winners are only 2 games up. Admittedly, Peter and Harshan have huge cumulative spread, but I think, look at the top 6, Josh, all 12 and 4 It's a huge log jam there.
Yeah, and I didn't realize now that there's nobody at 11 and 5, which that's actually a pretty big deal at this point. That's crazy.
Yeah, wild. So, that's unusual for sure. Usually you see when it's this clumped up, there's going to be somebody, at each level of wins. And yeah, the players are ready to rock.
Haven't found those stats. The WESPA site is down, but
oh, okay.
Yeah.
These two must have played a lot of games.
Yeah, they've been around a while. And they're both so strong.
Rick is just a great guy. I really enjoyed meeting him in person at the Easter match play. We've been working together on stream stuff for quite a while. Not sure what's going on with Paul dashing away for his water, but he's back, ready to play.
We've got a little bit of time odds there. So A, B, D, F, I, O, P is the opening rack for Rick. And first thing I can think of is Bob, but you'd want to play a longer move here, potentially hitting a double letter score. I just bipod, I guess, is the way to do that. That's probably a better play than Fob.
It's got to be close, right? I mean, Fob is so much better defensively to not allow good scoring plays, but Jesus, Paul's rack. You don't have to worry about anything with that. That's going to be, I can't imagine. I guess you can. Can you play Utu sometimes after this? I guess you can.
No, there's nowhere to play it.
Nowhere to play it on this board, though. Yeah. So sometimes maybe you could. Oh, yeah. You could do that. But this looks like an exchange rack for sure, though, Josh.
Yeah. So bipod looks right. And exchanging here looks like the right response. So Rick's going to have a decent advantage out of the opening. We'll have to see what Paul draws, but I think I'm going to slowly come to the conclusion that it's not worth his time.
Yeah. In fact, maybe not even slowly. It seems like he's quickly deciding I'd like AT as my nucleus heading into next turn. And those U's and all that other crap can go back into the bag post haste. I think he's right on the cusp of pulling the trigger. And the nice thing is Rick is not going to bingo immediately and jump out to a massive lead. He's struggling with problems of his own.
Indeed. Triplicated A's, better than triplicated U's, but not that much better. This is definitely workable. You could play Paka or a Pace, which is even better, actually, I think. Setting up the F. So either way, Paka underneath wouldn't do this, but Paka on top would set up the F, and a Pace would set up the F here, getting rid of the extra vowel and scoring 5 extra points, which is certainly worth it, I think.
No love for just Fa?
Maybe. Is that a good enough leave?
Well, it just doesn't open. I mean, the triple, it doesn't open very much back if you're worried about defensive concerns. Just FAA right here seems to score not that much less than a Pace and open a lot less.
Oh, Fa-ah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you meant just FA. Yeah, no, FAA looks pretty good.
The 2 A's, yeah. But look at that, a tale of 2 racks for Paul, exchanging down to AT, throwing UUUTI back into the bag and drawing one of our most treasured high probability racks, Josh.
Yes, indeed. And a Pace doesn't take an S, but with a rack like this, you don't need an S hook. Let's try to pronounce this right. I'm going to pronounce it wrong. Slench.
Oh, God.
Underneath.
Yeah, we need
underneath the APA looks pretty good.
We need our UK players to handle that. So I should not even attempt to say it or say the horribly anglicized, or Americanized, whatever you want to call it, slinked. That is not correct.
That's how most American Scrabble players pronounce this word.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But
you have to get another video of pronunciations. And there's the blank, the final rack for Rick, final tile for Rick Kennedy. But yeah, this This is the highest score, 77 for this. What did you want to show us?
Nothing. Just wanted to put it on the board so you all can see it. He hasn't put it in an arrangement yet. So this is 77 points, but look at all the other stuff that he has all over the place. So he's going to be bingoing. All of these are there for Paul Allen, but the play that you point out scores the most as it has extra underlaps underneath a pace and does not open any triple or anything back. So it is better on points and position. And I do expect Paul, he's probably iterating through all the words that are in that 7-letter combination, just trying to figure out what can I actually play. Eventually, he's going to get there, I think, and find this.
Yeah, and it feels like there's something maybe ending in TES or NES, or even LES. But yeah, this is why people study the high probability words. It's just so difficult to just go through them one by one. That just knowing off the top of your head, okay, entails, snails, saltine, sludge, and it's like there's salient, there's like I'm probably missing like 5 of them. But yeah, you got to study these and so you can find them quickly over the board. That's the biggest thing.
Here we go. Oh, I thought we were headed to the optimal play here. Not yet. Salient, 73 points. Solid, but putting an S in the triple lane. Oh man, this is an unforced error. This could be a really bad one too. The S in the triple lane could be just a huge difference between big scoring plays and bingos and even triple triples compared to slotting those letters one slot over. Don't think it's really going to matter in this game. And there's plenty of outcomes where it just doesn't make that big of a difference or maybe even benefits Paul. Could this be one of those? I doubt it. I think Rick is going to play faves to the S.
Yeah, it's not going to matter here. Luckily, Rick already had fave for 30, making EF, but very, very surprising. It's the weirdest one. It's the weirdest one, and Paul did do his diligence, so he was probably pretty confident that there was nothing underlapping. He was probably looking for NES, NAS, TES, LAS, LES. Didn't find it, but NTE, it's so weird that would fit. Yeah, he's going to be kicking himself for that, but luckily not suffering too much as a result. I guess the difference here is now the board is a little bit more open for Rick's blank rack, so he's more likely to bingo, but now Mozzie going to come down potentially for a ton of points. Paul.
Nice. Yeah, Mozzie here, slotting. Well, look at how straight that arrow was. Think I can do any better than that? How about this? In that spot, slotting the Z on the triple, 47 points. It does give back a nice scoring spot here. There's going to be an A alongside this square, so you could get hit pretty hard, and maybe for that reason, he could be considering Azyme here, which is a little bit safer, Josh. Seems reasonable, but the cost is you keep a U.
Yeah, that's the thing. I would actually probably play Mozzie for a 4-point sacrifice, making EM instead. I think that might be slightly better than the 47 pointer, but decent amount of options. So 50 points for Azim is how I'd pronounce that one. Again, we are not experts in the slightest. And I just want to mention, this is the 9th game of the day.
Oof.
So, people are allowed to miss things. That's another thing. Like, we need to put this into context. Like, I bet you if it was like game 3 or 4, Paul finds his best play last turn. But man, the stamina you need for a situation like this is ridiculous. So 50 points, nice comeback there, and it looks like Rick is going to be able to bingo here.
It's not that easy. It's not that easy. There's not a ton of options for him, in fact. So he's going to have to make some kind of a nice play in order to get a bingo down here. Whereas you would think it would be obvious, but the fact that a pace does not hook is really his problem here. He didn't have an S when he played a pace, so it's not like he, caused this problem for himself by having an S and not setting it up. Totally reasonable to play a pace on that turn, but now he's wishing he had an S hook so he could just play goblets or the slightly more obscure gablets or buglets, I believe is also a word. But if he's going to bingo here, he's going to have to do it by playing Gleebiest through this E or Globbiest through the B and the I on the board. I would not consider either of those to be gimmies, Josh.
Yeah, and Glavius is not going to double, but it's a lot higher, scoring 76 to Glebius 68 if you triple the B under the E of a pace. That's tough. I definitely think Paul is capable of finding this, but you have to start by looking for it, which is just sometimes the blank rack. Sorry, not Paul, Rick. Sometimes the blank rack, you have so much to think about, you're just overstimulated, and you find something like Glebius, and you're like, okay, well, I guess that's it.
Yeah. I'm guessing also he's probably looking at this A as this is the better way to play an 8-letter word that actually hits a double letter score. Whereas if you're playing through this E, you're not getting a bonus that big. So he's probably first looking at this A. He may be already even aware of Glebiest, and he's just looking for this. He's doing that search through the A to make sure he's not missing something slightly better. The reason that a play through the A would be especially good is depending on what the letter you put in this square may be, you could really cut off Paul's scoring plays here. This would not only score more, it would be better defensively in that way against intermediate scoring plays. So that's probably what he's thinking.
I wonder if Rick is thinking of Gobbliest, which would be
bony,
no. But that's something that I've guessed before. Is it globby or gobbly? I think of a turkey as gobbly, but globbiest is the 9-letter word, disconnected 9-letter word. Let's hope that if he plays a 9, it is the valid one, or that Paul somehow just doesn't challenge.
He'll challenge gobbliest. He will challenge gobbliest.
Speaking of positioning, I find it interesting. The thing that a pace did to the board was that it created this tension where you could get a very high scoring 6-letter word even after an underlap. And because there's no S hook, it's very unlikely that that's going to go away. So Glebius also has some advantage defensively to reduce that tension, but it is true that 5-letter words are far more likely and far more costly most of the time. So playing through the A would be better for sure. But yeah, Rick taking the time that he needs, which makes perfect sense when you have a blank rack like this, or a high probability rack such as the salient rack. And Paul just has to wait and see what Rick does. He's probably going to play Union if that stays open.
Yeah, uninspiring, but it's very likely to be best there. So he's hoping that stays open. If Rick finds a bingo, it will. But of course, all things being considered, Paul would probably prefer Rick miss his bingo here, even if it means somehow blocking. Let's see what happens. Okay, just gable it. So that is valid. And among plays that are not the 2 bingos here, it's actually a solid one. Keeping S blank, yes, a pace does not hook with an S, but you have great chances of still drawing bingos on top of this play, but a bit of a missed opportunity there for Rick.
Indeed. In this particular instance, it will actually be pretty comparable to playing the bingo just because Union was probably Paul's standout play. But yeah, definitely a miss, but tough bingos for sure.
So let's see what Rick draws. You like to see that H. That's going to help him play things starting with SH. Oh man, nice. There's definitely some stuff there.
Almost Harshan.
Harshaning through disconnected tiles. Harshing actually a valid word. But yeah, Paul's going to have to pivot away from Union, which he can't have been that thrilled by that play, as it's not like a massive slam dunk or anything like that. But what is he supposed to do? He's got 2 ends. You can undouble them by playing Zune, scoring 21. not bad. It keeps the U. That's not ideal, but what else even stands out here?
Yeah, Zune's probably what you do here. I guess you could play Lobo, keep the two ends and score a little bit more, making Zoe, but Zune looks fine. I don't really, it's very uninspiring, like you said. There's just not much to think about. I guess if you don't play there, you could play Undersalient and play Loon.
I think it says a lot that he only had 2 plays scoring above 20 points there. So that's, that's just a rough turn. But the nice thing for Paul, he's got a lead. And Rick, a couple of the ideas there, it's been pointed out. Sharia with 2 H's. That's not a gimme of a play, but it looks like he's getting set to at least play Hashier, which is also valid. That is going to open up the triple. Oh, he can play it there. Okay, doesn't have to open the triple. It's only a 1-point sacrifice. Not the highest scoring play, but still a nice bingo by Rick.
Yeah. This is good. Finally get rid of that blank so you can focus your time. If there's something better here, it's probably not that much better. So Sharia definitely a little bit better, scoring 80. But Hashier, very, very fine play. And now Paul still trudging through the muck of 1-point baddies. And not baddies in a good way, but we're going to get a challenge of Hashier, I think.
Okay. Worth doing if you're remotely unsure. I think this confirms, given that he's challenging this, the valid word. He was going to challenge Gobblier, Gobbliest, I should say. So yeah, good job by Rick not to pull the trigger on that. But extra 5 points for him here. Are we going to see another game decided by that margin here?
Oh, please no. Or please yes, actually. I don't know.
What are we rooting for? As content creators, we love it. As players, it's like triggering.
Yeah.
I think we've all been there.
The brutal realities of Scrabble come into play. We like better to see really good games, really good quality stuff, and not have it come down to a very minute detail, probably. But content-wise, it's always hard. So Ruing here, maybe, for Paul Allen to the G in Gablet seems very reasonable. Just scoring a nice 21, keeping NRS. Feels pretty good. He's down a tempo, but Rick, wow, has drawn the second blank, so he's in pretty good position here.
Yeah, with really
almost
good
talk box, right?
Almost, yeah. And look, he's got an X spot here, but it's a shame that he didn't draw an I or a U that he could hit here because that would be even better. Still, can't complain too much. You drew the X, drew the blank. Rick is in good shape, while Paul is now going to need really nice natural bingos from the bag, likely to keep pace with the next few turns from Rick.
That's right. And if you don't know about the blank is by far the best letter in Scrabble. It scores 0 points, but its value based on millions upon millions of computer simulations is around 25 points. And if you use it to score a bingo, that's a 50-point gain right there. But you don't have a blank. In order to match up with the power of the blank, you need a 5-tile combination. So even though Paul, he plays Unrig or Ruing, will have some nice bingo tiles, RNS, RENST is pretty much worth a blank in value. So he would need to draw an E and a T to match up with the power that Rick has just by having the blank, not even with anything else.
Yeah, so he is beholden to draws like that if he's going to equalize that power, which is a great way of thinking about it. Another way I like to think about those individual tile values that's really helped me to understand like how we ascribe those numbers when we say the blank's worth 28 and things like that. What's helped me contextualize that better is just that I guess this is a little bit of a stretch, but I feel like compared to a quote unquote neutral tile, the blank is increasing your scores by 28 points over your expectation for your next turn is like plus 28 above neutral. just as a tile by itself, which is, that's sort of what when you're trying to ascribe these values to the letters, you're trying to think, how much is it going to help me on my next turn to have these letters? Is it going to be better or worse than average? As Rick just bombs that X, seems clearly correct to do so. That's helped me a little bit, Josh. I'm sure that's not exactly the right way of thinking about it, but I don't know what you think about that.
What I think about this, yeah, no, I agree with you. It's a good way to contextualize this. But Paul seeing Unseelie so quickly, I'm very impressed by that. That's such a tough word.
Just what he needed. He needed a stroke of luck like this to compete with that extra blank, and it's a nice play. Critical for them to know. I think this word has a really funny definition,
Yeah.
right? Isn't this like wild, untamed fairies or something like that?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see the definition underneath the board once this gets committed. But yeah, nice 62, really hilarious word. Does not take an S, and I think probably both these guys know that for sure.
Evil, malevolent fairies. Oh, that's tremendous. That is a great definition, for sure. Now, there is a word available here. Of course, when you see the open E hit the board, if you're us in the booth or Rick over the board, you're thinking, wow, I can play something with like. And there we go. Rick has immediately seen his highest scoring play of tail like. This is the sort of play that over the board, Josh, I would be second guessing myself. Am I hallucinating that this is a word?
But also hold on, this would be his second highest scoring if he's thinking of the blank as an L. Okay, he switched it. I was like, maybe he's thinking of tail bike, tail pike, like tail pipe, but no, he's got it. Very nice.
I could see this get challenged too.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, can you spell this with 2 L's? It's like stuff like, keep saying like now. Where you think, can you spell something with 3 L's in a row, like ball like? But this is only 2, so it's totally fine.
Paul had some reaction there. Not sure if he's saying like, why are you playing these blank bingos that I don't know for sure? Could you be hallucinating them, or are they real? Yeah, I don't think he's challenging.
No, but this is just a terrible position, I think, is why he's reacting, because he's down a bingo and there's a big spot open through that I now, and he can't do anything about it, really. Vire keeping IIOY.
Yeah.
Ivy for 27, keeping 2 I's. So yeah, pretty rough. I think that's what's going on. I feel like there's still a decent chance for Paul to come back. And okay, this is getting challenged. You were right.
Okay. Yeah, he's thinking about it. Extra 5 points for Rick here. Yeah, this is a very grim situation for Paul. He got that stroke of luck in Unseelie. From his perspective, he was thinking, oh, wow, I'm evening the game. Maybe I draw the second blank from the bag, and you just get instantly, the rude awakening. That is not what's going to happen, and you're back down by a huge margin, as you have been for much of the game. Can be frustrating for sure. Nice work by Rick, though, to feel confident enough to play his best bingo there. Well done.
Indeed. And decent redraw for Rick as well. Pretty balanced. What I was going to say is this board has some tension. This R, the lane that's hard to deal with short term and even long term. This is a spot. This is a scoring spot. But this S, this is sort of the key to the rest of the board. If you're able to play a 6-letter word from the S, you're able to score and open, which Rick wants to score and not open. Paul wants to score and open. So he's going to try to gun. He's really close. He's going to try to gun for that spot probably in the long term. So Ivory, would you do this? Open the triple, sort of start exhausting the board a little bit. It's your best leave, but I don't like the ramifications of this play at all.
Yeah, it just, again, this is a play of Ivory that is going to simulate well. The reason it's going to simulate well again is because there's a lot of good stuff, right? A lot of the outcomes of the computer simulation are Rick playing something here that scores 40 or 50 points, when in fact he's going to modify his play to play through this eye instead a lot of the time for only mid-level sacrifices, and plays through that eye extending to this square are not just going to block the new opening, they're going to block the R as well, which is a doubly bad outcome. And what are you getting after that? You're getting a very mediocre sevens line that doesn't even hit a double. That's what remains open for you after that play. So I don't like it. I would say I would rather play something like just Yo here. The reason I'm doing that, it doesn't look great, but at the very least, if you draw, you might need the last S anyway. And if you draw AS or ES, you're getting Rivieres up here, and you could also get Riverine and a few other bingos to this R. It might be sneaky good to actually hit that R. Is Riverier also a word? I can't.
Yeah.
So you're actually hitting maybe a sneaky, decent number of bingos sometime by playing just Yo here. That being said, I would not be saying, wow, this is just a killer play. Is Paul considering playing Ivory here, which would be insane, but also crazy like a fox
so insane
to set up your N and A hooks that you don't have, but Rick does not have those letters.
Yeah, it's not so insane. He probably feels pretty awful about his chances. Maybe he's not thinking about the N hook and just saying, if I get the A, then I mean, I'm just pretty much as likely as Rick. And this is awesome. Rick is going to be like, oh no, what the heck do I do about this? I love this for Paul, but Yo, the engine favorite play actually bingo's a significant amount of the time. You were totally right. That was a great analysis of the possibilities after that play, but this is great. This is going to work out potentially really well for Paul, depending on what he draws.
He is a huge favorite to draw one of those, and of course he draws. Oh my god, that is just brutal. Oh my god, that is horrendous.
What the hell?
WWU, throw in a J that doesn't do anything here alongside it. That is insane. Oh, that is so brutal. Wow. Craziness. I mean, hey, could Rick... So, look at this. Rick is thinking about playing softed to this S, which is a valid word. He's probably agonizing over it, thinking, oh my god, am I making this up? In this dictionary, it is valid. This would score a lot. Let me give Paul his points for Ivory, because that's shorting him here. So he's down by 61. Rick scoring 42 after softed puts him up over 100. You really feel pretty ironclad after that, but you have to now worry, because of Paul's play, of massive counters. This is the value of Paul Allen's choice here. Man, I really wish he had drawn at least an N or an A, but now Rick is going to play something. Could Rick also miss all of the hooks to Ya, and that tension continue for more turns?
Yeah, so there's mention of two ways to block, Orfs or B, which both block decently well. And that's what Rick's doing. He's like, all right, well, I believe you. I don't want that. But there's still a possibility of 60-point plays, just no bingos anymore. So this is really weird. We'll have to see what Rick draws. There's one A and two N's for him out there. If he misses, Paul plays Weiss. He still has a decent chance of scoring his way back into this.
Weiss leaving JU, setting up Jun if you draw one of the ends.
Oh, the A! Oh, that is just so sad. Oh my god. I know. Oh no, Oedamato is not. Sorry, I'm getting too excited here.
That would be hilarious.
That's just ridiculous. If you guys are not thinking, counting as fast as I am, this play of Mead, 21 plus 30 plus 6, that's 60 freaking points. That's so unfortunate.
Look at that too. Really good recognition by Paul. clearly, if Rick had a hook, he would have played it. I'm going to go for the N and try to play Jun for a bingo score. Nice idea. Juice in this spot would have surely been tempting as well, and maybe it's still better because
Oh,
do I have the rack wrong?
yeah, no, I just totally missed Juice as an option. You're totally right.
Oh, okay. But I mean, there's definitely some upside to playing Weiss as well. But yeah, Juice leaving IWW is one of the grosser options. But I think Paul technically is okay to play Juice here and abandon that plan. Um, Maybe I don't know. It just scores a little bit extra, and keeping WU on the rack goes so foul for you if you don't draw what you need.
Man, yeah, this is so crazy. So Mead is gonna come down. I don't know. Rick's just double checking he doesn't have a bingo, but even if he does, Mead might be a better play. And Paul is gonna be down 100 points with not much left to the game. 13 tiles unseen. He still has the UW combination. No good plays that I see right now, Will. Judo on top of tail like might be what comes down. And Paul just shaking. No, I mean, he's not shaking his head. He's nodding. He's like, well, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, great idea. Really resourceful by Paul to create out of thin air some semi-realistic winning chances there. If Rick just doesn't have a hook immediately and you draw one, you can just punish that spot mega hard. And it's interesting that I actually kind of initially liked this block of Fee, and I think I still do because the downside risk of leaving it open is like insta loss, of like a bingo with A in that spot or an N. But that being said, there is a downside of it's a big point sacrifice over softed, and you open yourself up to these 1-2 punches where you get hit hard through this eye, and then this spot still stays open and you don't draw a hook to it. So because Rick drew the A, he didn't have to confront that possibility. But what if he didn't have an A here? He could be sweating bullets here.
Absolutely, yeah. It's tough. Like when you make a play such as Ivory, everything just starts revolving around that area of the board as Judo comes down. I think this is Paul's best play.
Yeah.
So it's interesting idea. I think Orf's might have been a better execution of that idea. But Softed seems so much fun. I guess Rick doesn't like fun.
It also seems like it could be a word I'm hallucinating and not 100% sure of. And that is definitely something you want to be wary of in these spots. So there is that to think of. Rick, at this point, though, I'm feeling pretty good. I guess maybe you have to worry about massive bingos with the QU on the bottom of the board. But even then, it doesn't seem that easy to actually play something that starts and ends in E with this pool. So I'm feeling good. If I'm Rick, I'm not sure what I'm even worried about. If you just play drag or something like that, you're also scoring very well and pushing your lead back up to 100-ish. I'm feeling good after that, Josh.
Yeah, and Q sticks might be something to think about, but there's this nice little 21 point spot for the Q. So in order for Rick to lose to a Q stick, I think Paul would still have to probably get a bonus down. Because if he spends time blocking that Q spot, then he's probably not going to have enough resources to get over the top and win. But it is something to think about. The U being open and unsealing, maybe not wanting to obscure that with drag, but is such a nice score. You could also just blow the board open. There's now 9 tiles in the bag. I think that's a bad idea. You could play Stodge from the S, but that might be sort of an idea to try and outscore anything that comes your way if you're Rick. But I like drag a lot, and yeah, for sure you're feeling pretty good here.
Yeah, we'll see. It looks like Rick is thinking about Stodge, as you mentioned. Maybe that's, what he's going to play. He's definitely in very good shape. Regardless, it's going to be so tough. Funny that Rick has the N that Paul would need to potentially play re-sewing or something like that, but it doesn't seem likely to hit the board. So just another in a litany of man. That draw though after Ivory to EI. That is a epic fail draw by Paul. WWJUC. Rarely have I seen something like that, and he's not going to let us hear the end of it either, and nor should he. I would be aggrieved too.
It's just, yeah, it's something funny always happens when Paul Allen plays Scrabble on stream. It's tragic in one way, but just so awesome in some other sense. Like, what the heck was that draw? Epic fail indeed.
Pretty insane. And yeah, just a tough one for him. Is going to be, in all likelihood, unless he really finds something incredibly resourceful or Rick slips up here, he's going to be 10-7, which is still in, whoever, it's a 32 game tournament, and whoever wins this is probably going to have 10 or 11 losses. So you still have some wiggle room to go on a run. Anybody does at this point. But of course, we're dealing with percentages and odds and things like that. And every loss you take decreases your chance of being right up there at the top when all things are said and done. But yeah, we will see. We will see.
Yeah, and I think if Rick sees drag, he's going to play it. It's just a really weird spot, hooking onto axe, playing through a tile, hooking another word. I feel like that's just a pretty automatic play once you've sort of looked through your options this turn. What Rick really wants here is to be able to make another play and not empty the bag, so long as Paul doesn't bingo. But if you play a few tiles, that is far more possible. So playing drag, leaving 6 in the bag, Paul might play a 2, 3, 4 tile play, and in any of those cases, Rick will be able to make another move to try and consolidate his position. So yeah, it's looking good. Rick using his time pretty wisely here. Under 8 minutes, though, things might get a little bit complicated depending on what Paul comes up with. I guess there's also something to be said, Will, about preventing Paul from consolidating his position and trying to play a little bit longer. Because, yeah, again, with this score texture being up 68 points, you want to prevent a play from the S followed by a bingo. And leaving fewer than 5 in the bag would do that. Interesting.
Yeah, it's tricky. These are tough situations to figure out because they do revolve a lot around the timing of these moves and trying to make sure that what happens if Paul bingos now, what happens if he doesn't and can fish for it, how do you work out better? These are really, really tough. Coming up with those timing-based moves towards the end of the game, definitely something that I would consider potentially a weakness, but I feel like it's probably a weakness for all of us, mere mortal humans. And Rick's going to go ahead and play Stodge, 27 points here. This has a lot of merit as we've been discussing, but yeah, fearless play for sure.
So it's good timing wise. There are 4 in the bag now. Paul can really only play up to 3 tiles here to try and bonus on the next turn, and he just doesn't have a way to score. I guess the best score is GREW underneath the TA here, but that would completely empty the bag. And Rick has missed the Q, so Paul's going to have to dodge that since Rick has drawn the only remaining U. It's looking more and more like an impossible task for Paul Allen.
And it's going to be the cherry on top, too, for Paul to make a short play, fishing for a bingo, with 2 E's open in separate parts of the board, where if you hit something, you know it's going to play, and drawing that Q is going to maybe be the straw that breaks the camel's back in terms of his...
Untented.
Oh my god, untented into the D of Stodge as well. Rick's very likely to spot that one.
Sigh.
Yeah, that's
this is a sigh situation, Will.
Yeah, you're gonna give it
sigh,
deep sigh.
Dot.
Deep sigh before you go to dinner. Also, unnetted is valuable, so is valid, I should say. So Rick has his choice of 2 valid words. He's gonna see one of those. So we'll see. Fair point though by Jello Mochas on Twitch. Untented could let the Q play extremely productively once you bingo to that D.
So QOR are the unseen tiles, which means that
you have to keep SEG, so you can play squeg, or else maybe you're not hitting the spot.
Yeah. It's just ridiculous.
So you got to play
Oh, man.
WO here. There we go. Unnetted. Rick sees it.
You just have to find something that scores, and there's nothing. There's nothing that scores. If you play Grew, the bag is empty, you're almost certainly not drawing something in 2 spots that Rick will not be able to block.
Yeah. So at this point, we think the game is definitely decided. What can Paul do that would be good for him here? He could play Goud,
Ooh.
that would block. He could play WO, that would preserve the letters he needs to play Squeg, which of course he can't be thinking about that. That's way too specific. In his shoes, he's not thinking about that, but we know it would help him. That's all.
I think he's trying to draw a UU bingo with Goud. Like,
sure.
What could he draw that hits the triple? This is the thing. The play
That's what I was saying.
Saj
I don't think there is a great play that hits the triple with the Q. I couldn't find it, but maybe there is one.
But like theoretically speaking, the fact of the matter is Stodge, I feel, was actually a pretty big blunder because it creates this situation where you have duplicated E's where any bingo from or to the E will almost certainly fit on the board. I guess if you draw something from the both E's, it won't necessarily fit, but it's pretty much unblockable when you have this sort of situation where these E's are on opposite corners. And so this allows Paul to very much hone in on that and direct his plays to go for specific things. And I think that's what he's going to be thinking about here for the most amount of time that he can feel like he can muster here. So that's probably why the biggest reason why Stodge would not be a play I would make, because it just creates that recursive threat.
So I would be playing OW to try to draw energies or energize.
It's just not enough, though, is it?
Well, the thing about it is it's not enough, but nor are any of the other plays, right? So at least it's a spread cutter. And the nice thing, wait, S? Do I have the what did I?
Wow, after unnetted Rick is Q stuck, it's not going to be good enough.
Well, oh no, never mind. I had that right. Okay, glow. So he's drawn. He's avoided the Q. Final tile.
Orreries.
Yeah, so he's gonna.
Orreries.
If not,
you know what, Will? Can I say something? Sorry to interrupt you. I think this is going to be a rare situation if unnetted or untented comes down, where it's better to not bingo and Q stick.
Yeah. Wow. Check that out. That would be insane. So you have orreries available through either E, but you have only one spot for the Q. And you could potentially, but it's also not that easy to stick, and the rest of your letters are so crap. So it's, I don't know, it's tricky.
Yeah, he challenged.
I'm sure you're right.
He's got a challenge.
Yeah, that was an instant challenge too. So Paul definitely not having any of it here. Challenging unnetted. It is valid. Nice job, Rick, to have the confidence to play that one. He's going to go to 492 to 338.
I want to bet. I bet you that blocking QI is correct here.
I'm sure it is, because you have setup potential as well. Like, there's stuff that you can do on the triple. You have triple open. I'm sure you're right about that. So bingoing now gets you 59 points. Jeez, I don't know though, man. 59? You really think you can get 59 out of that trash? I guess you can, one tile at a time, huh? But it's going to be tough. It's not obvious to me.
Oh, it's not obvious. 1920. So the key is that Morat is good. MORAT, right? So then you play Morat and then Morats and then Zunes.
Yeah. Interesting.
I think it's already after 9 plies, it is better to block the Q.
How do you do it with OI?
OI, I
think.
think.
Yeah, I bet it's OI. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I
you
think
would
you got to
play.
keep the S.
Oops. Okay, so you do OI. Yeah, for sure. It's got to be that passing, and then Morat. Yeah, that's right. Morat.
I don't. Do we even know if Paul's spotted orreries? It's
No.
actually maybe a blessing in disguise to not spot it, because you have your instinct is just to bingo out when you have an out bingo. Like you bingo out 99% of the time, or 99.99% of the time you have an out bingo. But I feel like if he hasn't seen orreries, then okay, we're just Q sticking.
Are Morats. I'm just trying to get sort of a baseline. So then you can play. Ire scores 18. That's pretty good. Then you have an I and an R left.
I think that's one of the things. Yeah, I think you play 2 tiles for that one. And then Fern, apparently for 7, is that better than playing one at a time?
No, because you can get
Fern up here.
4 and 4, right? You can get 4, 4.
Okay.
So altogether, you would get 59.
Quick maths.
59 points for orreries, and if you do the whole sequence out, you get 10, 36, 54, 58, 62. You get 3 more points by doing the stick.
That's right.
How hard?
You got there faster than my engine will.
How hard?
Nice job.
How hard do you want to fight for every spread point? That is the question.
Oh, he's fighting. Paul is a fighter, man. He might
Yes!
get pissed off when he draws poorly, but this would be
Let's
see if he finds the sequence.
If he nails the whole thing, this will be so heroic. You know what? As crap as this game was, I might do a video about this Endgame if he nails this. As a like blessing him.
It's so rare. I don't know if I've even ever seen this. I've seen an Endgame wheel where I analyzed that bingoing out was a tie with not bingoing out.
Wow.
But I've never. I don't know if I've ever seen this.
Oh,
nice. He sees more. Let's fucking go, dude.
Paul Allen, what a beast! Look at that. Come on, keep sticking the landing. So the next things to do are to play Ire and then just score 4 points apiece with the rest of your tiles. And if he does that, he will have aced a very complicated stick endgame. That's very impressive, I have to say. All right, hold on. We got to give him his points here. He's got to Morats. This is where he is. Okay. This is how far along he is. So he's working his way up to 400. He's going to get there. Is he going to nail the rest of it? Stick the landing. Don't play Ryer. Come on.
Yeah, that's awesome. What's Rick thinking about?
I have no idea.
Well, don't play Fern first, also.
Oh, yeah, that's part of why Fern
is
compromised. Can't give a QI spot. I guess it's worth, like, at least checking when your opponent makes a play. Did they inadvertently make a spot for my Q? But,
yeah. I've purposely made a spot for a Q in a lost endgame, just to. I mean, you commentated that one, right? That was against Heidi.
Which one is this? What happened?
No, it was a C. I made a C spot.
Oh yes, that was insane. Yeah,
so I was just pissed off.
Yeah, that was a crazy.
All right, so no, don't.
He hasn't committed. Hasn't committed.
First, add the R. It's more points. Math is hard. It's 3 more points. You get the double for Ire.
No video for you, Paul, if you don't put the R.
No, stop. He has a minute left. He's panicking. Don't say that.
I'm just kidding.
This is awesome. Obviously, the game is totally lost.
Oh. He thought about it. He thought about it.
Almost.
So playing Ire is 18 points now, whereas this is 10. And then now when you play your R there, it's only 5. So it's -3 to not play your R now.
40 seconds. He has to make 3 or 2 more moves. Don't play Fern. Don't do it, bro.
Is
Oh, he's
he?
playing where?
No! All right, nice work. He did not, so he can end with Fern if he wants
Yeah.
to. It's technically better to play Ire and then play your eye separately, but whatever. All right, don't go over time though.
Not if you go over time, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
It's nice. It's a nice touch to give him a Q spot when going
With
out.
the final,
That's
the final reverse troll. All right, so after all that, final score 492 to 415. Paul's laughing. This is a goofy game. A lot of fun plays.
He lost 4 points there. Does that mean the bingo is 1 point better?
Oh, wait. 4 points on the endgame sequence? Well, the endgame sequence was 60 plus 62. The bingo was plus 59. So by losing 4 points, he should have played Orreries. Big fail by Paul Allen. Just kidding. That was a very nice endgame by him. With more time, I bet he gets it.
Yeah, definitely. Wow. What a crazy way to stop. I mean, I would just fall flat on the floor and fall asleep after having to think about this endgame if I was Paul.
Yeah,
Jesus.
There's a lot going on there. Nice work. Handshake exchanged. And yeah, there we have it. That's our final game of the day. A lot of really fun games today, Josh. What a treat. As always, a true pleasure to do it alongside you in the booth here, so to speak.
Yeah, no, it's been awesome, Will. Thank you. Man, but so many games left. We're starting again tomorrow after round 18. So we'll be starting around 19 unless we somehow wake up around 18, but that's the plan. So how many more games? That makes 14 more games, I think, that we're going to cover, Will, together.
Oh,
you ready?
God, that would be great. If Rick wants to talk to us, up to him. I'll leave it up to Rick. I feel like he will love to get a chance to chat on his own stream, basically. I wouldn't say his own stream, but on it kind of is. So let's see what Rick wants to do. Maybe he wants to collapse in a heap, or maybe he wants to say hi to us all out here. We'll see. But yeah, we will leave it up to him. I feel like we could have a quick chat. But yes, this is going to be it. While the players post-mortem and get the results in, we're just going to quickly review that schedule. So it's round 17. We made it. It's the end of day 2. As a reminder, Josh and I are not picking up with the very first round of the day. Hold on. Let me get this thing here. There we go. Josh and I,
Sunday.
Yeah, Josh and I are going to be back for round 19. This is when we're going to start the stream tomorrow. This allows us to wake up at 4-ish a.m. instead of 3. However, on Monday, the final day, we are going to tough it out and stream all 6 of the final games. We can sleep when we're dead, etc. So that's how it's going to be. But it sounds like we got Rick on the headset. Hi, Rick.
How you doing?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
goodness. Why did you do this to us? Why couldn't you just draw the Q and make it less complicated?
Orreries, you mean?
No, you could have just drawn the Q after Stodge, and then we wouldn't have had to go crazy for this. This is amazing. Good game. Congratulations, Rick. Wow. Talk to us. What are you thinking?
I mean, well, I missed Obligate. I realized about halfway through, I think, with the gablet rack.
You had an S there.
Oh, right, cool.
Yeah.
So did I miss anything then?
Yeah.
Yeah, loads of stuff.
No, not loads of stuff. You missed 2 things that were very high degree of difficulty. The first one would be Gleebiest through the E of a pace.
Oh.
The next was the next one, which we thought you were potentially thinking about playing Gobbliest through the B and I, but globbyist is valid as a 9-letter word for 76
I
points
did
through there.
I did actually look through there at BBL, but it didn't generate anything. But yeah, I know Gleebiest, but that was just but tired miss. It's been nine games.
Yeah, it's that last
Um,
game of the day. Josh was saying it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it is. But I mean, I'm quite happy. Paul usually thrashes me, so I was happy to see lots of blanks, and I don't think I could lose at the end. Even if I pick, even if he plays Oris, he doesn't score enough.
Yeah, actually, what he did was potentially better than
Yeah,
playing
that's
a bonus, but he lost a few points in the end game, so it ended up being, I think you could tell, 1 point worse. So we thought that
yeah.
was a big blunder for Paul. You could definitely hold that
Paul,
against
I
him.
think you were 1 point worse versus playing Oris. But yeah, because you lost a point or two.
I lost 5.
Yeah, yeah, and that's about it. What about Stodge? Is that a reasonable move?
I think so.
It was very bold. Did you see Dreg through the R of hash here? I think that one would have been what we would have done there. Just
That's
Dreg.
better. Yeah, that's better. Yeah,
But
no, I do.
Stodge makes sense. Just try to get closer to the end there. I guess the one
Oh.
problem is that it throws another E out there, so we can just fish for stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean, I just was making sure there was less than 7 in the bag. But with Dreg, I kind of wanted to leave the U in case I picked the Q, so that there were 2 spots.
Yeah, fair enough.
So I didn't see Drag, but I was sort of avoiding that U spot, if you know what I mean. So
Sure.
Right. Yeah. We
Yeah.
touched on that for sure. That was definitely something to think about.
And yeah, it turned out Paul didn't have the hook for he
Yeah.
yeah, he's so good at this. Like, he's stone cold at doing stuff like this that really unseats you when you think you've got a reasonable lead. And yeah, he always manages to like pull out something that really makes you go, oh, hang on a minute. So I was thinking of Softed instead until he did that. But yeah, I suppose anything else you guys saw, like terrible things or
No.
interesting
No.
things?
It was a
It was
really
super well played.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It was
Like was awesome.
Yeah, well, all the sort of body parts plus yeah, so it's really stands out. So it wasn't Paul knew it was good as well. He had to challenge it. Yeah, cool.
It was really crazy. Yeah, we would have loved to see Softed. Totally understandable why you just say, okay, I have to block that area, but it would have been so cool for the stream. But I guess you want to try to win the game or something.
Well, this is it. I thought, yeah, I'm getting 40 something, but he could get over 100 there. And do I want to let him do that? Do I need to let him do that? Like FEE, the board's pretty tight after that. Like, so it's more in control. So he could have still hammered it for like 50 points. That's what I slightly didn't really understand about the mathematics between Softed and Fee.
Yeah.
And if he just hammers it, so maybe it's not great, but at least it was sort of on track with the strategical idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Rick, that's it about this game. I can tell it's been a long day. You're doing awesome. Congrats.
Thanks.
Any dinner plans? I remember when I was in Milton Keynes, there's some really nice Indian, Pakistani places.
Yeah.
Anything that you have planned there? Don't dox it completely since we're live, but hope you're gonna have a nice meal.
The good thing is, yeah, there's lots of choices around here. Usually a big bunch of people. Last night, yeah, we got a really good Indian meal. Tonight could be, there's a Turkish place which has pretty good. Yeah,
I love that place. Yeah.
So there's lots of nice restaurants. Really nice tournament, and miss you guys playing at it. But obviously, you're bringing it to the world, making it sound good. So we're all happy, I guess. But yeah, it's a fun tournament. I'm pleased with kind of recovering after a mediocre yesterday. So bit better today, bit happier.
Yeah, it's a big win for you, and you can definitely still go on a run here. You're 11-6, only 2 games off the leaders with 15 games to go, so plenty of time. A big win against a tough opponent, and yeah, just want to basically my last thought is, we're only here in part because of a lot of the hard work that you and the ABSP stream team have been doing behind the scenes. So we just want to shout that out for you. Hopefully, everybody in the chat can show Rick some love and the whole team at ABSP that's helping us to broadcast this event. Thank you, Rick, for all your hard work.
Thanks, guys, for partnering with us. It's great. It's really Ruth doing all the work this weekend, but hopefully it looks good your end, and we're happy to be working with MGI, with you guys. Everything's coming together in WESPAscrabble, so yeah, glad to be a part of it.
Sounds good. Any final thought for Rick before we let him go get his Turkish dinner? All right, Rick.
No, not for me.
All right, well,
Just
congrats
sheesh.
again. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
No worries. Just sheesh.
All
That's
right.
my final thought.
Thank you. Good luck tomorrow.
All right.
Cheers, guys. Bye.
Take care, Rick. Thanks again.
Bye.
All right, so
Cheers.
there you go. On that note, we hear from our final winner of the game here, and that is Rick Kennedy. There's Paul still there. But yeah, on that note, Rick saying everything coming together for World Scrabble. I think what we definitely want to plug before we end the stream, if you've been watching, we super appreciate anybody on both YouTube and Twitch. If you are watching on Twitch and you are not subscribed to the WESPA YouTube channel already, let me see. Did I prepare this? I think I did. Yes, in the shared chat. This is the WESPA channel, so definitely please consider heading on over to the WESPA YouTube channel and giving it a follow. Really trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. Josh doing great work in the early days of this channel. Not sure where we're at yet, but let's see if we can get to
1 subscriber away from 500.
Nice. That's what we like to see. So let's see if we can keep pushing that higher and higher over the course of the weekend. That's all I had to say. Anything from you, Josh, before we call it a day?
Oh, we're at 501. Thank you guys for subscribing. We're halfway to 1,000. Please like this stream, this video, so we can project it across the Scrabble world. We're loving the coverage. We're loving the games. We're loving your input. It's such a pleasure and a privilege to commentate these games. 2 more days to go. We will see you tomorrow, bright and dark, as I call it, in our neck of the woods. Wherever you are, thank you. And that's it for me, Will.
Yeah. So we're going to sign off just real quick, just to reiterate. You see the standings there on our side. Harshan in first place, where he seems to be much of the time. But Peter Andronowski behind him by just a hair, only 25 spread points separating him. We'll be back tomorrow to see how everything is going to shake out in day 3. See you tomorrow, bright and early, for day 3 at MGI.